Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking hole coming right up. Really big fucking hole coming right up.
afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to EU League. Our penultimate Playday is about to begin. We can qualify teams today. It can all be done, or we'll have to play it all, which I very much hope so, until next Playday. Just saying, next Monday you have to watch no matter what. But today also. Hello, I'm Monster Medic, your host. With me are on the desk, fantastic people. And how are you today?
I'm doing good, excited. We've got some good things to talk about in the pre-show, some fun games.
Oh, yes.
Looking forward to it.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about. And Fresh, Jack, how are you today?
I'm so-and-so, Milosh. I'm so-and-so. I
What?
was doing really good, and then we got a coffee order, didn't we?
Yeah.
And I normally, because I don't really like coffee, I get a white chocolate milkshake, but they put a shot of coffee in my white chocolate milkshake, so my day's ruined, but EUL's here to make up for it.
You've got the energy for it now. It's
true.
Coffee.
Such a white girl.
I know.
Honestly. Anyways, let's get started with our day because, like I said at the top of the show, there are things that can be decided, very important ones for the major. And really want to talk about things and how, I guess, they would impact the future of the league because this is the last stage of our year. And, it's already been said, there's things that are changing. The world is moving on and want to see who can actually keep the crown if Rogue can keep the crown, that is, for our next major. They've yet to qualify. Now we want to answer some calls, I guess, that were put up on social media. A good friend of the show, Mr. Murat, Mr. Officer 88, is it, as he is? Mr. Officer 88. Yeah, he's got a tweet. So the tweet reads, R6 Team Heroic looking for the pocket strat of the month. Eyes emoji. Dear community, come up with a pocket strat. Maybe you decide yourself and then present it to us. DM it to me or at Anarchic R6, the coach for the Heroic team. If we like it, we'll pay you for it. Plus, use it in one of our games. Fire emoji, Des emoji, best of luck, heart emoji. Now, we are strapped for cash here. Let's be completely honest. So our wonderful analysts have strategy to consider. So, Anne, go ahead, get started.
Yeah, I mean, we love a little bit of a pocket strat, don't we?
Yeah,
We've got
we
some
do.
strats prepared that we would
needed,
like
yes.
to show. Yes, we have a few screenshots that will assist the strat. And now, my one
this
advice
is
would be to
mine.
not take this too serious.
Yeah, so don't take this too seriously. And also, we do have to do a big disclaimer here. We didn't come up with these strats ourselves. We have very simply just pulled the strats from different teams that we've seen. So this one is from CL last night. It's from MNM Academy going up against Send. And this is a pocket strat with a mirror window on Aviation Games on Villa. The first one is JLo.MNM. He's got it on long, facing into bar. Normally you never see that because attackers will take top main. But what's interesting is the second screenshot, the next one, is actually going to be a mirror window, a soft mirror window inside of study when we move through to the next screenshot. Inside of study, facing into the games room table. Here it is. So once again, we've got the games room table facing in. Now, this is a complete pocket strat. This was obviously a meaningless game in CL, but I absolutely loved it, especially if the attackers come from a master side clear. They're going to hit two mirror windows that they have no idea about if they don't think about going study or main stairs at all.
It's a very funny strat. I mean, if you look at this and you're on the study block, you see, what, a mirror window? And it's not with a reinforced wall behind it. And especially the one on main stairs as well. It's just, there's a lot of stuff going on. This wall is
A completely
half open
bashed
as well.
wall on the side. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just CL things.
Yeah, we do have to preface that this game as well meant absolutely nothing in terms of
There you go.
standings. Absolutely nothing at all. So the boys in this game were having a lot of fun.
Didn't they say they were also going to play Cav? What did that eventually
They did play
happen?
Cav. There was 3 interrogations in this game.
Oh,
There was
okay, I'm
4
gonna
boss
have to
GA
watch
cog
that.
kills. There was a Twitch shotgun double kill. There was all sorts. It was great.
Ah,
If that
that's-
doesn't convince you that you need to watch Challenger League,
Yep.
I don't know what will. Anything else you got in mind?
Yeah, I have a strat as well that I'd like to show. I've got a few
let's go.
screenshots too. And now this is from the Benelux League. And before I hear any slander of the Benelux League, I would like to mention that the strat was used against Shaylings, and it was also successful against Shaylings, another Challenger League team. So what we see here is we're defending downstairs on Chalet, and we've got the walls completely reinforced out the big car garage. We also have the mood jammers on those reinforcements and the drone hole, so you can't be pushed out of there. And you see the shields on those boxes near the bottom left of your screen. Those are used also in assistance of that next screenshot that I would like to show you guys, because there's holes on the long wall towards Wine Cellar, and the reinforcement is in between the 2 bomb sites. Now, that allows you to play behind that shield in Big Car Garage, use it as a long angle towards Wine Cellar, and the closing out of this round was very funny, considering J-Links went to go for the breach around Snowmobile, and eventually all players of the other team just jumped outside the window above the breach and killed them all while they weren't looking at them.
Just Benelux things,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, basically.
I mean, they call it a farmers league for a while.
I didn't want to hear any slander on the Benelux League.
Well, you're getting some.
No, I'm just saying what some people call it. Personally, I am a big fan of the Benelux League. I got to host an event where I got to meet you for the first time, so there you go. In my opinion, Benelux is the best league in Europe as a national tier league. Hey, nobody ever called me to go and do NPL. You weren't even called up to do NPL, so here we are.
Oof.
I took a side swipe there.
Well, whilst we're at it, we just had to get through it. But so these are some tips and tricks, I guess, for Mr. Officer.
Yeah, I guess if we see Heroic running either of these strats, then we
Yeah.
do deserve the payment that he mentioned about. But the main point of that was so that if the community have any ideas of pocket strats, tweet him and Anarchic, have some involvement with a pro team, because it's a pro team trying to reach out and kind of bridge the gap between the community and the pro scene.
Yeah, I'm sure there's strats that you love to do with friends, for example, in your ranked or unranked games. Another strat that I like to do on Shelly, for example, is if you're attacking bar, just smash open the snowmobile garage, run up the main stairs, full send it into bar, and go for a plan. It's just, if you have any of those funny strats, you should probably tell Mr. Officer or Anarchic, and you might even get some bucks for it.
I mean, they should.
You're working for them, technically.
There you go. There you go. You're in here for the dosh. Anyways, moving on from it, our EU Challenger League. Now, like I said in last Playday, we all come from Challenger League here in Europe, right? We've lived the CL life. So what's been going on in Challenger League? We actually have a bracket to kind of guide you through it. Here's how the playoffs bracket looks like. Death Throw plays Ascend at the top. D Unlimited or Dunlimited is up after playing 10 Star. Wild versus Land Party Hotel. And finally, Makers versus J-Links. Man, I feel real sorry for J-Links.
Yep.
But what, Anne, can you tell me, who are your favorites for this?
Well, my favorites, I mean, I have to vouch for J-Links, considering they're the Benelux team. I was vouching and rooting for Activity as well. Unfortunately, they didn't make it through the playoffs either. Yeah, exactly. Also for Job Seekers, kind of, because they had the really good result in the first 3 play days, and then afterwards they kind of slacked. But, I mean, we'll see J-Links against Makers. It's going to be a really, really tough game for them. I'm just curious to see also how Dunlimited and Wild have been doing, because they've been having really good runs to the groups as well. I'm
going to make a very early prediction for the top 4 teams in CL.
10 Star and Ascend.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat my own words here, and one from each game. I suppose the winners of these games. Death Row, I think, will win. Swaz is going to go nuclear. 10 Star will win because I'm a 10 Star fanboy. Wild, they make it hard for themselves, but best of 3s now. They will have a lot of fun. Wildies is just a super fun team to watch. Land Party Hotel are also a little bit out there as well, so that'll be a really interesting game to watch. And then Makers. Poor J-Links getting Makers.
Yep.
They're going to have to do, I think, probably quite a quick lower bracket run.
They really got to win those.
Team.
Yeah. Oh, so close so many times. And then they still bottle it.
Look, we got Deepak in EUL, which I'll consider as not just that, but champion at the major. It's done. We've gone past 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Man, who is old enough to remember ENS versus Penta in Challenger League finals, or I guess in the final stages of it, within I think the last play day or the one before that basically guaranteed it that they would get knocked out. Anyways, fun times. We're all getting old. I am specifically. Anyways, that on the side, let's look back at our previous Playday and what it looked like. Here it is, Playday number 7. Today's 8, just so you know. 7-3 start, Outsiders versus TT9. 7-2 BDS versus Navi. Our match of the day was Wolves versus Rogue. And Rogue really felt a bit kind of down in that matchup. Wolves overtaking them, especially come the second half. 8-6 G2 versus MNM, where MNM really threw the ball in this one, but collected still a point at the end of the day. And finally, Heroic versus Team Secret, a 7-4 for Heroic that ended our Playday. But if you missed the action, don't you worry. Here's a handy video to recap all that happened in the server.
Welcome to the European League Playday 7 recap. Our first game of the day was the Russian Derby between Outsiders and TT9. The scene couldn't be more fitting because we went to Cafe Dostoevsky. TT9 started out on the fence but had a slower start. In the second half, TT9 kept making mistakes, and they kept throwing bodies at Outsiders. Eventually, it was Outsiders to come out victorious due to an ace from Dan in the final round. A 7-3 victory, and a revenge tour for Dan, always, and their coach Joystick due to playing against former teammate Scyther. The second game of the day was BDS versus Navi on Bank. This game was definitely going to be more difficult for Navi than their previous game against G2. Navi only managed to win the final attacking round in that first half, despite having taken a tactical timeout after the third round. Very objective focused siege again from BDS, combined with some great performances from Shaiko and LMs that eventually really pulled this game towards BDS, ending the game with a 7-2 scoreline. Our third game of the day was our match of the day, none other than Wolves versus Rogue. There was a big chance that if Rogue won this game, they could be the first team confirmed for the major. The game took place on Villa, and Rogue won the first 3 rounds of the game, where Wolves seemed quite indecisive at times. Wolves took a tactical timeout, changed up their playstyle a bit, and managed to win 6 rounds in a row. Mowgli got an ace in their final attacking round, and Shinka closed out the game by getting a clutch in the final round. The score, 7-4 in favor of Wolves. We then moved on to MNM versus G2 on Clubhouse. G2 were off to a decent start by winning 4 rounds on their defense, but MNM also won 4 rounds on defense, so the game went into overtime. In some rounds of this game, both teams tried to go for executes without really having the basics sorted. G2 managed to win 2 rounds in a row in overtime, closing out the game 8-6 for them. And due to MNM winning 6 rounds, however, that confirms Wolves for SI as our second EU team. The final game of the Playday was between Heroic and Secret. The game took place on Theme Park, where Secret couldn't really close out their defensive half well after winning only 2 rounds. And in round 6, we saw an hilarious 1v1 with Montaigne versus the Goyo after the plant. Heroic were the better team on their own defense, and we even saw a Kavira in round 10, but unfortunately no interrogation. Heroic closed out the game in a 7-4, putting themselves back in the top 4.
And that was it. Thank you very much, Fastan, for voicing over our Playday. Thank you so much. That puts all the action together.
Yes.
But now it's time for us to talk about our rankings going into today's Playday because, well, we could confirm technically our 4 teams, 3 teams, but at minimum 2. Who knows? There's a lot on the line for today. We hope you're calling up all your friends to come in. Just put, I usually will not be saying this, but put ranked aside just for a couple hours. I know, but EUL is on, Jack. That's it. That's the priority. Wolves and BDS are at the top with 16 points each. Rogue just behind at 14. Heroic at 13. MNM at 12. That's the big fight we're looking at today. But Outsiders are at 11. Navi at 10, unfortunately knocked out of the running. With the 6 points left, it's highly unlikely. G2 at 9, 4 for Team Secret, and none for TT9, despite the close games that they have had. And I want to put up the schedule just to put this in front of you, see what games are on today, because we start off with Navi versus Outsiders. Now, Navi can gatekeep and just end it here for Outsiders, even though they already had small chances. That's Rogue versus Team Secret. After our match today is Heroic versus MNM, and we'll take a bit longer to talk about them. G2 versus BDS, and finally TT9 versus Wolves. Now, to accommodate for that match today, we'll move on to the next piece that talks about who can qualify to the major. And again, we'd like to thank our good friends Sprabuni and Wrath that put all of these together. Jack, who can feasibly make it out?
Well, absolutely our top 3 teams potentially, or at least our top 2 teams in BDS and Wolves, can qualify today despite them losing. That would rely on other teams in the 5th, 6th, 7th position not accumulating enough points to be able to challenge them. Obviously, after today, there will be 3 points left. Rogue, again, if they win 99%, probably could be confirmed today, depending on other results, but not on their own. They can't confirm themselves. So the big one, to be honest, today is Heroic against MNM, because whoever wins that can absolutely put themselves in the driving seat next week, and they've both got very tough fixtures next week in terms of their last final EUL day. So it's mightily important for these 2 teams that they get a regulation win. So that's why obviously we'll place so much focus on that today. Heroic can confirm today if other results go their way. So the 4 teams that potentially, if it does go the right way and all the results fall in line, it would be Rogue, Heroic, BDS, Wolves that we could. That's the only scenario where we confirm all 4 teams today.
What about the teams that can confirm here today? Is there any relations to other games that kind of move them forward?
What do you mean? Sorry, Milosh.
Well, the top 3. We got Rogue, BDS, and Wolves that are fighting in those spots.
Yeah, so essentially they're relying on G2 to lose, Navi to lose, Outsiders. Oh, sorry, Navi Outsiders to go to overtime, Heroic MNM to go to overtime, where basically none of them teams below them get 3 points, and that's how we would confirm them potentially, where it's saying a blue bracket around it.
I feel like if you look at the for Navi, for example, they can be eliminated today for the chances. You look at G2, they can be eliminated today. So there's a lot on the line for them too. But then again, if Navi win in regulation, there's still a 33% chance, which isn't too bad.
All right, and now our standings in percentage. Here's what they look like. This is at the start of the day. Nothing's happened so far. We'll keep you updated on it as we go. Wolves and Rogue are confirmed for 6 Invitational. BS is pretty much set, but only a tiny thing remains. Major, 97% for Wolves, 96 for BDS, 78 for Rogue. Small change, especially with Rogue's loss in our last Playday. And then, like you said, the big fight with Heroic MNM in it. It also depends if they go to overtime, then Outsiders win their game, and it might change things and how it goes. It's all really up in the air. But because it is up in the air, I find that match today is incredibly important for us to talk about, and we're going to take our sweet time doing so. Heroic versus MNM.
Yes, I mean, looking at MNM, for example, as well, they have a 34% chance of going to the major, but they have a significant higher chance of going to SI. That means that they've been a little bit inconsistent over the past year. There were times where they performed really good, times where they performed a lot less, and I feel like right now they might be in that little bit of a less part. Their attacks are struggling a little bit, but then they're taking it up against a team that we know can really crack under pressure at times.
Because these 2 teams are so well known, we're so deep into the stage, we'll just very quickly introduce the 2 teams. So since we're on it, Heroic, would you like to talk about them for a moment, Jack?
I will talk about Heroic. I love to talk about Heroic. I think Heroic are a team, again, that I didn't expect necessarily to even be in the race for the top 4 at this moment in time. They made substantial changes. They made lineup changes. They made how they play changes in terms of their whole ideology around the game. They changed it all up, and I thought, yeah, 1 step backwards, 2 step forwards. But no, they're in the race. They've performed exceptionally well. Really, kudos to them. No matter what happens, they've performed exceptionally well this stage with this new roster. And I think right at the spearhead of that, of course, it's going to be nobody other than Benja. He's been absolutely incredible. And I go all the way back to Playday 1 where I'm saying, I don't want Benja to suffer because of these roster changes. Back then, I didn't know exactly how Heroic would play. And Benja's actually benefited due to the roster changes because he's been given so much freedom to just go, opportunity spot, and find those kills.
And what about MNM on the other side? Again, quick introductions on the 2. You said they were kind of on the down, especially if we're looking at that last game, but they got what it takes, these boys.
Exactly, they have what it takes, and we've seen that throughout their Challenge League run, we've seen it throughout their SI run, but now they gotta prove themselves once again to make it to the major. And before I introduced them, I talked a little bit about the attacks just struggling a little bit. I feel like it has to do with their plans. They don't have that many plans in total. They're actually tied with TT9 on the least plans in EUL Stage 3 in total, so that is not necessarily objective focus siege. We see coming out from Wolves and see coming out from BDS, which is so much helping them on their attacks. And well, that is indeed MNM. They have that solid front line, and they have that back line that can support them.
Now, these 2 teams have gone up against one another quite a few times, so a ton, but over the past 2-ish years. And I have a graphic to show it for you and the results that have gone down, map by map also, because they've not only fought in best of 1 series, EUL relegations, BO5, they were known as Kovana back in the day. We're looking that far back. Now, as against MNM, that's where Kovana were able to make it through, and this is the old MNM if we're looking at it. But Jack, a lot has changed since then.
Yeah, there's a lot of change, and it's always the big games that determine events and leagues and promotions. These 2 teams, or the cause of these 2 teams, seem to end up in it. Obviously, like you say, all the way back into 2020, the relegation best of 5, one of the best theme parks ever played, I will say, in that 2020 relegation game. And it's worth noting, Kovana usually, or the Heroic core, what was Kovana Gaming, obviously changed players, completely different, even though MNM stayed the same. Generally in the bigger games, apart from SI22 upper bracket final, generally the Kovana Heroic roster has won it out against MNM.
Because the grand final in the qualifiers for SI is the only game that MNM has won. And I remember casting that. And if you look at the first game that they played against each other, where Kovana back at that time beat them 2-0, you wouldn't expect MNM to come back at all the day after, especially considering MNM already played a best of 3 before they went into this game against Kovana. But still, they managed to win out that best of 5 and qualify for SI.
Not just that as well, but that best of 5 in particular, the closed bracket of the SI quals, was the first time that we saw the new best of 5 upper bracket advantage system brought into play, where Kovana was able to pick the map before any bans had occurred. They picked the permaban of MNM, they picked Bank, and then MNM went and won on Bank. So these two teams, these two rosters, these two sets of players, they've had a long storied history. And then we're not even talking about UKIN and MPL in there as well.
You're mentioning sets of players. Now, you two picked up 2 players to talk about specifically for this matchup. We have a beautiful graphic to set it all for you. Thank you very much for it, Bertrand. Benja and Solotov, 2 highlight players for these teams. But, Anne, what do we look at here with EPS progression?
Yeah, especially the first few days, it feels like both these players are moving up and down, similarly of how the other player is moving as well. But it feels in general that Benja is performing higher in EPS score than Solotov is. Until we move towards the final few playdays, where Solotov really is taking up a higher score, 163 on Playday 6. But now they've changed, well, they've crossed paths again, but they're very, very similar to each other score-wise.
Pick a star guy from either of these two teams. You ask anybody in the world, who's the star player Heroic, who's the star player MNM, you probably settle in on these 2 players. Obviously, there's other candidates, don't get me wrong, but they're both on their day. Look at how high they get to in their EPS. The maximum EPS that they get to, 160, 169, 163, is all very high, and very rarely, this is the key point, very rarely do they drop below 100.
Exactly, and you talked about other challenges, for example, for the top spot in those teams. We looked at the previous matchup between these 2 teams. It has to be mentioned that Heroic has changed their lineup significantly over those past games in the history against MNM, whereas MNM haven't changed their lineup at all since these SI qualifiers last year. So the differences really lie in the lineup of Heroic, and I'm really curious to see how they'll play against the same lineup of MNM, really.
I mean, MNM is one of the rare teams that over the past year. I mean, 1 year ago, they had just been formed so that they could finish up in what was then known still as UKIN before NPL was a thing, and then be able to qualify to CL, and then make it through CL to win it all and qualify directly into EU League for 2022.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that is actually potentially getting borderline a criticism of MNM. Not that they've not changed players, because I don't think they ever should have got to a position of changing the players, but the fact that they're this inconsistent after having a core 5 for such a long time, that's where I potentially start thinking, I'm not so sure, they need to fix their consistency issues for me.
So about the outcome for this match, we're all talking about it. This is the big deal. A full-on win can be massive for either one of these 2 teams, and will put them just a few points away from a full qualification.
There's so much on the line for these 2 teams. If you look at Heroic, they can, with the results of other games, qualify themselves for the major today with a regulation win. But then that regulation win for Heroic could also mean that today MNM no longer has a chance of going to the major at all anymore, because you see that gray outline around the 3% for them for a regulation loss. So it's going to be a really difficult matchup for both teams, and a lot is on the line in regards to the 4th spot for the major.
One thing that I will say is for both of these teams, I know percentage-wise it's not going to make a massive difference potentially. Overtime is disastrous for both of these teams. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to contextualize it. 'Cause statistically, it doesn't make a great deal of difference.
Especially for outsider fans.
Yeah, especially for Outsiders fans. Because Outsiders have got 2 winnable games. And Outsiders are currently 1 point behind MNM, 2 points behind Heroic. And then, next week, MNM, they play up against BDS. Heroic, they play up against Rogue.
Cool.
And Outsiders, they play up, where is it? Against G2. So it's winnable for Outsiders and potentially losable for these 2 teams. So especially for Heroic and MNM, regulation. You cannot be going to overtime if you want a shot going to the major.
The moment it hits overtime, it's going to be real bad for anybody. We used to call it a negative tie in the past when this is a football term pretty much where it's 2 teams that tie up and it affects both of them negatively in the standings, because now none of them can really qualify for anything. But in this case, going to overtime, a negative overtime, would just be a terrible thing for the 2 of them. So even more reasons for you to be incredibly well prepared. And this is all coming off of a super week where you had 2 other games to plan for that are also tough. This week is just hectic for everybody in here.
It is. I mean, looking at how much there's on stake for these games as well, and you mentioned it, for example, for Outsiders, they will have to play their own game today, and then obviously watch what the result is going to be between Heroic and MNM, because that will determine a lot for them, and we know that it's not the nicest thing to have as a team, to have your fate lay in other teams' hands.
And that's the pressure that you both mentioned, but Heroic and how they crack under it, but you can also say the same thing about MNM if you're looking back especially at their game against G2. So yes, a lot for these two teams to conquer in this game. It's a big challenge for them, and honestly, if you do win and in regulation, then you definitely deserve the spot to make it through. None of them will be able to qualify anyways today, but it is an incredibly important, I guess, stop on the path to the final Playday. Friends, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time to open up our Playday. Navi versus Outsiders. See you in a bit. again, everybody. It's time for game number 1, Navi versus Outsiders. Now, the big conversation topic for today is who can make it to the major. Navi technically can, but it's a very low chance. Outsiders have a much higher chance, but Outsiders can just watch the chaos and collect 3 points. If they collect 3 points, okay, awesome, good day, it can work out well. However, should Navi win, it's going to be a good time for literally every other team that's here in the league. So let's discuss that. Hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Anne and Fresh Jack. Mm-hmm. What are you thinking about this? It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm thinking in previous stages, Navi against Outsiders really wouldn't have whet my appetite. But today, I cannot wait for this game because it has so many connotations on Navi for the major, on Outsiders for the major, on Heroic and MNM for the major, and it's first up.
Yes, and not just because they played against each other before and it wasn't that exciting of a matchup, but they've also changed their roster a lot since having played against each other as of recently. Yeah. Both teams indeed changed their rosters up a lot, so it's like a complete new matchup that we'll be seeing today.
Yeah, so let's introduce these two teams very quickly. Now, I'll talk to you again, Jack, about this because you mentioned at the start of the stage when we were sitting down on the other side of our studio saying Navi got the best of it all. They got the new fresh players in the team. These are players that, given enough time, will really, be out there. Is this still the case?
That is absolutely still the case, Milosh. When the team card comes up, what I want you to focus on is their last 2 results. Their last 2 results in the bottom right of your screen, 7-0 against G2, then a big loss going up against BDS. And I think this is pretty much what I perceived. But Navi have been competitive with every team so far, apart from BDS. They've got their own expectations tapered. If you ask them in their heart of hearts, do they think they can make the major? No. Do they realistically want to make the major? Probably. But they will be happy with not going, so they can build for the long term, so they can build to try and have a run at SI, so they can build for the next year. Because this roster, it's got everything. It really has. I genuinely believe that. It's got balance, it's got dynamic, it's got counter strategy, it's got really good core strategy, it's got ratty plays, it's got explosive plays, it's got absolutely everything. It's got clutch ability. There's nothing this roster currently cannot do. And it genuinely excites me for the future.
Exactly, yeah. Whereas they played like a training grounds against G2, they then got put back to reality by BDS last week as well. For them, it's up to recover from that loss this week. They seem to shine on defense a lot. They'll need to work on their attacks though they have this very consistent plan factor in the form of Kayak on their team. And you mentioned the clutch ability as well. They'll have Leader who gets clutches after clutches. But yeah, a team that we look forward to see what they can do in the future. It is a work in progress, but yeah, they still have a decent shot at making it to the major. And winning today, like you mentioned as well, would put a lot of other teams in decent spots too.
I mean, watch out. Like you said, Navi, BG2, 7-0. They're the up-and-comers, fresh new players that can do a lot. Next up, G2 will buy out the roster.
That's been the way. They've already taken Citizen and Doki, right? And Blur.
I mean, might as well at this point. But moving on then to their opponents, Outsiders today, and because they seem to improve on many of the mistakes that they've had earlier in the stage.
Exactly, yeah, and especially last week they won against TT9, which was a really important game for them, considering it was a little bit of a revenge tour for some of these players playing against former teammate Scyther, and especially Dan had a really good game last week. He was really sat in those power positions that he utilized very well, and the team played off very good too. Now, we know that this team is known for their very passive and at that point maybe a little bit frustrating play style that we see them bring out every now and then. I'm just really curious what Navi can show to the table in regards of playing against such a slow and frustrating play style.
I think I say this all the time, is that if you're not tip-top, especially if you're going to play execute-based Siege against Outsiders defenses, you have to be all over it. You either have to go full cheese or be all over the executes. Anything in between, Outsiders will win their defenses. What I've liked is actually their attacks. Their attacks have improved significantly from Stage 2. Stage 2 Outsiders was so slow on their attacks. So slow, no drones inside the building. They had to be forced into doing a full clear every single time they attacked. Dan and Always, you can see a tangible difference in their attacks. They've increased the pace of the attacks, they've increased the opportunity spot, they've increased the plant rates, and their attacks is actually where Outsiders are now winning those games rather than just pushing teams close.
Yes, and we know Outsiders plays passive, and they utilize, for example, a Kate really good to keep hatches closed against Rogue on Bank. They used the Goyo very well to delay time a lot, But if we think back about the interview that Navi or Skitty did after the G2 game, it also shows that they really know how to prepare against a certain team. They really read into what type of playstyle that team brings in the table, and they prepare certain types of playstyles, like against G2. They're very open and wide defenses. So I'm just really curious what Navi will bring to the table to counter that passive playstyle.
Well, what did you two predict map-wise for this before we pull up the maps?
Do you know what? Both teams have really big map pools. I do a statistical prediction, and then I interpret that to get to a final map. My statistical prediction basically says these maps are possible. It gave me 5. Genuinely, these two teams have just massive map pools and really varied banning strategy.
And
I had Clubhouse, maybe, as there's not a lot that can go wrong on this map. It's not too big, it's not too complex, especially if you're playing against a team that is really passive on defense, for example. It's good for both teams within the basics.
let's see which one we actually got. I know it's a tough one.
I felt no
for these
confidence
two.
in
Well,
this
no
prediction.
Clubhouse.
And we're going to get border for it. Okay, that's the complete opposite of what's expected. But hey, did you expect it?
No, I
Is
didn't.
it the one that was not expected?
It's in there. It's in the 5 out of 9 that I said was statistically possible. I think Border, it's a reasonably high preference map for both teams, but neither team has been to it at least this stage. I can't remember Navi. And again, it's kind of irrelevant thinking about stage 2 and 1 because these teams have had such different changes in their playstyle into stage 3.
But Outsiders ban out Bank, Skyscraper, and Border. And I mentioned them specifically because of the playstyle that you two were talking about.
Yep.
Does it make sense, or is it just we're prepared for Border because we want to change up against Navi?
Yeah, completely. My main concern for this map and phase in general was that we were going to end up on a very big map. And knowing how Outsiders play, they can either pull off a very big roam or they sit on site with all of you. It's very difficult for Navi, for example, to estimate, oh, are we going to have to do a full roam clear? Can we just take the site? And if we were going to end up on such a big map, there were going to be gaps in the defense, for example, for both teams as well, that the other team can, well, capitalize off. So I'm happy we got to a map which isn't that big. It still has roaming potential, but it's not the biggest map in the pool.
I think stylistically, this will work better for Navi. Every time we've seen a Russian team on Border, they've brought operators where you think, that's not a Border operator. They've brought Tachanka, they've brought Echo, they've brought, time denial. It doesn't work. For Outsiders' defenses, that's where I worry, because like we say, they like to be so passive. With Border, you can't be passive. You've got to be so aggressive at the entrances for any attack and map control. So for me, it's all about the Navi attack, Outsiders defense. Whoever wins that half, in my opinion, wins the game.
Well, if you're a Navi fan, you obviously want the team to win it out. Going to overtime would be awful for both of them, Outsiders especially, because that would absolutely smash their, I guess, potential to make it to the major. Same goes for Navi as well. You're looking for straight up wins in this. And if you're a fan of literally any team that is not Outsiders, you're probably rooting for Navi in this one. So let's see how it goes. Fresh Ann, thank you very much. Let's go directly into our game. It's Border, an odd one. Let's see if questions will be answered with Demo and Extra Troika. Enjoy.
Welcome everybody to Playdate number 8. Thank you very much to Milosh. Demo, are you in the mood to answer any questions?
Of what would be the question being asked?
I don't know. I'm sure we could come up with some, couldn't we?
Sure.
Some riddles, perhaps?
Riddles?
Potentially.
Like my Gollum? Is that what you see me as? Someone who likes riddles?
I don't know. Just a friendly question.
Yeah. Milos called this was going to be a bit of an odd game. You've got very two odd people casting this, so I think you got a good coverage here at the moment.
Well. Not much in it there, is there? The old social vote, 55 to 45. Navi leading ever so slightly there. And I think that represents probably what we're going to see here.
Yeah.
Border is a strange old place, Demo.
It is. It is, in my opinion, just so inconsistent as a map. You really don't know how this map's going to play out. I'm sure you can have an idea where it's just going to be a lot of kills, but the consistency of finding kills isn't always the easiest, as we know. Generally, it will be determined on how good teams can attack. I think Border being a very compact, very small map, it is sometimes difficult, I think, to get in the building, first off, and actually establish a bit of a beachhead, to say. And I think for the attackers, if you've got someone who can read the game really well and can see a weakness in a defense, that's the way you need to basically probe, see what's weak, and then hit that with everything. I think Border, you need to commit to attacks. That's kind of the way we see. We see Ying's, Glaz. You think of Armory. You think of the Archives plant where you get the smokes in, Monty plants, yada yada yada. Those are the kind of plays that you see. You need to see commitment. I think trying to go for roam clear on Border, it's difficult. I think there's a lot of operators that make it tricky. I think if Azami is let through, then you look at CCTV room. that's going to be a bit of an issue to get through, isn't it? Oh, well, Azami's gone. But, I mean, you've got operators there like Mira, example, is opened up. We've seen a good deal of Castle as well, making his way into border. So there is, you know, there's operators there that you have to work through, and it can sometimes be difficult to really hinder these roam presence that, you know, you see set up inside of security. If it's the basement, think customs extensions.
No surprise to see the Dokubi ban coming out there, Ying ban as well. I think stylistically, in terms of a map, this probably preferences Navi more than Outsiders, in my opinion. Given Outsiders' nature on their defense, where they do like to play quite AFK.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, that's the way I think you have to play on border sometimes, isn't it?
But also, that is the only way you can play on border,
Yeah.
so attackers therefore are used to dealing with it very quickly.
Navi's a smart team. I think they've shown that. They can pull off some pretty clean attacks. It's just how good are they prepared, I think, for this map. Obviously, Navi starting the defense, we'll start to see how they've actually prepped for it in terms of the attacking side. But I think, like the Des mentioned, it's a map that both these teams, they're happy enough to play it, but they never got the chance to.
I mean, it's a good job that Jack isn't the analyst for Navi, isn't it? Because he had 5 maps that he was picking between them.
Yep.
Sure, border was one of them, but I don't think anyone really
He talks
expected
a big game for, you know, for someone who's sitting there and slagging on Fabian. Go and do it with another team, Jack. You get in the hot seat. Let's see how you deal. Let's see how Fabian, see him criticize you instead.
We did just get a glimpse of the percentages there, and whilst the percentages aren't incredibly high, around 40 to 50%, it still means quite a lot in terms of the context and, of course, other fixtures that will go in and around this. And with this being our penultimate Playday, there is still a chance for both of these two teams to make it to the major. Everything nice and close, just exactly the way that we like it.
Certainly. So, Navi bringing in Castle, which I think, again, as expected, is going to be a difficult operator that you have to try and move through if you are Outsiders. They look to go very default. They have created a minefield out there in the old front door, Ollie.
Do you think they're expecting a run out, Del?
I think they're expecting something. 1 run out, 3 run outs, they're ready for it nonetheless. This looks to be very default, isn't it, at the moment for Outsiders? A very slow and steady approach. They're, again, looking for options. They're going to start the utility burn. They will try and challenge this hold inside of security. Of course, it makes it easier whenever you know you're not up against an Azami, but there's still going to be ADSs, castle barricades, mute jammers, a lot of things you need to work for. And this is sometimes the issues that we see teams fall into with border. That's where we've seen actually office takes be a lot more successful, because taking this room, there may be a lot of doorways and windows, but getting onto them is tricky.
CCTV was a nightmare before Azami was even conceived, and it will continue to be a nightmare as long as Azami is banned. It is a very difficult place to try and breach into. We've seen that demonstrated there just by how much utility has been spent already and how little has been returned. Dan potentially going to be getting himself taken out there, but Teb does put a couple of points of damage in. The first kill, however, goes in favor of Outsiders. Pasha is able to take down Nath. But just look at how many pockets of safety Navi have still got to work around here. Sure, we've got Kayak in on the side, but Teb is very unknown right now. He's actually made a full rotation and got himself into the small break room. Now he's got a chance to try and peek out. Going to get caught there in the lion scan. Eventually swung, but a direct trade.
Oh, Skitty looking for the refrag, but Pasha's done so well to get that second kill for himself. That's a massive one, Ollie. That's really shifted the tide in favor of Outsiders. They have 45 seconds to go. They have security. They know one is at least on site. They don't know where the other player is. They don't know where leader is. This should just be nice and slow, nice and steady, establish some good crossfires, which I see a really good rotate from Always over on that ventilation window. That's just going to cut off the site. It's going to mean that leader can no longer help Kayak, but maybe he doesn't need to help Always. He's found a kill in sight.
Certainly not the way you want to start trying to trade out a man advantage is by losing someone for nothing. Don't forget, leader's still got a C4 in pocket, but it's not going to matter. Always, he picks himself at 1 and pre-fires for the second. Kayak shuts him down, but eventually Rask swings in. That pinch, that pressure from both sides being applied quite nicely from Outsiders to round out round number 1.
Yeah, that Skitty kill, I think, was the big one, wasn't it? Only that really shifted the direction of where that round was headed. If it was a good refrag from Skitty, then it's a 3 versus 3.
I think it was a good play from Skitty.
They lose their pressure from reach stairs. You know, I think, well, that's the way Navi were set up. They were looking for the refrags, weren't they?
Yeah. You got to make the play.
Don't do it.
You have. If Skitty doesn't make the play there, we call him out for being AFK.
I'm going to start suing you for every time you use my phrase. Do you ever see me using one of your signature phrases?
Attackers need to
The classics such as...
Turnabout.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
What else do you say? You don't stick to many one-liners.
The variety. It's the spice of life, though.
You're just a shuffle playlist, are you? That's what I call casting. Just the album.
Just plug me in and click shuffle. See what you get. Get in the mirror this time.
Yep. I was expecting that to come in. I think you need a little bit more control of the map, which I think Mira brings you, isn't it? Gives you the vision, kind of scares away attackers from many instances. Hopefully Navi have realized and seen the way Outsiders have played that. Just slow. That's the way Outsiders describe their playstyle. It worked for them, sure, but now it's up to Navi adapting to that. Because realistically, for Outsiders, if Navi are just sitting still and not swinging, which I would say there's a few times there where Navi were caught out because they were looking for the kills, Outsiders would struggle. It's a thing that we've kind of came back to about Outsiders is they are sometimes stuck in their ways in terms of the old meta where you just sit and wait for something to happen. You have to be proactive now in the attack because there is so many good defenders at the moment where you can just set up shop, just apply a lot of utility denial and then go from there. You have to always be the aggressor as the attackers. So I think if Navi can play their cards right and really set up for that, then they should have no issues. That's a good pick from Milan. That gets rid of an ADS. And as we know, for these castle barricades, you want to make sure you can deny any of the Ash breaching rounds. If there was gone 6s, you want to make sure that you have that protection. So that's a bit of an issue there for Navi, but hopefully it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
I mean, the ADS saved a little bit of time last time for Navi, didn't it? I think that Outsiders were maybe a little bit lax in how they chose to deal with that. This time they're going for a much more direct focus. The Twitch,
mirror window,
of course, is being brought for the mirror window as well, but it isn't going to be found. That's both Twitch drones down.
Oh dear. Yikes.
Looks as though we're stuck in a mute jammer.
This is
hey,
I was going to say, how good your casting skills?
I mean, Easy saved it there, hasn't he?
He's done well, old Easy. So this is the office take now, but now you're pushing into a mirror window. I don't know if I personally agree with the way that Outsiders establish themselves, because generally if you know you're up against mirror windows, Armory's still probably the better option for yourself, but I don't know, this is what I mean about Outsiders. It just seems very slow, very mundane. They're waiting for Navi to move, but Skiddy, for example, what does he need to do? Absolutely nothing.
Second kill going to come in here for Navi. It's going to do something to alleviate a lot of that pressure, removing that soft destruction in the sledge and the Ash. Of course, any nades gone as well, and I think always potentially died with 2 nades in pocket there. So pretty unforgivable stuff. Skiddy is going to be very safe behind this mirror window. Sure, he can get full whited, but the cover is there. Leader picks up his second on the round, just providing that needed support here for Skiddy, as people do tend to hop in through that single. Will be there with a trade. Leader eventually falls, but Skiddy isn't finished there. Milan takes him down, but is left in the clutches, greeted by a castle barricade. His only option really is to push through break. A little bit of barb to give away some sound, and he knows that he's going to be coming up against more obstacles here. Looking for the peek over that small little half wall there, and he will find it briefly, but doesn't manage to connect. That F2 not being too kind for him. Navi, it really is a case of sit and wait. You can just see how funneled Milan is here. He's literally got no option, and Navi know it. Navi know exactly where he's going to be pushing into, and Nath will collect the final kill.
He's walked into a trap, hasn't he, Ollie? You've seen he looked behind him. Oh, hold on a minute.
Another castle barricade.
I'm stuck.
How many of these things have we got?
Much better from Navi. You just have to sit back and let Outsiders beat themselves, isn't it? That's as easy as you can put it.
The fact that we didn't see any castle barricades dealt with in a meaningful way. So much focus on the mirror window. Was the whole round resting and hinging on those Twitch drones? I kind of felt like it.
I just don't know why they don't commit to going for security.
Go below, use nades, do something.
That's true. Nobody from Outsiders has stepped foot downstairs at all. But yeah, I mean, those are the kind of rounds that Navi should be winning. Whenever Outsiders are playing like that, you should be capitalizing.
Yeah. I think Navi did a great job.
Yeah.
I remember, you'll have been there, we did an interview with cameraman back in the BR6 days, and he said, we were like, what did you do in this situation or something? And he was like, I just told the team to take the hand off the keyboard. Yeah. Like, you can use the mouse hand, but just take your hand off the keyboard. Don't be pressing that WASD. Don't be moving yourself around, because you don't need to. And that was a good example of it. Navi had set up shop. Outsiders didn't deal with it. Guess what? Yeah. Navi come away with the round.
Yeah, and one thing I want to touch upon, just borders a map, is obviously you see it's very slow from the attacker perspective. Defenders just kind of sit back and don't really do anything. The thing is, I see with sometimes in the defenses of border, one pick can be crucial to topple the tower. How many times have we seen somebody be taken out in a power position that was supposed to be holding across for somebody else, they get taken out and the whole thing's done. That's one thing you will say, though, about the defenses in border. So if Navi, if you look at the first round, they were given picks. They were letting these positions get taken out, and there's nothing they could really do from there. This time, they gave Outsiders nothing.
Kayak playing games here with the old opponent detected outside. He is likely thrown an alibi clone out, potentially onto the roof or just somewhere out of harm's way. It's just going to be a bit of an annoyance for these attackers. He's set up inside of Armory. He's got half of the wall reinforced and is looking to play relatively aggressively. He's keeping a good eye on the rotation that he's got there. Drones now working their way through. Lion scan to pin the defenders in place. A little bit of a pre-fire there, but it won't net anything. Finally, we see that annoyance removed.
I like the Legion pickup. I think that's, if you think about the kind of setup Navi are going for, it is going to be a ventilation and workshop hold. They're going to go for the roam game. They're extending very heavily across most of that top floor. There's going to be a lot of ways in. Goo mines are going to be your best friend. You have those sound cues. It means you don't have to have somebody sat in position because you know the Goo mine's got you covered.
The Selma, first one gets impacted off. The second one, well, half of it gets impacted off. Dan did a reasonable job there of trying to keep himself alive. But again, we're just blindly throwing utility in Demo. It's getting caught. Kayak will find himself down. Teb dodges his way out of the grenade and he will be swung as well. So for Outsiders, the utility game might not be on point, but the gun skill certainly is. Managed to net themselves a kill and a down on another. Kayak eventually will be revived. Not quite sure how he's managed to get away with that, but he has since dropped down. This top floor control is fast disappearing from Navi's hands.
I think Skiddy's going to be caught in a landslide here in a minute. He's getting pressured from both angles. He just has to play for the kills, but no, gets nothing at all. Navi down 2 players. Dan did a great job there, Ollie, just saying, what are we doing? We need to get in Armory here. And then he just pushed in, takes a swing against Teb, has done really well to establish control for Outsiders. Naif does get 1 kill back. Kayaks actually went for the flank up east there. Remember, he was downed in sight for a period there, Ollie, so you can see the game plan from Navi is we need to go for the retake. We need to get these kills back. We cannot allow Outsiders to set up. But Outsiders, they have them beat, Ollie. Great read there from Elon Ras. Straight in, getting the plant down, cover from above. And Naif, can he do anything? He gets a down. There's 1 kill, but 3 more to find, along with a defuse.
A lot of work for Nath to do here. He's going to shotgun open the wall and meet his end, always. Didn't need much of an invitation. He roughly knew where Nath was, and shotgun through the wall and the peekaboo on the other side was all that was required. I think Navi are in a tough spot there. They're almost forced into the retake because you lose top floor control. You've lost the site. You cannot hold. If the sledge is alive and ripping open the floor, there is nothing that you can then do. You have to vacate the site, try and retake up the staircases. Outsiders, they took the initiative there. It wasn't perfect. You know, we criticised the nade getting caught in the whammy. We criticised a little bit around the, you know, the impact tricking on the breach. But I think that Dan showed a great,
of course he did, yeah.
We need to make a play here, and I'm going to push in and be
That's why he's been brought in, to help that. We know the caliber of Dan. You know, everyone talks about, I know I'm also a victim of that, where we talk about, oh, Spoit, the rookie, oh, the best rookie I've ever seen. Hold on a minute. People forget, this man was doing that before Spoit. He came into his first ever season. He went and he won a finals. You know, we forget about how good Dan has been and the pedigree that this man has carried. You know, back-to-back championships he won, for goodness sake, Ollie.
Are you saying there's some bias?
No bias, I'm just saying that, you know, you have to give him credit where credit's due at the end of the day. I know Dan's very highly rated across the professional scene. You know, we also, whenever he wasn't playing for the first 2 stages, you know, we've seen the support for professionals and you know, everything that went involved into that. But no, he's a great player. I think that shows just that little bit of a, what are we doing, guys? You know, we need to get in there, and he did that. And again, similar issues there for Navi. 1 piece is out of the play, and that's it. It's done. And that's kind of what you've seen. It was just individual picks. They couldn't really get any footing inside of that round.
We're going to see a little bit of pulse here. Skiddy hasn't had the best game so far.
Maybe lacking a bit of info. That's why Navi have went for the pulse pickup. Can be great at just that early information to see where Outsiders are going to be setting up their pushes. Outsiders, again, very one-directional. If they want one side of the map, they'll all go for it. We're not really seeing the same level of crouch walking that maybe other teams would employ. And I mean, sure, they certainly do have players who could do that, but Outsiders at the moment are very dedicated for a bit more of a traditional style where you just commit to one side.
I think the pulse plays quite nicely into that. Skiddy's able to feed a lot of this information over and across to Teb, who's playing upstairs inside of CCTV. Got a bit of an angle there on the window and can look maybe for a tad more. Will get an opportunity, but doesn't pull the trigger. Interestingly, lets always pass. Now, with these hatches open, that is a bit of a risky play. Of course, the C4 is going to be in hand there for Skiddy, so he can choose to use it. But you'd like to kind of save that for a little bit later on into the round. He can still continue to feed this information around. If he does go for the C4, it needs to be a guarantee almost at this point. But equally, he can call that the players have since left. Outsiders dipping themselves into security, not really liking what they've seen, and are instead going to try and focus into Armory.
So this time from Navi, a little bit more of a let them have it technique, I suppose, where they're just trying to play off that information. Keep in mind that Outsiders, they still have a lot of work to do. They don't have any control inside of Workshop as of yet, so moving in towards Bathroom is going to be a no-no until they gain control of that side of the map. Pulse are now rotated into said Workshop to try and assist them. Bit more information, NEC 4 kills perhaps, and Dan will spot one, but keep in mind, Dan's by himself. A good time swing here from Navi could eliminate him, and it will do that. Teb with a great shot, and there's that initiative from Outsiders. It's gone. Who else is going to step up to the plate now?
Oh, great little run out there from Nate. He's going to find himself one, hop himself down and jump back into sight. Just misses the one punch there on the barricade, but he's still going to be in a speedy manner. Always the next person into the Workshop, and this is one by one. Oh dear, Outsiders. Where is the prowess? Gone. Where is that little bite that you had on those attacks? Milom in the clutches, 1 versus 5, 20 seconds left to go. Don't forget, there's still a Pulse Alive demo feeding all of that information. I think something that we often forget is that Pulse works equally well on the same level as it does working vertically or working down horizontally. The Pulse is fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw there in the Workshop. That's how Dan fell. That's how Teb had the information for that swing. Navi playing a blinder there on the info game.
It's just, again, Navi, both rounds they've won, it hasn't been flashy. It hasn't been, oh my God, that's brilliant. But they're doing the job. Yep. They're playing the way it's supposed to be. For Outsiders, rushing a step there. Why is Dan pushing in Workshop?
Where are the drones?
Why is he pushing in Workshop without top floor being sledged open for him? What's going on there? Why is that not being relayed? Why is Dan not saying, I'm pushing in Workshop? Maybe it was relayed. Maybe the sledge wasn't there. But that should be opened up. If you know that you have to take Workshop to then take Bathroom, you need to sledge inside of Archives. You need to sledge that portion of the map. Why that wasn't done? I don't know. And it's like the sledge isn't going to get C4'd if Dan's on that door. So what? Why are they scared?
We haven't got the mirror this time. Now we've opted away from the mirror window, which is almost a little bit unusual because it's one of the things that works exceptionally well for them on their second attempt up in Armory. We've gone back to this heavy utility denial. We've gone back to the Wamai, we've gone back to the Castle and the Jaeger. Really looking to soak all of those throwables up.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Outsiders taking a slightly different approach. They brought the Floras in the previous round, but they're going to bring it again here and now. They've sacrificed the Nomad for it, though, and we've already seen Navi's willingness to make those little cheeky runouts if the opportunity presents itself.
I think Navi are showing a great use of Castle in this game, haven't they? And just for people who aren't aware of what these Castle barricades are trying to achieve, you're trying to apply layers of protection onto your roamers. We've talked about Border and how it can be sometimes unsafe, especially with Azami being banned out. Castle's going to be the alternative to that. Castle is here to simply deny lines of sight, which is exactly what Azami does. The only thing that you do have to be careful of, though, with these Castle barricades is once they're gone, they're gone. It's not like Azami where if you lose one of your barriers, I'll just put another one up. So that's the only thing you have to be careful of.
Look at Nath here, able to replace the utility as well. Just replaced one of the magnets.
They lose the important one, though. That's the big one that protects Teb.
Teb does still have an ADS here, but is actually going to feel the heat and just dip himself out. This is the hatch being reinforced this time. No option to nade from below. Something that we criticised Outsiders for previously was their lack of want to go underneath when attacking this top floor. And it hasn't really worked out for them too well there, maybe just lacking a little bit of info. Slowly but surely, these castle barricades are going to fall by the wayside. But it does come at a cost of time and utility. Nath, still in a good position here inside. Breaks, going to find himself a great shot onto Milon. And look to retreat back to the site. He feels like he's done his job there, Demo. He's going to actually use a pocket reinforcement to just close off that fountain.
Even Tab gone as well. So the two roamers inside of security and Breakroom, they've done their job. Done a very, very good job at slowing down that attack from Outsiders. Outsiders were just so headlocked into, we have to get rid of the castle barricades, we have to open things up. And to be fair, you open up those castle barricades, all of a sudden Navi, they're feeling quite exposed. But then they just die. We just see swings come in, we see picks happen for Navi. And again, Navi reading the game very well. If you have that man advantage against Outsiders, you keep it. Because Outsiders, as we know, they'll just start to stop, they'll splutter, and they'll run out of gas.
And you look across at the utility available now for Outsiders and the time. Nothing. Sure, we've got a couple of Selmas, but with no nades, with no more Rotero drones. We've got a couple of drones knocking around between us, but who's going to be in position to get one of those down? Rask finds himself a freebie onto Teb and a second onto Nath. Navi giving themselves up here. Kayak steadies the ship and drags one back, maintaining that man count advantage, but Pasha potentially on the backstab. The beepers are going to give him away here if he pushes through any further, but if he can time this well with Rask, it might work out. Pasha, he's going to find one onto Kayak, and that allows him to hop in. And now Skiddy left in the clutches when realistically he shouldn't.
C4 from below.
Going to be getting now flashed out. We do have the C4 from below. The info, is it going to be there and is it going to be sufficient? It will, but it's not in time. The plant is allowed to go down. Navi have to compose themselves here. They have to regroup and try and close this out. Skiddy does just exactly that. Quick peek there on to Pasha. Plenty of time to defuse.
That bulletproof the whole time was up. Ollie fed out the information. Good retake by Navi, but a little bit sketchy here or there from a 5v3. Losing a couple of bodies there from just...
Could have gone either way there.
You know, it's one of those rounds, a little bit sketchy, but still, it's enough for Navi to get the round. Realistically, you looked at the first two opening kills, the roam game from Navi, it just, you're sitting there and you think, God, that has to be it, surely is. Outsiders, you know, historically, we know they're not too good from positions on attack where they are behind. And yeah, it's showcased that, hasn't it? So Outsiders' last attack before they get the shift on to what you'd say is the easier half. But then again, we know Navi on the attacks, they can be brutal, absolutely brutal.
Attackers need to locate.
And Border as a map in itself is often seen as a little bit attack-sided. We're going to get a replay of this great shot from Nath. We get the red outline, players don't. Not a great deal of difference in the colour of the pixels there. Top little C4 from below, look how close that was as well. Half a second or so from actually denying the plant and not even ending up in a retake. But still, the round will be remembered as a Navi one. We go downstairs to the workshop for what will be the final round of Outsiders attack.
Navi got picked apart last time they went down here. The upstairs just crumbled. It was, you know, like a bowling ball going into a poppadom. It was just, it was done.
Where's that come from?
What?
Where have you heard that from?
Do you like that one? Is that not a good one?
I mean, I guess.
Structural integrity of a Easter egg on a hot summer's day.
No, you've been watching too many podcasts.
You're loving that one. Don't lie, you actually think that's actually genius. I should have got that one.
One thing that Navi don't have this time is the pulse. Now, they have been playing the pulse a couple of times, especially for these ground floor defenses, and it's done them reasonably well, just to gather a little bit more of that information, but it really comes down and hinges on how well they're able to hold on to this top floor, because, as we saw last time, retaking the top floor after you've lost the site or after you've vacated the site can be very difficult. Those staircase and those staircase angles, fairly easy to self-flank drones on, fairly difficult to re-challenge onto.
So one operator that hasn't made the cut is going to be the mute, which is a bit of a surprise. You see the mirror windows, you would expect to see that mute combination to go with it, so then you can keep those mirror windows up and stay away from the hard breachers. What is happening here right now for Outsiders? They've lost 2 players of inside the first minute, and they've got nothing to show for it. Oh dear, Ollie.
Teb's picked up another kill there inside of CCTV. I think Leader got the first. And Teb said, yeah, you know what, I'm happy with that. We can dip. We've wasted a bit of time. We've got 2 kills for our troubles. And we've left them with only 1 nade left. No the throwables, by the way. So those magnets are going to come in extremely handy later on into the round. Milon, realizing now that no one's home inside of CCTV, maybe going to try his luck at a little bit of a nade, but the barricade being closed doesn't make it easy. Can, of course, try and thread one through, as always now approaches the breach. The mirror window being smashed out. Makes things a little bit more difficult for Kayak, and recognizing the advantage that Navi are in, rightly dips himself out.
Minute to go. Outsiders have only just got themselves inside of CCTV room, and they've only just disabled the mirror window, but they have no footing inside of Armory. This time the roam game has worked so well, and it's just because they've got the early picks. Outsiders, the same story as what we've seen in the last round. They've just got no gas to get them into that second gear.
What a fadeaway.
Drops the hatch and gets the kill on the way down. A 2v4, Rask and Pasha. What can they do? Not a lot, realistically. Ollie Navi have got themselves out of there, and they can just play the refrags.
35 seconds to go, a Nook and an ace. No Selmas, no nades, a couple of claymores, but they likely won't do all too much. And Navi with the crossfire. Not thirsting after these final couple of kills, they don't need to. The clock's likely going to do a lot of the work for them here. Milon hanging around at the top of metal stairs. He's going to drop down and pick himself one before being immediately traded. Rask pushes himself in, takes down Teb. The goo mine comes in pretty clutch there, not going to lie. 8 seconds to go. He's going to attempt the plant.
That's a sticker.
Surely somebody from Navi is in hot pursuit here. We are going to see the pinch come through on both sides. Rask immediately downed by Leader. And again, plenty of time to disable that diffuser. 2 plants there for Outsiders and 2 failed attacking rounds off the back of them.
Exact same story, isn't it? Only just the picks gone. Outsiders, I mean, they've done well even in the losing positions to get the plant down.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, exactly.
Didn't matter when they got the plant down in the other round either.
Nope.
The plant is irrelevant there.
Yep.
Switch of the sides.
So this is where it gets interesting, because the pressure's on Navi. We have to make that clear. We've seen plenty of times in Siege, one team can start off and a good lead in the first half, but then all of a sudden, we see the second half come in, and the team who just got done on the defense all of a sudden start doing it on the defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Is this where Outsiders come into their own with that sort of very slow and almost frustrating play style? I'm not too sure, because I don't think that Border is that kind of a map. It's not a map that you can really play AFK. You can't really get yourself and just sit on site, because site gets exposed so quickly.
You need to roam. You can't anchor in Border.
Control of key locations. CCTV, it's not up for debate. It's not a question. You need someone in there. You need utility in there, because you lose that. A lot of the attacks for Border pivot and hinge on this single space right here.
5 seconds left before.
You have to extend. You have to try and hold a lot of the map, which, again, this is what I mentioned, the Jenga tower. One piece goes, that's it, because getting refrags is quite difficult on Border, as what we've seen whenever it is mostly attackers pushing into just straight up gunfights. No real, oh, there's a crossfire to my right, there's a crossfire to my left. You are just pushing one direction and just winning the engagement. We've seen that a few times happen with the players upstairs inside of armor. Look at Kayak whenever he was on the castle. How many times did he just sit and hold an angle facing one direction, and that was it?
You have to make a lot of your own crossfires, and that's why we see so much shotgun work on Border, just to create little lines of sight here and there. And that has been done. Nath, we kick things off by opening up detention wall there, just knocking out the second Selma, so it will only just be a line of sight, no opportunity for a defender to leap out and get a little bit slippy.
Outsiders never had any interest in customs if we look at their attacks, Ollie. They were, again, very one-dimensional in what they wanted to take, where I think you can see Navi. They're hitting really everywhere, aren't they? Now they're on bottom east stairs, they're opening up castle barricades, they're creating more crossfires. They're just trying to set up a massive pinch all at once, where they're having a player on each angle, and then you just go 3, 2, 1, and you push in, and you just try and get the kills. Because statistically, you would expect to have at least a couple of players on the bottom 4 for Outsiders. So you're going to have that man advantage up top, aren't you?
Liana Clone gathering plenty of info there. Milon takes the engagement. Nath was trying to jump in off the back of that intel. It's going to lose a part of the hard breach that Navi were bringing here. They do also have the Hibana as backup, and we've already seen a couple of those pellets deployed out there onto the wall into Armory, and we do have a bit of a line of sight here as well into Archives. Navi are just stalling out for a moment, though. It doesn't look like there's a entirely clear ball. Kind of feel that Nath pushing in off the back of that Iana drone was planned to go a little bit differently there, and was just a little bit aggressive with no opportunity for a refrag.
It looks as if they're going to try and push into Workshop via bathroom, and then leave one player upstairs to try and stop the horde from being unleashed, which, as soon as Outsiders know that Navi's in the site, we will just see everything being thrown into that. You'll have the players rushing upstairs, try and use the hatch control, retake east stairs. You're putting a lot of pressure on Teb to do that.
Teb's got a big job ahead of him for sure. We did also see a couple of sneaky frost mats placed as well at the start of the round, and obviously now Navi with guns up. There's a likelihood that one of them falls victim to that, but that's a great pick there from Kayak. He's going to push himself through, but the frost mat comes through them. I thought he might have seen that one. It was horrible, just placed by the doorway. A real kick there for Kayak. Should be getting picked up here. Pasha will have the audio cue though, and we're going to see a peek off the back of it. Skiddy trying to be that force, trying to brute his way in through sight. The bulletproof will call him out. Doesn't find the first. 6 seconds left. Teb, what can you do as the buck? He's getting shot from everywhere. Look at the cross on that final kill.
Frostmat ensues the chaos.
Frostmat's win rounds demo.
Fast Ann, they'll be loving that, Ollie. She'll be loving that.
I called it. I thought it'd be shot. I honestly thought it would have been taken out.
It's so bad it works.
Teb was inside of main lobby at the start of the round. I'm not criticising him for not seeing it. I didn't see where he got in from. I'm not sure if he came in from passport or something.
Well, he got in waiting and he just opened up the castle barricade.
He destroyed the castle barricade.
I don't think
and
he
ran
actually
away.
looked in bathroom.
I don't think he looked that way, but you could just see it peeking out from the door frame.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Well. I mean, this was... I don't know. It seemed to be that Iana had kind of checked Brazil and then ran around to the kind of little bit of a pillar and then seen the alibi. I don't know if there's a miscommunication. Maybe there was a 1 second off there from Nathan, but if someone's in Brazil, you wouldn't expect Nathan to be jumping in there by himself. So I would say there was something going on there, because that was, first of all, a very strange play that we have to talk about. It's just that first kill that Nathan gave away for absolutely pennies.
Especially given that there was still nades available. I think Skiddy still had a couple of nades right up until the end of the round there.
Yeah.
The fact that we're not seeing that player just naded out, there should be a Hail Mary of util going in onto that spot, because there wasn't loads protecting them.
The Frost is back in again.
Well, it's worked, hasn't it?
I mean, Dan hasn't had the greatest of games, Ollie, but the Frost match, what more can you say?
Oh, you can't put the Frost mats into a spreadsheet demo. Their value is, they're priceless.
Interesting to see Outsiders staying away from Armory. They're going to go for another bottom floor defense. This time, Custom and Tellers is where they're headed. For the most part, the attacks for Custom and Tellers has been very centric around East Stairs. You try and take control of East Stairs, you hold the cutoff from Office, and you actually try and plant where the single wall is inside of Tellers. Easy, take us down just so we can have a look at that single wall. See, just in that corner where that frost mat is? That has been the go-to plant position that we're seeing now inside a border. So I wonder if that's the approach that Navi's going to go for. I assume it will be, because you're bringing the Flores. Great operator for that. You can open up the wall. You can get rid of any castle barricades that may be skirted around on some of the windows. And also it's going to be good for actually a bit of an East Stairs hold. We're seeing just a single shield with an alibi, and that will be very swiftly taken out. So yeah, I think Navi, they're going to opt for that take.
A lot of value out of the Rotero drones in this round for Nate. He's already got the castle barricade open and been able to remove that shield. Does just give Milon a little bit less security at this top of East Stairs position. Skiddy, he will be below. Doesn't know how close he is there. It's one of those occasions where you're just bidding them to pull the trigger. But he can start ripping open that floor at a moment's notice. Leader, this time he's going to be the first to fall. It seems like there's a bit of a curse on Ace demo. It was Nathan the previous round, and it's Leader inside of this one. And this time, that's the only hard breach that Navi are bringing. Granted, they don't need it for the actual site, but it is going to be handy to try and get things open before that.
Yeah, it's a bit all over the place from Navi. I thought they were going to go minimalistic, just take East Stairs and go for that push, but instead they're actually up for the fight against Outsiders. They are very spread out. Skiddy, as we know, has just been ambling around downstairs for quite a while. There's a yellow ping, so he does know someone's on the other side of the wall, but it's very tense at the moment. As long as Dan's alive, Navi can't really get anything going, and then Dan goes for a swing and gives it all up.
Tep picks up a great kill there. It alleviates some of the pressure on Skiddy downstairs. He can now focus on other things. He's conscious of the player not only behind the reinforced wall, but he also doesn't want to get dropped on from above. Any rotating defenders at this point are likely going to try and use this hatch to get themselves back down to that ground floor and look to work a little bit further. Skiddy, however, will pick up that kill. Milon is able to trade as Kayak actually gets caught out quite deep inside of the site. Milon at the bottom of these East Stairs now looks to try and pivot his way through. Quick little revive here. There's plenty of time for Outsiders to get this one off, but the site has been given up. Milon looks away at the wrong moment, and that's going to allow the plant to go down. Nath, under the cover here, is going to be able to get it down. Skiddy picks up his second, keeping this plant secure. Now you've got to fight your way through this room. Skiddy is having the round of his life here, picks himself up 3. Can he find the 4th and final kill onto Rask? Rask, looking now to peek on through, is going to peek up the downed player in Nath. Nath just laying prone there, trying to keep himself alive and give a little bit of information. It's made Skiddy's job a little bit harder here. Thinks about the skeleton key, but double doubts himself, Demo. Rask nails Skiddy. Plenty of time to disable the diffuser. What a pickup, what a round there from Rask.
Oh, Skiddy done so much of the work. Very strange round from Navi. Didn't really know what they were going for. It was kind of a bit of everything. They had some customs presence, guy in armory, pushing into the bathroom. It's, yeah, all over the gaff. Skiddy, I thought he had it, good position, could have actually sat there just with the shotgun, swings around, shotgun's going to blast them at that range, but just, I don't know, Skiddy was indecisive there, loses 1v1, and Rask picks it up, great 1v2, great heads up, going for the prone player, as we've seen the kill before getting Skiddy.
how heavily can we criticize Skiddy there? Because he'd already picked up a couple of kills. He'd already ensured the plant went down. He got a kill onto Milan, I think it was, whilst Nath was getting the diffuser down. There's got to become a point there where you go, why has Nath let that go into a 1 versus 1?
I want to bring it back to the point of what's happening with the opening death, should I say, for Navi. Because that's twice where an ace is just out of it. Just 2 simple kills in both rounds.
Ace on the entry.
It's been easy for outsiders. I mean, sure, Heartbreach isn't the biggest issue for Border, but still, giving away those early picks is an issue. We've seen that outsiders, if they lose the early pick in the attacks, I think you can say that for a lot of teams, if you lose that first opening engagement on Border, it becomes so much more difficult. Just the way it is on Border, because you need the refrags, you need more manpower. We've mentioned before that it's all about kills on Border. That's what it comes down to.
It's regardless of the utility that you bring in most of the time. You know, you might say on a map like Clubhouse, for example, if you lose your Heartbreacher, you know, you're in a bad place. But on Border, it doesn't matter who you lose because you just need a gun.
That's it. It's all about guns, and you need as many as you can.
Little tactical time out there from Navi.
It was needed. I think it was starting to look quite grim. You need to make sure you can shut down outsiders, because we know, and whenever outsiders get going, they're just on their day. Some team. And again, Navi, obviously, I don't think in the grand scheme of things that top 4 is a make or break for this team in this season. We have to keep that in mind. You know, getting the major isn't going to define who they are. Next year will define who this team is, because we know it's all about building the foundations, and they've shown us some good seeds, but they've also shown us weaknesses.
Outside have been able to pick up 2 rounds here on the defense. Let's see if they can make it 3 here. Going to be seeing the Echo this time. There has been quite a focus from both sides of getting the plant down. Those Yokais are going to provide some much-needed information here, something that potentially outsiders have been lacking a little bit.
So we seen Naif on the ace, died first. We've seen Leader on the ace, died first. Kayak, no pressure. No pressure.
Kayak's just going to hold my beer. I'll show you how it's done.
Watch him get the opening pick. That's how it's done, boys.
Well, we'll certainly find out if it is the ace curse or not.
It's a close game. Look at the kills on either team. I mean, look at the consistency from Navi. Everyone getting 6 kills at least.
That's what you want out of the side, don't you? If this was a sort of game where it was just Skiddy popping off, or if there was just one person that was getting all of the, there'd be a problem. But I think everyone's performed when they had to. There's just been some very slight mistakes that have caused them a couple of problems. Leader, he's got control of East Stairs, and we're seeing a bit of util thrown there into Break Room and CCTV. So Navi, as ever, that focus is going to be on gaining control of CCTV and starting to use that as a little bit of a beachhead. Fortunately for them, there are no defenders located there. You can see all the defenders in one picture at the moment, all on the same level. Crossfires now starting to come through. Some pre-fires are exchanged, but outsiders have almost retreated into this very passive playstyle,
and that's what you do on top floor. You just sit back, relax. I love the rotation from Naif, though. We see him kind of out towards the vents, maybe rotating towards a single window. He could go for the repel, but just this level of pressure that you can apply, it means that outsiders don't have the same flexibility of being able to move from room to room in the bomb site. You now have to be very careful of what you're going to go for. They have now somebody on the sandwich repel. They have Naif there. They're looking just for a default armory plant. They have Skiddy below to stop C4s. Anyone from outsiders home. There's nobody really in the hot seat that you can say can deny that. Dan has to swing, doesn't have, it's not as if it's a smoke or has a C4. This is tricky, but nailed with that nade. Teb sees somebody skirt across. That Claymore should be able to get a kill, and yes, it will from Naif. We've seen him put down there earlier. Great pick on the Echo Cam. Outsiders not ready for a default plant.
Criminal. Pasha, maybe thinking about a double dip. Maybe going to throw himself out of the window as well. He knows there's no Claymore now, at least. Isn't going to be able to catch Nath as he just makes his way onto the roof at the right time. Kayak, he picks up his second on the round. Rask, he's in the hot seat. Caught out there on 90. Bit of no man's land there, really. Not got much of a chance. Navi getting the default plant down. Very difficult to retake that plant as well. And that's one of the reasons why we say that Border is a little bit attacker-sided, because you can just get away with some of those quick pocket plays.
And we mentioned it before. It's all about being able to see Border, see the weaknesses in what the defense is setting up. Navi took a look at that and said, all right, they have about 5 people towards office. Let's just go and plant on the other side.
Drone out CCTV. No, it's clear.
No Echo Cam.
One person below.
No Echo Cam in position.
Nope.
I don't know how Outsiders have allowed something to default to happen. It's probably the biggest surprise. Was there even any feet holes on the double
No one playing in
softball?
box, yeah.
There was nothing.
Yep.
Very, very strange. But all credit to Navi, they see the weaknesses, they go for it, they commit.
And the thing is, it worked perfectly because they've just taken a timeout. They then get almost gifted an opportunity at a default plan, which comes off for them. And now they can just ride that momentum and continue, hopefully for them, to build something off the back of it. Outsiders, a little bit stunned. Back down to Workshop we go. They're not choosing to go upstairs again. They have the opportunity to go back up to Armory, of course, but they aren't going to go there. Instead, they're going to opt for this Workshop site. I'm going to see a little bit of a change again. Getting the Doc this time. Is Doc going to be the answer to Dan's prayers demo?
He's 2 and 8.
Little 2 and 8.
Has he got the P90 or has he got the MP5? That's the question. What are you a fan of, P90 or MP5, Ollie?
I think I like the MP5.
You went for the MP5. Honestly, P90 is quite a vibe at the moment.
I think the MP5 is nice because it's shared, so it's other people have got the MP5, so you know you're not sort of reviving the P90 from the depths.
P90, fun gun, very, very fun. Speaking of an MP5, Melissi has her own, and Skitty immediately shuts down Rask, an opening pick for Navi. And that's a great way to open things up.
Not all the time that we see Navi on that opening pick.
It's a swift attack from Navi, isn't it? Look how quick they're in.
I think the confidence from the previous round is just, really propelling them forward. That timeout has obviously worked quite well for them.
Oh,
Milon
Nath again!
Gets himself a nice little freebie onto Nathan. He's getting really unfortunate on the timing there, realistically.
I don't know, where's
the ace curse coming in? Eventually, we see the player picked off, as Skitty will refrag that as well. It's his second on the round. Fortunately for Navi, they can still rely on Kayak for a little bit of that hard breach.
I mean, they have ripped open most of the walls inside of Office, and they're looking just to apply the pressure onto Outsiders. And Outsiders, whenever you are that man down, is it the best idea for Pasha to stay up? Oh, maybe not. So, and he will be downed. That's the thing, whenever you're in that deficit, things can go, from bad to okay, or they can go from bad to worse.
Skitty, keen to confirm that triple kill. He's going to use a nade to secure the already downed player. Didn't want to leave any Doc stim pistols through the floor.
Right, Dan, it's showtime.
Chance.
Showtime, here we go.
Dan and Always, they've got a lot to do. Doesn't look like they're working off too much info, I'll be honest with you.
Always?
Always, hello. You're getting shot from the double door. You can't stand there, my friend. There might be people above, but there are also people still outside. Dan, it's like whack-a-mole. Which line of sight do you look through? He's currently opting for the hatch. He gets droned, then makes his way out, but he isn't even going to get outside of the door demo. Teb, I'm going to pick up a kill inside of that round as well. And it's going to put Navi onto a match point.
Probably the most dominant round I think Navi's had. Just tore through them.
Different team after the timeout.
Again, I have to come back to it. How's Nathan getting swung? Where's the drone work from Navi? How's that been allowed to happen? I have to come back to that.
Not entirely sure. I think... Was there an expectation that Skitty was there to cover it a little bit? Because Skitty was in a position to refrag at some point.
Right.
Maybe Skitty was just caught looking wrong place, wrong time, and they thought he was doing something else.
Can you really cover somebody if you're both in the same door?
I mean, Skitty was playing the window.
Window can't... What window?
Window at the top. Window on the balcony.
Which one? There's two.
There's
the catwalk one or the CCTV
one.
That can't see that angle.
No, but I'm wondering if there was an expectation of an Iana clone going in and droning it out, or Skitty hopping in. There was obviously a desync in there at some point.
I don't know. Shaky.
It's the ace curse, I'm telling you.
Okay, didn't have an issue.
Yeah, but that's the yak.
6-4 for Navi. They secure themselves at least a point to keep them in the running to get that top 4. Outsiders... That timeout from Navi, they've came back and Outsiders are just stunned. Just stone cold. Steve Austin's walked in, hit them, stunner, bang.
Let's see if Outsiders can say the same. They have just taken their tactical timeout. Navi guaranteed some points out of this one, which, as we know from the graphic earlier, was a huge swing for them in the grand scheme of things. See that an overtime win for Navi would see them at 11%. However, a regulation win would see them at 33%. On the flip side, an overtime win for Outsiders would see them at 25%. And there is no chance now of Outsiders getting a regulation win, which would have been 43. So for Navi, they've got a couple of rounds here to walk away with all of the spoils.
Attackers are heading out to the bomb.
Unless Outsiders have had a serious chat inside of that timeout. I'm not sure I see it happening, Demo.
Navi's had a chat during the timeout because they are going to go for a fun one, is what we like to call this. It's going to be the old classic plant with the Monty. Hope that nobody gets C4'd. Oh, this can, again, go so well. We can sit there and say, wow, brilliant from Navi, a classic attack. Or it could be 1 C4 and it's over and it's done. We're sitting there criticizing Navi. What are you doing? What are you doing that for? You're playing such good Siege and you've went that, you've thrown out the window.
I hate this. Teb's going to get caught in
Here we
Frostmat
go.
instantly.
No C4 from below.
Frostmat,
There we
see
go,
you later.
always.
We are going to see the plant go down. Kayak picks up a kill on
Always.
Dan. The plant is going to be
It's been-
successful there.
it's
Always
been
actually
denied.
directly below. No, it's not. It's gone. The
It's
plant's
been denied by
down.
an EMP grenade, Ollie. It got EMP grenade, he couldn't blow it up.
It looks as though Navi are going to have a tough time trying to hold on to this. We're still seeing the gridlocks flooding on through. You've still got to try and keep hold of this. Leader, laid down outside. Quick little run out there from Rask is going to see Skitty gifted a kill as he barrel stuffs him. The Monty can provide all the information he needs to Skitty. Nath, all he's got to do is keep himself alive and keep those pings and those comms coming. Nath will take a little bit of damage here. He's not in an impenetrable position. Leader grabs a kill over onto Pasha and Skitty pops up out of nowhere, picks himself up too. Navi, they get away with it.
Oh, the classic.
Frostmat kill or not, it will not matter. We've criticised Navi for bringing Monty on those match points. I remember a couple of weeks ago on Clubhouse, they attempted the same thing and it didn't work. This time on Border, it worked perfectly for them.
And that's one of the best feelings winning a round like that, isn't it? You know, the Monty, which we know can just go up in flames, which, I'll be honest, did you I don't think you clocked it, Ollie. He went for the C4 below, onto the Monty, and a perfect EMP grenade stunned it. You can't make it up.
Timing. I would love to sit here and say that Navi planned that EMP grenade for that exact moment.
They probably did.
They probably did.
But honestly, they probably did.
But it worked out exceptionally well. We know that the not only the radius, but the timer on those EMP grenades is exceptionally short. Always probably sat there thinking, what the
Always
heck's
was
going
trying
on?
to shotgun it to get it back up again. He's trying to shotgun it so it falls down. He picks it back up, but they're done at that stage. You're never going to get it off in time.
Nice to see a couple of pocket rounds from Navi there as well. You know, we saw the really good initiative we saw on the default plant, on the Armory attempt, and then that second time on the Armory there. Sure, you know, the Amari getting caught in the Frostmat. It was one of those things where, you know, Outsiders have played Frost every single time. But more importantly, not only did the plant go down, but the teamwork and the coordination was there. And a bit of a shout out to Skitty. I think he popped off there. He ended up with 12 kills, and he didn't have the greatest start of things. Navi getting the job done there against Outsiders. We're going to throw this one back to our desk, and they're going to break that one down.
Navi victorious with all 3 points from the series. Let's have a chat with them. Hello, Nathan, or Naif, N-A-F, as they would say. Hello. It's quite dark in there. What's
Hello
going
there.
on?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Should I just be a bit bright on my face? Am I looking good?
It's all right. It
all right.
fits Halloween. It does fit the vibe.
I'll put my light on just for you. That's how much you mean to me.
Oh, thank you very much, Nathan. Look at that glowing
worries.
face. You're so beautiful today. You got to tell me what your, I guess, nightly face, cream and oils system is, Nathan. I'm really looking forward to see the tweet about
You're
it.
gonna have to ask my girlfriend. She's into all of that. She buys me. I use it.
She takes care of you. That's all that's needed. Well, good thing today, because that preps you for a big victory today against Outsiders. Now, first, I want to talk to you about our last Playday to set it up. Obviously, you smashed through G2, went up against BDS and took a loss there. Given how BDS are performing currently, it's a tough game no matter how you look at it. But what do you think happened in that game?
Well, with the BDS game, I think now we look back at it with the map bans, it was kind of predictable that we were going to play Bank, because obviously they're thinking we're not going to ban Bank after we 7-0 the team on it. So I guess they had some good prep for it. And when we got into the game, it was like they were like ready for whatever we brought. So yeah, I think that was just mainly down to map bans. I think we could have been a bit better with the map bans, taking them to a different map instead of Bank.
Well, fair enough. Now you go up against Outsiders. Whichever, team won out of this, they'll be looking very good. You get all 3 points out of it. I want to ask you about your Dokebi ban. Is it just because she was recently buffed, or does it counter something from Outsiders?
Yeah, I mean, she's in a super strong position right now with what she can do to the defenders. But also Dan loves to play Dokkaebi, DMR. I think he's been banned. It got banned last week by Rogue. So yeah, it's just a bit of an annoying operator that we don't rely on. So might as well just get rid of it.
And why border for this? Because it confused Jack. Anne was a bit more prepared, but even then, it was an oddity to see out of it. So why border specifically, you think?
Well, obviously we know from these two lineups, obviously they're combined from the old Empire and the VP lineup. They like their default maps, their Oregons, their clubs, all that sort of stuff. So we got to ban phase, and they banned Bank. It was like, oh, we were going to ban Bank actually, because we're not playing it after last week. And we're like, all right, then, because we were prepared for Oregon. So then we just decided ban Oregon, go to border, and yeah, bish bosh bash, here we are.
And what do you think happened in this series? Because, usually when people think of borders, if you're lucky, you end up in a 50-50 half, right? 3-3. You performed very well on the defense. What do you think you did that really helped you out on the defense?
Well, I think it helps that we've never shown the map before, or just showed anything on it. So I think they kind of struggled with some of the strats we were running, especially on Armory. They were really struggling to clear the castles in CCTV. So I think that helped. That definitely had an effect on it. But yeah, I think it's been one of our strong maps for a while. So just bringing it out against him, they probably expected it to be in Oregon too. So I think that definitely weighed into it.
We go up against Wolves in the next Playday. That'll be another tough matchup for you. And depending on how things work out, maybe you could qualify to the major, maybe not. Is that something that plays in the back of your mind, or is a piece of stress on you whenever you go into a game?
I think I'd be lying if I said no. Obviously, everyone wants to make the major, but as long as we go in with the same mindset that we've had for the rest of these games, that we always could try our best, no matter what. The end result obviously is what it is, but I mean, yeah, we're still going to go in there confident. Obviously, Wolves are a great team, so yeah, hopefully it'll be a good game.
Okay, good. Then we can expect some good effort in that matchup. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there, Nathan?
Yeah, as always, thanks for the support. I know we've been a bit on and off this season, but I think from an outsider point of view, it's a positive sign for us, and I think we're definitely making some good improvements outside. We're always putting in the work. So, yeah, looking forward to hopefully make this major. If not, I'll see you next year.
Well, very good to hear. Thank you very much, Nathan, and thank you for turning on the lights. We just wanted to see.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you. Anyways, till then, take care. Reminder, Navi go up against Wolves in our next Playday. Tune in to catch Nath and the rest of the squad. Bye-bye.
See you later.
See you. And there it is, Navi victorious with all 3 points, and that's not too bad, is it?
No, it really isn't too bad. They looked pretty solid today. Some good teamwork that we've seen come out on numerous occasions where we talked about the EMP, that C4 in the final play round, for example. I know you want to talk about that one a little later on as well, but especially if we look at the stats. Something I noticed here, we've seen Skitty have a really good game, but if you look down at the side of Outsiders, where Dan last game was so influential with that ace, he now found himself entry death every single defensive round for Outsiders except one. That is really not good if you're relying on someone to pop off like that.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Dan and Always actually feel the burden a little bit of, you know, they are the only two positive players in terms of pure KD on Outsiders, right? So maybe they were trying to feel the burden a little bit and really try and force some engagements to try and get that upper hand, especially once they were down 4-2 from the split. I thought Navi were genuinely excellent today. Like they said, you know, the map bans, they threw them off with a bank, and they're, you know, choosing to go to border over Oregon, not throwing it out. And I think they got the defensive spot on. They knew how to defend border. They know kind of the way the border should be defended inside of the current meta, and they did very well on that defense. And once you've got that defensive half, it's pretty much plain sailing from there, to be honest.
There's a lot of information they had as well with that C4 on the plant, for example, but then if you're in a 2v1 post-plant situation, well, you wait for Skitty to come back up on the stairs, so you make it a 2v1 and not just 1v1, peek that person post-plant situation. Just good teamwork and good coordination coming out from Navi.
I mean, that last round, the way that the whole kind of assault was planned and how it all played out, man, I really wish there was a way for us to see exactly what happened and talk about it in detail.
I've got away.
Oh! He's ready. Let's go.
I'm going over to the telestrator now. That last round, we got it clipped very quickly, and I want to talk about this because you know when I say about I love Navi, and I also love this execute on border. I telestrate every time I can. But when I love Navi, it's because they've got great strategy with a little bit of intuition, with a little bit of just kind of randomness thrown in there. So we've seen it a million times where you will throw the gridlocks in, you will throw the smokes, and you'll try a plant. Now, the first thing that I loved from Navi was to change the plant spot slightly away from the door, which means because as soon as this starts going down, defenders immediately gravitate to, let's C4 the door, let's shotgun the door. Now that's going to become super relevant later. Teb obviously goes in and unfortunately goes into a frost mat as a distraction. The smoke's going off, but the big thing and the genius thing that I loved about Navi here, and I'm going to have to go very slow-mo, look at all the EMP grenades going off. Now, Always has thrown his C4 onto the default plant position now, but the factory EMP and the EMP gadgets have completely disabled the C4. So the Monty is safe planting, you see an EMP go off there, and then look where Always is making the vertical. He's making it for the default plant spot. Absolutely genius from Navi to use the EMP grenades to change the plant spot, to get the plant down, and then to play out the post plant behind the Monty. This is the type of stuff that I love about this team, because they've got really solid strategy. They've got good counter intel. I know they might not have seen Outsiders on border, but they've got a good read into every team they play, and this is why they can be so exciting to watch. Obviously, they play out the post plant and in the end up winning it, and that's just playing out the situation, but to actually get to the plant and change the positions and have thought about every single variable, that's one of the reasons that I absolutely love watching this team.
It works so well in combination, or against rather the playstyle of Outsiders as well, as they play that very passive round. They play with, for example, the Goyos we've seen come out. We've seen all those operators come out that really delay a time, really delay setup, like a Frostmat and everything as well. And then just to rush side and just take it like that, like Navi does, that just works really well.
All right. It was a great action, a great bit of action here to see in especially that final round. Very good play, and also kudos to our observer Easy, who I know is going to be doing this in the back, for catching the EMP at the exact moment when we got the best here in AWOL, let's be completely honest. But, friends, thank you very much. That was game number 1, Outsiders versus Navi. All 3 points go to Navi, and so they can play around with that. We'll see if they can actually fight for the major. Speaking of which, well, Team Secret, they're out of the running for the major itself, but Rogue, our previous major winners, it would be quite a big shame for them not to qualify to the Jönköping major in only a month from now. So, can they do it? Get to see in a few.
Navi, they get away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Rogue versus Team Secret is about to begin. In only a few minutes. You see it on the countdown down below. 15 minutes. Oh my God, that's going to be a really long death script. I really hope we're not going to fill for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. They're going to change it out. Anyways, hello, I'm Milosh. With me are Anne and Fresh. And we got Rogue versus Secret. Let's have a chat about these two squads before we start up. Team Secret, Jack.
Yes.
What do they offer?
Team Secret have improved.
Yeah.
You could... Team Secret have eyeball test improved. If you looked at them and you saw performances, you'd say, Secret, they've got more competitive. They've looked all right inside of rounds. They've looked all right inside of games. And you look and they've got 2 wins. They've got 4 points. And then you look at this stage in Stage 2, where they had 7 points. This point in time in Stage 1, where they had 7 points. And then you say, well, have they improved? Because performances have improved, results have not. And I think that's the big problem with Secrets is they've been competitive, but they're not picking up points.
I think their main point is, well, I have a very big positive and a very big negative for them. The main negative, let's start with the negative news, is that they're losing so many bodies. I mean, we saw their game against Heroic last week, which was a pretty decent game. It was a 4-7 loss eventually, but the low survival rate really was hurting them. They'd won 2 rounds by round 5, but every player had died in every round, except for Kendrew, let's say live in the last few seconds in round 5, due to Heroic making a very big mistake there. You can't really keep losing bodies and keep throwing bodies at enemies, and then hope to still win rounds as well. Something I did like from them, the positive, was that they showed adaptation to problems that occurred, but then other teams are also reading into that well. They brought, for example, a Legion to counter Montaigne, and then, hey, next round there is no longer a Montaigne.
Yeah. I think the big problem with Secret, if we continue this kind of negative trend, is genuinely it's to do with team play. There's not enough trades. They're dying too much. There's not enough going on in the mid-round. They're just giving away rounds in the mid-round where there's just a big flurry, and Secret end up the losers of that flurry of kills.
Well, speaking of giving away rounds, that's pretty much exactly what Rogue did also on the other side last Playday against Wolves.
Yep, exactly. They got a decent start on Villa. Nothing too good, I would say, considering they're the best defensive team, and they only went 3-3 on Villa against Wolves. And then after that, they managed to lose 6 rounds in a row. Some players also tweeted, well, we've lost to ourselves. Could that be something that had to do with the vibes, for example? We know that the team usually runs very high on vibes, but then losing 6 rounds in a row, that really must do something with your mental. And despite their loss, though, we did see some really good team play. We did see players really covering off one another, but, well, unfortunately, they had those really big impact players against them with a Shinka Klutz and a Mowgli Ace.
There's probably an MNM player or fan saying, why aren't you talking about Rogue? They keep losing 3v1s. It's true. They've lost another 3v1. They've lost 3v1 in the last 2 games now. And what I will say is I do back this team to have a lot of resilience. Sure, they took a loss, but it was against probably the best or the second best team in the league. However you see Wolves currently. They took that loss. I would back them to have that resilience going up again today. We know that their team is about vibes. We know that their team's about good mental attitude, keeping everyone happy and playing off team play. I would back them to get back there today. Every time they've taken a loss this season, we've seen them bounce straight back with a convincing win.
Well, let's see what map we're going to be on. You mentioned Villa. That was one that Wolves and Rogue played up against one another in our last Playday, and Team Secret went up against Heroic on Theme Park. So, which one will it be? We don't always get Theme Park or Villa, which was quite exciting back then. But we're going to go to a classic bank. Border banned out by Secret just before it. They'll have the last say, and Rogue decide to start on the defense, pushing Secret to attack on bank.
That's going to be difficult for sure. If we look at Rogue being the best team currently as defensive win rate in the whole league, but Bank specifically, it's arguably both teams' best map, as you could say. Secret has 2 wins in it against Navi and G2, and Rogue won it against Outsiders, which was also closer than expected, but both teams seem to like it because they haven't banned it yet at this stage.
I had this pinned more as a border. The reason that I thought it would be a border is I thought Secret would get rid of Bank, because if you talk about the best bank teams in the world, I said this when Rogue played Outsiders, Rogue are in that conversation, Secret are not. And that's fundamentally, just at a higher level, it feels like it's a better map for Rogue. So I expected Secret to ban it away, but then that would have left Border, where you're talking about a very similar scenario. I think Rogue pretty much just outclassed Secret in the map pool, and we was going to end up on Bank or Border. That was always going to be a Rogue-favoured map.
Well, very quickly, because our lobby's ready, a name. Who would you watch on Team Secret to perform today for a victory?
Savage. He plays a lot of the, I call them suicide positions. He plays a lot of power positions where he's baiting in the triangle. He's the bait in the triangle between Grubby and Astro. And if he turns up big, I'm thinking Janitors when they play the open area defense. If he turns up big, then Secret will have some success.
And?
Yeah, I'll definitely have to agree with that. If you look at the team, Slabber has the best statistics, but I will definitely find, I'll find myself what you said.
All right, friends, thank you very much. That's Team Secret versus Rogue, and we've got Ollie and Demo to take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you indeed, Milosh. We're going to be covering game number 2 here. And we're going to head to Bank Demo for our second game of the day. Secret versus Rogue. On one side, a game that means everything for one team. And on the flip side, a game that means very little for another.
Yeah, Secret, they decided their fate last week whenever they went up against Heroic. And now they're in a position where they can play spoiler, essentially, for Rogue and really put the pressure on them today. I don't know if we're going to see any spoiling today. I think Rogue, they're a good enough outfit, aren't they? They should come in and get the job done today.
Yeah, I think on paper that you look at this one and you think it's got to be Rogue all day, right?
Yeah, that's. I think you look at the way I see some teams. I see some teams that have a loss in them, and I see some teams that you don't expect to see loss. And I think Rogue are one of those teams where you just don't expect to see them lose, do you? Obviously, we've seen them lose against MNM, for example. That seems to be a recurring thing, just something about MNM, just get under the skin of Rogue. But I think today was Secret. Realistically, Secret, they've shown some good points, but not enough of them to really give us an edge. Way thinking, they could be up for this today. I just think Rogue are going to come in and get the job done. They're going to live and die for this.
Certainly is what we're expecting, but we all know that what we expect and what we actually get can often be two very different things.
It could be a blatant Kendry life game tonight. We don't know. Anything can happen.
Possibly.
Kenny in the 20s. Who knows? It could happen.
Seems as though it's not just Nath that's turned the lights on today. We've got Grubby with this camera. Your
obsession with Grubby and his cameras. What's going on?
It's improving week on week. I reckon by next week we'll almost have a gooder angle as anyone on the side of Rogue. Maybe apart from Cancer, we can only see like half of his head.
Yeah.
But
What I love about Cryan's camera, it's just you've got the banner there every week, but it doesn't, we can still see the room that he's in.
The banner doesn't look real.
It's just there.
The banner looks like CGI.
I wonder if that stays up 24/7.
Yeah, I think
wonder.
so.
Has he ever taken that down?
Oh, we both know how difficult they are to deal with. Let's have a look at the bans. Dokkaebi, a mainstay ban after her recent buff. Nook, removed because, guess what? It's Bank. You always want to be removing a Nook if possible, especially when you've got players on both sides that are very capable of that sort of lurk and rat play.
Yeah, especially if you look at Secret. I think they've got, Cryan on the Nook as well.
I'd take your pick, Cryan, Spoit. You just don't want any of it, do you?
And Echo and Goyo. So basement is going to should be quite easy if you think about it for the attackers. Yeah. Removing Echo, removing Goyo, two of the big heavy hitters for time denial. I'd be surprised if we see a basement defense today. Is there even any point without those two operators? Sure, you have Smoke is still up, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah. Especially when you look on the balance things and you go, well, Kide might be available, but we've got pocket EMPs, Thatch is available. There's all these things that really weigh into the favour of basement. Yeah, it's probably not worth.
But is basement without a Goy and Echo, is that worse than Tellers and Archives though? That's what you have to take in consideration. Would you still be better off going for the basement?
Well, it's definitely bad enough that Secret have opted to go to open area first.
Yeah.
Which, for all intents and purposes, is a first/second choice site on Bank these days. It does force you into that vertical roam. Something that does really open up quite a lot of options with the Echo and the Goyo ban is the Azami. We see how powerful Azami can be in various different places on Bank. One that springs to mind is in and around these beepers, exactly where Kanto is playing right now. You can just give yourself that extra layer of protection in what can otherwise be a very difficult zone to defend as a defender.
The big thing that I look at for these open areas defenses is all about the roam game. Anchors do not work in this because there is still ways that you can open up verticality, you can open up hatches that can cut off a good portion of the bomb site itself. It's all about the roam game. In my opinion, that's where it's make or break. You cannot forfeit upstairs immediately. So pressure's going to be on for the two rogue roamers. It's going to be Cryan and it's going to be Spoit, who may be looking for an early dip back into sight. They haven't really gotten anything from that, you have to say, Ollie. What have they gotten? Any drones? Any no kills, no nothing.
It's not as if they're sort of headlocked into playing a retake either, because you look at the lineup and you go, no C4s. They've brought more impacts and wub-wubs than they have C4s, so they're not really in a position to be denying plants in that sort of a way. Smoke hasn't been chosen. We don't have the Echo, we don't have the Goyo. You're losing a little bit of that area denial and, of course, that plant denial, which teams are well known for. I think Jack's probably having, a big smile on his face at the moment, given that Secret have banned out Echo. Obviously, we know how good Deepet can be on Echo, whether it be for plant denial or whether it be for roaming information. So Secret are really coming into this one with the eyes wide open. Nice little Claymore there for the Oryx jump up potentially. They know that, of course,
great prediction, isn't
Oryx
it?
is likely going to be played. Cryan. He might come unstuck here,
Oh, it's a close one. It's a tricky one to really justify. But right now, Secret, again, using that verticality. It just allows Slaben now to entry in towards Tellers. But he'll be going into a crossfire as Spoit's onto the right. And obviously, we know that Kanto is going to be onto the left side. He knows one. It's going to be in towards Elevator. It's going to be Spoit. He needs to get this kill. He needs to be able to eliminate that player because he's basically going to halt them from doing anything towards the main stairs. As long as Spoit's alive, Secret are not going to be able to get a foothold on that side of the map.
I wonder if Cryan smelt a rat downstairs, if he's maybe got a glimpse of a laser through the hatch, because he hasn't gone for it just as of yet. He's taking a good portion of damage from a nade there. Spoit is still holding on to the angle. Can look maybe for a bit of a rotation here. He does have the option to push on through, but instead just needs to harass for as long as possible. Can retreat back into the elevator. The hatch is open for him to drop if he so needs. Lionscan comes out, roots the defenders in place, or gives them away, depending on if they're moving, but we see a kill from Sleben and Secret. They are collapsing here. Spoit and Cryan grab one each in return and lock us into a 2 versus 2, but there's 4 seconds left. The diffuser's cold on the ground, and all Rogue have to do is stay alive.
Well, Secret, I think indecisive at times there. Not looking to commit onto Spoit was probably an issue. There wasn't realistic a lot of protection for Spoit. If someone had went into lobby and opened up that double barricade, Spoit's fighting 2 battles in one front, whereas you're giving him that heads-up 1v1 essentially. Secret were very, very, very slow. We're seeing Maestro cameras still up, so that information is going to be gained tenfold. Secret just too slow and not being decisive with who they're actually targeting for the kills.
I'm surprised at 2 things. I'm surprised we didn't see the barricade opened, and it looked as though Spoit thought about it for a moment after he threw the impact to enlarge in the rotate hole. But I'm also really surprised that we didn't see the double wall below that opened. We didn't see the wall into the newspaper room at the end of the elevator corridor.
Newspaper room?
I don't know, that's what I call it.
Newspaper.
Help me out here, Easy. This one. I'm surprised we didn't see that opened either, because that just eliminates anyone from being able to play at the top of main stairs or elevators. Neither of those 2 were dealt with. And as such, it allowed Rogue a real safe pocket to play in. Vertical control or not, it was not going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that Rogue had won that round, because realistically, Secret, with the time that they had, with not losing anyone, importantly, having all that utility, and yeah, not being able to capitalize on what should be just a simple drop and plant. Should it not be?
We're getting the Monty.
Getting the Monty. It is top floor. Monty's really good at the moment for just gaining control of lobby. That's one thing we've seen Monty excel in, is just walking up the lobby stairs. You're taking on just a frontal engagement. You have to worry about getting shot from behind or getting flanked. It has been a good staple pickup for teams. I'm not really sure exactly where they're pushing the Monty. It doesn't look to be a lobby take. Looks to be a little more orientated towards the traditional square attack. A lot of information for Rogue is going to be applied. Secret, I think, happy enough just to probe the site, happy enough just to see what is happening. One thing I do like about Secret is they have a Valkyrie. I think that's obviously an operator that we always seem to be Ban and Bank was always a staple pickup, but because now we know that Goyo and Echo are going to be a little bit more valuable just to neutralize one bomb site entirely, she now lies underneath the radar, and we've seen how detrimental a C4 from below can be.
Savage going to open the account here. The kill onto Kanto. Kendrew just teasing us at the top of those square stairs. There's a good presence on the rappels here as well, which is making the site very difficult to play in and around. Grubby out there on the Zephyr. It's a very slow and steady race here for Secret. We do have a little bit of site access, and Astro is going to start to try and get that plant down, but no one covering the flank. Excuse me.
C4?
Deepek, he isn't going to find anything, but Cryan C4 will pick 2, and that surely is the nail in the coffin here for the attack of Secret. They might have a man advantage still, so they could still look to try and work this, and especially with Savage shutting down Spoit. He's picked up 3 on the round here. A reattempt at the plant time, looking pretty good. Still around a minute left. Cryan looking to rotate through. How much info has he got? He's certainly got a red ping, but that's going to be the plant secured. Picks up the kill onto Grubby. Can he pick the second? Gets some chip damage in onto Sleben, but quite rightly, Sleben dips himself off the engagement. Still with red pings to work with. He knows that Sleben's likely on these main stairs, and he's almost going to be certainly full white flash. The hatch not open. No escape, I'm afraid, Cryan. Another flashbang coming in. All of this to delay the time. Secret doing a good job of using their remaining utility to hold on here. 17 seconds left to go. And of course, don't forget, the C4 will have opened up a large hole in the floor, so there's likely going to be some vertical here that Secret can try and exploit. But with the time continuing to tick, we now know that there is no longer enough of it for Cryan to successfully disable the diffuser. And Savage, he's going to pick up his 4th kill. He didn't even need that last one, but he'll take Cryan's name just for the sake of it.
Secret didn't really do anything too complicated. They played upstairs where you're supposed to. You open up the Kanto wall, you kind of lie low somebody in towards lobby, just holding on to those angles, cut off rotations. Then you just have just a shed load of players on the windows, which I think there's maybe one player. I think only just the one player, actually.
Grubby was definitely on the windows.
Yeah.
I think there were other people that were on there for a portion of time, but the window play was really what could credit Secret with that round.
Window play is not only good for obviously shutting down rotations and just killing people in sight, but just the vision. You're going to know, okay, nobody's actually in this room because I can see all of the room. We then see the multi-plant where they just try and set up the shield and then plant behind him. Like I said, C4 from below, Valkyrie, a sleeper pick. A lot of teams don't expect that. One thing that really surprised me was whenever the diffuser was going down, we seen Deepek step out of Janitor and try and almost aggro to deny the plant. He doesn't need to do that because you have a C4 below. So why is he then looking to fish for a kill?
I think that's why he hesitated, because it was the hesitation that got him.
There was certainly a bit of hesitation. That should have been supplied saying, we're just going to C4 from below. He doesn't need to move his position. And then he gives that kill away. I mean, Spoit did just get good nighted. Let's also remember that Savage played exceptionally well. But just little moments like that, just Rogue, it seemed to be a miscommunication. He does not need to push. Deepek does not need to push whenever there's a C4 below.
Savage has received the fresh on desk buff here.
He called
him out. 4-1 so far. Playing Ossa here for a basement attack.
I mean, we called him out last week. We said we haven't seen the best of Savage as of yet. Could this be his moment?
Have we got the 1 week late buff?
Is this the life game for Savage? Is it?
Quite possibly. Already looking to gain quick control here inside of Garage. He's going to drop the Ossa shield and look to see if he can find himself a kill. Leon's going to pick himself up too with the SMG-11. Look at him go. Long-range engagement or not. He just knocks them down for fun. Turns his attention now to the gold hatch, but instead will be taken out. This is a very quick-fire round in contrast to how we are used to seeing this site play. Already, there are only 2 defenders left for Rogue, and Spoit's going to drop a hatch immediately into Kendrew's lap. And we're going to see the final kill come in from Astro.
What?
That was blink and you miss it, Demo.
What have I just witnessed? Just get that away from me.
That was a little bit messy.
A double push into Garage. Leon's not even in Garage. Leon's not in Garage to begin with, right? Ossa in. Just sees a smoke, just walk past, puts away the shield. His teammate then gets pinged. And then he gets pinged. And then they still win the round. Then they just get 5 consecutive kills. Oh, get that away from me.
It's kind of hilarious because all of the reasons why we said that basement is going to be a rough site, the yokai drones, the Goyo, this is all timed. This is all like last 15, 20 second stuff. That round was over inside of the first half.
They went for a Garage lobby rush, essentially.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Deary me.
God, I hate that. I don't know, I just hate rounds like that. It's just...
The thing is, that's the kind of round you can play at Secret when you've got nothing to lose.
Those are the kind of rounds that annoy me, because realistically, Secret played that horrifically inside a Garage. Losing 2 players, that round should be done, and then they end up winning the round. So then you have to question, what in God's earth is Rogue doing to lose from that?
I think Secret committed.
Well, we've said that about Secret. Secret are a team where if they call a strat, everyone commits to it. No matter how bad or how silly it may seem in the strat book, they will go for it and they will commit to it. That's one thing you cannot say about Secret. You cannot say that they don't die for the badge.
But it worked in round
number 3.
Die.
Or else, you know, we start to see Secret be indecisive, which was their biggest issue last split, wasn't it? Was just how indecisive they were.
Well, they're not going to be able to do that again because they aren't attacking into the same site. They're back to open area. Now they get another chance at this, and they can maybe correct some of the wrongs that they did previously in round number 1. Mainly not dealing with Spoit at elevators. Rogue's roam game in round number 1 was very light, and at this point in the round, they'd already dipped themselves off and were getting themselves down those main stairs. This time they're sticking around for just a tad longer. But we are going to see an opening pick from Savage. It's crying. Just gives us a view there of Spoit's body as it falls to the floor, as he is going to retreat this time. Only about 5 or 10 seconds later than previously, but still top floor has been given up.
Savage has Spoit's number today. Seems to be that way.
Speed dial.
Yeah, Spoit, again, always the player that you look towards in this team. Very rarely you would see him be as neutralized as what he is being right now in the defense. He is a menace in the defense. I think we've seen a few times he's been exposed in the attack where teams have actually started to double up on him. But in terms of the defense, Spoit is a difficult person to deal with because he's just everywhere. Equip that with the raw mechanical gun skill that he has. Whew, he is a handful. But Secret have done very well with just winning the engagement. I mean, it's simple siege, just shoot him in the head. He can't do anything.
It's Look at the confidence here from Secret. Grubby's going to nail a kill there onto Leon. No doubt off the back of a bit of information Savage was potentially providing above. No chance for refrags on these either, Demo. These are kills that are coming just through clean info gathering from Secret. Looks as though Slebin's maybe lining himself up for one, but no, turns his back, crying. Takes the opportunity that he was given, can turn his attention toward these main stairs. Now look to see if he can find any more, but wasn't anticipating Astro to be lower. Astro maybe grabs two, no, just does a load of damage in onto Kanto instead. Kanto can then retreat back into the side, but look at all the vertical.
Just everything's being opened up right now against Rogue. This is not a favorable position. Kanto wins the engagement against Savage. Deepak with another. All of a sudden, it's went into a 2 versus 2. Look how separated Astro and Kendra are. They're both on either ends of the bomb site. One on a window, one pushing in through the double door. Deepak in a great position to essentially shut down both of them with the angles that he has set up. If Kendra jumps in, he's just going to be slaughtered. Kanto finds Astro, and there should be the LMG coming in. A great 2v4 from Deepak and Kanto.
Really well played there from Deepak, just digging himself in deep into the site. It's a frustrating job, but somebody has to do it. Tucking yourself into the corner, knowing you've got the crossfires, and just letting the Alder do the rest of the work.
Oh, really worrying round there from Secret, has to be said. They've done so well. They've neutralized the roam game, a 2v4, and they had, what, about 40 seconds to go in a 2v4?
Entry was really good.
Why are they not taking, honestly, 30 seconds to say, right, what are we doing? What is the game plan? Because it looked as if a few of them jumped the gun before anything happened. What should have happened was Secret say, okay, they're both going to be in sight. We're just going to drop default and plant behind the bar, or just plant behind the office kind of desk area in the default corner. We're going to plant there, and we're going to all push in at the same time, and we're just going to overwhelm them. 3, 2, 1, go. Why is that not being done?
Especially given something that's got to be remembered is that Rogue aren't really bringing any denial. They're not playing the smoke.
They've been neutralized. The Echo's not there anymore.
They're not playing the smoke. They're not playing the C4s. Again, we saw a round with no C4, so surely a plant attempt undercover is a good option to go for.
Kanto got a kill from, you know, where the hatch is in that corner of open area.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. He gets that kill. Now the information's been shared. How has he been able to get another kill in the exact same position where he has not moved? Both of the players, each 2 kills that Rogue players got there, they were static in their positioning. They didn't move. They just stood there. Oh, I mean, it's a very Secret-esque round, isn't it?
It is. And again, it comes into the fact that they've got nothing to lose in this game, so they can just be playing a little bit faster and a little bit looser than normal. And we've definitely seen that demonstrated here. Back up to the top floor we go. A successful round for Secret on the attack. Can largely be credited to the window play and, of course, the little bit of Monty play early on that gained them some quick ground. However, we're not seeing that this time, but we do still have very tempting selection over on the right-hand side, Demo. We've got the Capitao and we've got the Ying. And more importantly, maybe than all of that, we've got the IQ as well, just to search out for those Valkyrie cameras.
Yeah, Valkyrie did cause them a bit of a
because there was still a Valkyrie camera up right at the bitter end of the last round, even though the plant had gone down. Cryin still had the red pings.
Whenever a C4 from Blow's net at 2 kills, that's already worthy, isn't it? Bringing the IQ. Capitao and Ying, you already know where they're going to be stationed up. Window play will be the name of the game for Secret. I do wonder what their idea is with using the firebolts, because there isn't too many positions that you would look at for Rogue's defense and say, he's going to be headlocked into that position, he's not going to be able to move, let's get him out of there using fire. Rogue are very fluid, I think, in their movement. Generally, the only time you would see somebody static in a position would be Deepak and the Echo. But as you know, with no Echo, he now has an opportunity where he can move a little bit more smoothly across the bomb site. So I think Rogue are going to set up a very adaptive defense, so they're not going to be headlocked into these positions that I just mentioned.
I'm not sure if that was an attempt from Slebin to burn out any sort of realistically what he was trying to do. I think he's trying to burn the castle barricade, but
did he guess it?
Didn't grab it on the first one. They know that there are 2 people playing there inside a front desk.
Oh, he did grab it.
Actually got it on the second try. It was rather impressive. There's been so much info exchanged here from Savage as well. One of his Twitch drones is actually on the chandelier, and that can feed across info and lets everyone know just exactly where people are playing. Obviously, with those Capitao firebolts, you're expecting those to get in and root out those defenders that are otherwise pinned. Slebin on the long angle, looking through Kanto wall. Isn't going to be needed as Grubby takes Spoit down. Spoit not having a great time on the entry here.
Oh, Leon, quite literally playing with fire. Holds his ground. Capitao bolt just a little bit too much to the left. There goes another one being fired in. And again, Deepek once more playing with fire. Both of the capital bolts not hitting their targets. That means Leon and Deepek are still full HP, and Secret have kind of stalled out just a tad. Look who has the diffuser. Kendra on the Ying will be pushing up in towards Banana. Kanto full flash. Is there going to be any coverage? No, Leon gets shot in the back. Kanto will find Grubby. Kendra needs to go big. You have the Ying. You have to push in. You have to try and find these kills. Kanto still alive. Finds another Savage. Is off the board. Another Candela. Kanto, gets blinded by the last one. Astro now seeing if he can shift his way into long desk. Astro, it should be an easy kill. It should be an easy kill, Astro, and yes, it will be. Now Secret, all they need to do is get the plant down, because somehow Deepek, he's been down, and Cryan had to go for the revive.
We are going to see the plant now attempted as the swing comes through the corner. Slevin grabs himself one. Astro a second. Secret with some serious aggression there to pull that round off. It didn't look possible, I'll be honest. We felt as though they were stalling out. In hindsight, they were just setting everything up. They had all of their ducks lined up in a row. The Capital Fireballs, they weren't great. They could have been used a little bit better to zone players off as that whole push was going through. But still, the Candelas. That's why we see Ying banned so much. If you can just walk your way in to front desk, throw a Candela, and pick up one guy that's running away, keep yourself alive, stabilize, grab Kanto. Sure, he got a kill in the meantime. Pretty scrappy stuff from both sides, but Secret, they're showing us that flair. They're showing us a little bit of excitement here, and it's the Siege that I love watching, Demo.
I do feel as if Kanto was alive for far too long. Has to be said. How's he got 2 kills in that position? I'll never know.
I mean, Kanto's had 4 kills in the last 2 rounds by just lying down under desks, basically.
Yeah. He's just been stood in one position, and
he's just been lying down under desks.
Yeah. Again, Rogue have been giving away that opening death quite a lot, haven't they?
Spoit's had a nightmare.
Spoit's just been neutralized.
Yeah.
We said it, think back to all the way back to the first week. Navi versus Rogue. Navi neutralized Rogue on the attack, and we've seen that it did hinder what Rogue do. You know, we mentioned that Rogue, they've built the team around him. You know, we've seen that immediately. And at the moment, Spoit just being targeted. And we always question that about Rogue is, okay, if your main man isn't popping off, if he isn't shining, what's plan B? What do you then do? What do you do then?
I don't think that the reliance on Spoit this season has been particularly, you know...
I mean, I wouldn't say that the team, especially if you look at their major victory, it wasn't solely relying on Spoit. Obviously, he was a big reason why, but we know that everyone played their part. It wasn't a one-man team for sure, but they had an exceptional young man. I mean, Spoit could walk into any of these teams and it would make the team 10 times better. We know that, just because of how good he is individually.
Doesn't matter when you lose in the opening picks. Again, this time not just 1, but 2. Cryan, he's going to find himself some shots, eventually lands onto Astro. A little bit of a shake there on the old Alibi MX4. Gets the job done, takes one back as a refrag. Still, don't forget, this is a basement attack, so any time wasted on this top floor is good time spent.
But not whenever you're losing 2 players, Ollie.
Still, with the removal of Astro, it's a couple of nades gone. There's still 2 in the hands of Grubby. Secret have lent into a little bit more denial this time. They've got the C4 and they have the smoke canisters. Now the attention and focus is going to be on trying to get that wall open.
But remember, they cannot plant unless the players upstairs have been cleared out. You have a hatch that looks directly onto that default plant position. So Secret, I'm sure they're aware of that. You'd expect to see that they're aware of that. And they actually are. They, instead of trying to push in towards tellers and archives, which you've seen some teams try and do, instead they're just going to sit on the hatch upstairs inside of Janitor to then deny anyone playing on that open area hatch. Secret have lost another player. Now it is going to be an even splitting. Almost lose the slab in there as well. What's going on with Secret, Ollie?
Someone really needs to try and shut Cryan down here. He's getting away with far too much. Does take a bit of damage there, but he can continue to play loose here inside a staff room, just putting shots in here and there and being a constant threat. Secret are going to have to try and deal with him, and they're going to have to face up to it. Kendra does just exactly that. Pushes himself up blue stairs, takes Cryan down. That's now going to free everything up a little bit, especially given that we've got a Savage on the hatch above, and he's going to say Leon. Leon was trying to assist there a little bit, but he got caught out. Deepek's got it all to do. 1 versus 2 now. 30 seconds to hold on. Kenny comes in. He really took the bull by the horns in that round. He had the diffuser. He was thinking about a plant, but he said, no, we need to get kills, Demo.
The amount of times where we've seen Kendry where he's probably sitting there thinking, what's everyone doing? Yeah. And then he just goes in and he just says,
I'll do it
Fine,
myself.
I'll do it myself.
Yeah. If you want a job doing,
Fires
do
on
it
the
yourself.
fires on the Infinity Gauntlet. Up he goes. That's just Kendra in a nutshell. That's the way he's always been for this team. He is that rock for this side. We know that.
4-2 on the attack for Secret.
Good.
Attackers need to
Good,
locate
good.
and defuse bombs.
It'd be a hell of an upset, this, wouldn't it?
Let's just remember. Let's just take it back. Rogue. They've had an old habit whenever they get in these positions where they should be making top 4. We've seen it in stage 1 only. They should have been making top 4 and then just crumbled. You know, it's a side which in some form it is kind of built on, you know, chokes. You know, Leon's been through a lot of that before in the past, you know, before we kind of got the change of players in. It's just the way, I don't know, just something about Rogue in the blood. They never, even though, you know, the probability is with them and they should be going in to win these engagements, there's just always something about it that I just, ever since that stage 1, oh, it's tricky to shake. It's tricky to shake.
I think especially we're coming back to Bank as well, knowing that Rogue have had a little bit of trouble on her previously. And Secret, you know, having done the homework on that. And it seems like Bank is quite an iconic map for Rogue as well when it's a big game or it's a game that means something. We'll see how it goes. Spoit is going for a rather quick entry here. He removes that bulletproof. Obviously, the sound alone is enough to telegraph his location that he's going to be coming through here. It looks like he's trying to build himself a little bit of confidence. Currently sitting 1 and 5. Had a horrible time on the entry death on the defense. But this time on the attack, looking a little bit better. Immediately pushes himself through. Takes down Astro. Removing the Jaeger. Also shield placed by Cryin. We can now see a little bit of a beachhead setup here and a bit of jumping on into the drones. Cryin himself is going to pick up a kill onto Grubby. And it looks as though Rogue are going for a very similar strat to what Secret did, and that is just really push through Garage and brute force it. Savage playing close with the shotgun. I imagine the hatch above him is reinforced. It is. Getting constantly pinged out there on the drone. The drone is Kanto's, of course, and Kanto is the player inside of Tunnel. The drone will since be removed, and Savage, recognizing that, realizes, hey, I'm probably getting pushed from the top of blue. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on. Did he catch a glimpse? That's the question. Trying to play close with the shotgun, trying to keep that engagement in his favor. For the time being, not going to be gifted any opportunity.
Ooh, Savage. Does he have any idea that Deepak? No, he has no idea. Rogue start off with a very quick attack in towards Garage, but Ollie, look how good that they've controlled the game. They've slowed it right down to their pace and they've put Secret under pressure. Perfect example of, look what Savage has just done. They know they're down men, they have to start pushing for kills, and Roger's going to sit there and just keep gaining more of that advantage in the man count.
Slebin's got a horrible task ahead of him here. Those army barricades are almost working both ways as they give something for the attackers to peek off as well. He's going to try and make his way down main stairs. We already know that Garage was pretty much given up to Rogue in the early part of the round. Kendrew is going to get himself a down and a kill onto Kanto, but that's all he will get. A little bit of a scrappy one to close things out, but I don't think anyone was in any doubt there as to which way that round was headed. Nook or not, you are still going to get Spoit getting himself into Garage nice and early on, and this time really announcing it. Little time out here for Secret. Probably a great time to take it, given that they've still got 1 round lead, but they can just have a bit of a conversation about how they want to approach the defenses.
Rogue have showcased the way that they're going to play those attacks. They can slip in with these quick, aggressive plays and really catch Secret by surprise, but then look how good that they did of just slowing everything down. For Secret, probably the best way I would say that they can go up against Rogue is honestly just set up for the refrags, because Rogue will kill you in the man count. That's the way Rogue like to do it. They get Spoit in. We mentioned before what he can do. Cryin will slip in for a backstab, and they'll gain these, you know, these individual picks, and then Rogue start to have that man advantage, and then Rogue are very good from playing from the front. I mean, they're also very good at playing from the back. We know that as well. This is why they're such a good team. But that's the best way. You need to make sure you keep that man advantage level, and you don't give Rogue any advantages whatsoever. Because if you give Rogue just that little bit of an insight in, they will destroy you. That's what the best teams do. You have to play perfect against these big teams.
This is where things do start to get just a little bit more pressurizing for Secret. Not going to opt for another bite of the cherry downstairs. Probably quite rightly so. It wasn't a site that did Rogue any good either, especially given the bans that we've got here today. Instead, they're going to be going for open area. A little bit of drone hunting there from Savage. And a couple of 6 picks for Rogue. A little bit more information is maybe the order of the day. Swapping out the hard breach there for a book, likely with a secondary hard breach gadget, along with the Zero bringing
Stable
that
pick.
same utility.
Bomb has been located.
I think the secondary hard breach gadget on bank is really where it starts to shine for me.
When did Hardbridge get added in? A year ago? No, I think we knew
No, it wasn't
immediately.
a year ago.
Well, it must have been a year. It hasn't.
Surely not.
It has not been less than a year. There's no way it's been less than a year. Has it been? No. No way. Get it up. Honestly, it could be God knows how long. Slabin finds Cryan. That's what Secret need to do, is do not give Rogue anything. That's what Cryan's known for, just slipping in, infiltrating his way through the back line and looking for a free kill. But if you're ready for him, you've got that heads up, no issue. So Rogue down a man immediately. Nades off the board. Still have 2 more in the form of Kanto. But you'd have liked to have, of course, had Cryan alive with those nades to try and pocket any utility, any shields that may be set up, any Maestro cameras, more importantly, I would say. And Secret, since they haven't lost that man, they can still keep playing aggressive on this roam game.
Ooh,
Oh, here he
picks
goes.
himself
There
up
he
too
goes.
There. Still, the Finker might have been nerfed, but can't nerf Spoit. Juices himself back up.
He went from 1-5 to 5-5, by the way.
Yeah. I think, and that's the sort of caliber of player that he is, and I think it speaks a lot to the mental on the side of Rogue as well. We always call them a vibes team. We always call them a team that like to keep themselves in a good mood, like to really work on that mental game, because it's such a big part of Siege. And being able to be 1-5 and then immediately flip things around in the space of only a couple of rounds is really important toward all of that.
Oh.
Grubby, out of the frying pan, into the fire.
And that all came from the Zero Cam inside the lobby. They had eyes on him all day of the week. But do they know about Slabin? Also inside of lobby. Okay, I don't know if he got drone there, but he shot it anyway. So now they know another one is going to be off-site. And Slabin trying to get back as quickly as he can and will successfully do that. So a minute to go, Rogue with a 2-man advantage. Surely we can't see Secret do onto Rogue what Rogue did onto them. No way. Come on. This is Rogue we're talking about.
It shouldn't happen.
They need this round.
not happen.
They need this round, in my opinion.
It's eerily similar.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Got Kendry on the alibi. On the Maestro with the Alder.
Alibi's changed a bit.
Certainly has. I think he's just heard somebody drop
Yes,
there,
yeah.
but not a great deal that he can do about it to swing. He's probably not got himself in the best position there, really.
He's in a good spot to deny them if they try and drop for the default plant, though. That's a good position for him.
Go. Attackers will
See how much Leon can gain here. Kendry, he might only need to find himself 1 kill here. Slebin's got to keep himself alive. Finds himself 2-3 on the
Kendry,
round.
go, Kendry.
Kendry's still alive here. He can start ripping through with that Alder. Picks himself one. Down onto a second. What a clutch from Secret. 2 versus 4. Great positioning there from Kendry. You called it, Demo, at the time.
I know. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, surely not. It can't end like this. There's no way. It can't be. I just thought, same positions pretty much. Surely Rogue. Come on, it's Rogue. They're a different caliber than Secret, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But Kendry, slippy as ever. Just one lapse of information.
Yeah.
Slabin played out of his skin.
So Kendry gets almost the glory there, but Slebin had the
The
hardest
shot
job.
he had, and then he kills the guy walking in cafeteria.
Slebin had the hardest job without a shadow of a doubt.
Honestly, I mean, they come back from this where Spoke just opens up. This from Slebin.
This was the shot.
This, bang.
That shot, and then I think he turns this one. They got the ping information. There was obviously a call
They
out
didn't
there.
know. Did you see where Buck looked? He looked hard right. They had
Yeah.
no idea where
No
Kendry was at,
information.
that whole idea. So just a lapse from Rogue. Oh, that is a crucial round in my opinion. I said that Rogue, they need the 4-4 because now you really cannot afford anything, because if they slip up once, they lose points. They lose a point.
Good residual information there as well, with the Maestro cameras still being alive, able to provide those yellow pings.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Secret firmly in the driver's seat here, Demo. As you say, 1 point would see a big spanner thrown into the works for Rogue's hope to go to the major.
Again, still not over Rogue. Nothing stopping Rogue. Pulling 4 rounds in a row, because we know they can do that. We know they have it in them. But
I like the setup that we've got going down here with Kendry. He's got the bulletproof shield. He's also got the mute jammer and the reinforced wall. They're really trying to reinforce that position. Obviously, a Rotero drone is something that you're really going to look towards to try and remove that shield. That isn't being brought here by Rogue. It's just going to provide a little bit of a headache. The mirror windows as well
Jammer
give you that little bit of info. Real solid setup here from Secret.
I'm seeing an Amari. What do we have in store with this? What is going to be the avenue?
Do you roll the dice?
Is he maybe looking up the elevator hatch? Onto candle position? He could be. The way he's positioned himself with the droning as well, that's the only thing he droned was that elevator pretty much. He's going to go for that, isn't he? He is.
We're going to need something more than that. We surely need the mute jammers to be removed as well. We're going to see the burn come through. The nade just bounced off the pillar. And there we go. Mute jammer removed.
They cleared this. They checked this elevator. Slebin has slipped back into that same position. Oh, this could be disastrous. Oh, no,
it was only the clone. I think we all got baited there, Demo. I thought it was the Iana as well. Slebin, at least he manages to get himself out. And now almost the game is up because Spoit is going to be much more hesitant to Amaru up this hatch.
No, well, now they do know the elevator's fully clear because Canto being opened, they know that guy, the castle who dropped below,
you remove the element of surprise and you potentially pin yourself.
So they are going to slip him in to that said position. Still, they're trying to remove these layers. That's where the castle barricades come into great effect. Somehow, Astra's been allowed just to sprint past the Canto walls being opened up as plain as day, and 3 of them are actually going to be tucked in towards that stock. But nope, Astra instead drops below, maybe looking to hunt Spoit. Maybe they have an idea, an inkling that Rogue are up to something. Just waiting for the go-ahead. A lot of players from Rogue on the windows also, Ollie, but with no picks at the moment for Rogue, this is going to be difficult to get the plant down.
Especially with given the time left as well. Spoit finally makes the play, gets himself up the hatch. But has he got himself into a good position or not? Grubby, he snatches a kill onto Crying. Spoit is likely pinned down here as well, given the pressure that we've seen coming through from stock. It's all about whether these window players can start to shift these defenders across. Kanto going to get himself into sight here, while Astro picks up another kill over onto Deepek. The diffuser in the hands of Leon Gids. He can start to try and work that mirror window that was left very kindly for him by the defenders. Kills continue to change and Spoit's activated. Grabs himself too. Don't forget the diffuser now cold on the ground. 7 seconds left to go. Spoit, you've got to push in, my friend. You aren't going to be able to find that and the kill. Surely not. Pre-fires for all he's worth, but cannot secure the kill. Secret put themselves onto a match point and steal away the full 3 points available from Rogue.
Playing spoiler. Secret have made Rogue drop a point. Still Rogue in it, of course, to try and win in overtime, but oh boy, they need to pull 3 rounds in the regular to do that, and Secret at the moment, they've got a good form of momentum. I think Secret, just, they played the way that you should be playing against Rogue. You give them nothing. You don't give them picks.
Make everything as difficult as possible.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
They kept everyone alive, and they just took the trades, because keep in mind, generally for that top floor, it is difficult to defend because the Canton wall starts to get opened up. You've got players in the windows. It can be easy just to be pinched and just getting taken out from any number of angles. Secret have done so well to not give those away. And whenever you're Rogue and you're sat in, what, 30, 20 seconds there, and like, okay, it's a 5v5. This is going to be difficult because not only, obviously, as we know, attackers are going to have a lot of crossfires on the defenders, equally defenders can have crossfires onto them. They're big open rooms, Ollie. You have nobody pressured in towards Skylight, which I think was a big thing.
That was a real big hole.
There was nobody towards Skylight. It allowed Secret to play those head height holes, looking on to that double door where they were trying to push in through the mirror window. Yeah, great round from Secret, but Rogue just could not get the picks that they were fishing for.
I think Skylight and Stock were 2 really overlooked areas.
You need to hit them elsewhere. You need to hit them just to put a bit of pressure onto Secret.
Let's see if Secret can do it now.
Honestly,
to be fair, they've played spoiler. They have upset the apple cart here. Can they go the whole way?
Who do Rogue play for their last Playday? What's their last game? Is it Heroic? I want to say it's Heroic.
Pretty sure it's a big game.
I want to say it's Heroic. And that, again, is another game that... It's not an easy game. It's not like a TT9 that you're going up against.
It is Heroic.
This is... Yeah. The apples all over the place, Ollie.
Heroic beating Secret last week, of course, inside a Super Week. 7-4.
Heroic still to play. I mean, surely this Rogue loss just helps everyone else as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it'll open, especially for our first game of the day as well.
Potential G2? Potential?
G2's percent has just skyrocketed.
Oh my goodness.
Not over yet.
Not over.
Still a chance. However, it's looking fairly slim. I'm going to need a big round here. Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Press mouse 1. Sleben gets away with it. How is he alive, Demo?
Oh, I don't know. Leon will find Kendra. Looks as if Rogue have had enough. They're going very fast. Leon is carrying the diffuser. He is inside off sight. He can go for the plant. Cryan is also inside of sight. They're both in sight. Secret have been caught. What are they going to do? They have to retake. They know that at least one player's inside a kitchen because Sleben got peppered earlier on. Grubby's looking to retake from lobby, but Cryan is in a great position to stop that. Rogue have just seen, oh, there's no one in sight. Let's go and take it.
Secret falling foul to the age-old trick of, well, if no one's on site, we can just take it. They've got the plant down and now going to hold it in a post. Great shot there from Spoit, shutting Grubby down. Leon picks himself up yet another here as well. Sleben, he saw our first engagement, saw a good deal of chip damage dealt in from Spoit, and will eventually finish the job and get revenge. But how far can he go here? 1 HP to speak of. Navigates around the hatch. Maybe just hangs out for a little bit, Demo. What do you reckon? 15 seconds left, just sit in a corner. See if you can save that KD.
Yeah, his little smirk says, oh, I've lost.
Yeah. And we know there's nothing left for Sleben to do in this round, aside from keep a hold of that precious 7-4 that he's currently rocking. Just give his team 15 or so seconds to steady the ship there. Rogue seeing an opportunity and taking it shows just how deadly they are.
No fist bumps for the first time, and I've never seen what's going on there. Where's the fist bumps?
No vibes.
That tells a picture, in my eyes, of where the mentality is for Rogue, because they do certainly feel that, yeah, we've botched this a bit.
Is it no fist bumps or is it game face? Because everyone looks...
I mean, that was an angry round.
Everyone looks dangerous.
That was angry. Leon just walking in at a minute 40 with the diffuser. Whenever the whole open area holes are opened up to him. It's angry. Angry Rogue. And they need 2 more rounds of that.
2 more angry Rogue rounds. That's not the easy thing to say. Down to the basement we go. Now, remember, previously, this was a bit of a Spoit round.
He got clobbered last time.
But there was the Ossa. There isn't the Ossa this time, unless it gets switched into, and it will.
There it is.
Just gotta wait. Just gotta be patient sometimes.
That's a good trick you have. See if you can say, oh, $1 million bucks is going to fall out of the sky. See what happens.
It's off topic for a match point game, but it's one of the ways that I like to train my dog.
Right.
Is to give him the command just as he's doing it and then reward him.
It's classic technique.
Because it makes you look like you've got a really well-behaved dog.
Yep. Let's try. Rogue, if you win this game, you could go to the major.
No, you've got to say
Does that work?
You've got to say it when they're just about to do it, Demo.
Okay. Which at the moment, they still need a few more rounds to get to that stage. Let's see if Rogue can keep it going and try and pull this into overtime. First pick is always so important. Spoit's trying some form of gymnastics up in the skylight ollie. Oh, Astro almost caught him out there. That is not the way to start. That is not the way to start if you're Rogue.
It's like parkouring in front of all your friends and missing the easy jump, that one, isn't it?
Almost slipped and fallen. It could have been a calamity.
Did manage to juice himself up a little bit and can go to probably where he's meant to be, which is inside of the garage. This is where we saw him successful previously. However, Secret are putting a lot more attention onto this area. Got the Valkyrie cameras. And they've got the bulletproof.
Yep, that's good information. Again, exact same setup pretty much. If you're a Secret perspective, it's the exact same way. And oh no! Kenny. He tried to impact the Ossa, but then he's impacted himself because Spoit did so much damage. Oh.
A fumble.
The bag is on the floor.
A fumble if ever we saw one. Horrible timing. Leon going to add on to this pain as he takes Grubby down upstairs. Sleben might get gifted an opportunity, but no, he's going to be taken out on the reverse by Kanso.
Angry.
This round is falling by the wayside as quickly as the last. Savage and Astro. They've got a whole minute and 20 to hold on, and they know, guess what? Garage is compromised. No longer can they rotate between the sites. We're now going to start to see this pressure coming vertically as the hatches get opened. Pings available for them. Drones in and around the site. Not going to be easy to hold on.
This has been the difference with Rogue right now. They haven't given away the picks, and it's the thing we said about Secret. It's either they get the opening pick or they try and stay level. As soon as you give Rogue that man advantage, they will run over you. It's not even a question at that stage. They will win those rounds, and we're seeing the exact same thing happening here again for Secret. Astro still in it though. Kanto goes down. Savage on the back. No, gets shut down by Leon. A crucial kill because that could have been Diffuser cold on the ground. And Astro, big round from the Gids. Rogue, another round back. 6-5.
Faces of intense concentration here on the side of Rogue. They know that they've dropped the ball in this game already, but they don't want to fall over it as well. Slowly but surely, clawing these rounds back and hoping to take us into an overtime. They've managed to claw 2 back so far, Demo. Can they grab the third and guarantee that we go all the way?
Well, we go back to the disaster round for Rogue. It's open area. It was just a lack of information that collapsed Rogue. Secret. What are they going to do? They have a change up. There's Astro on the dock, Ollie.
Secret look a little bit rabbit in the headlights at the moment, don't they?
Well, the past 2 rounds, they haven't really even been in it. It's not been a contest in my eyes.
It's like they just don't know what's hit them. Rogue have just gone into super mode.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, Rogue aren't playing the greatest Siege at the minute.
Well,
They're just
no, 'cause
playing
that's why they've lost 6
very
rounds.
angry. Yeah. They're playing very aggressive and very angry, and if 1 or 2 of those engagements don't go their way, then the whole round falls apart. Fortunately for them, they're very skilled, and they can get away with playing this extremely aggressive play style. However, all it takes is for 1 or 2 of those kills not to come through, and the round is entirely falling apart.
If Secret can just maintain the man count and find the opening picks, it should be good enough.
Yeah.
But they've allowed Rogue to get in. Rogue have the momentum. Spoit is firing all cylinders.
I think Leon as well, to be honest. He's been a big part of these rounds and some of these, you know, why is he there moments almost.
Again, just Rogue just probing, looking for the opportunity. Rogue, as we know, if they see something's on, they go for it. We've seen that already during this game for that Archives and Tellers defensive. They know they can go for something, but that could be crucial in the grand scheme of things. Grubby eliminates Kanto. And Secret, we mentioned if they can find that opening pick, they will be in a such better position than Rogue for the majority of the round. Now, who do we look to? Do we look to Cryan to appear on those backstabs? Does Spoit go in? Does he do what Spoit does and just kill everything that moves? I have no idea. A minute gone, and really nothing has changed for Rogue. They haven't got really a control of anything. Are they maybe looking to opt for a rush, Ollie? We're seeing Spoit maybe rotate towards that single window and looking for a jump, and Leon could easily just try and walk in sight. That might be what they're headed to, but that's risky, Ollie. We know that's risky with information still up from the Maestro cameras. Oh, Rogue need to have some good gun skill and some good teamwork to make that happen. Cryan, there's a backstab. Grubby is down. And now we see the push in. It's Kendra with the LMG. He stalls them out for the meantime. Flashbangs go in. There's red pings, but Rogue are dominating the bomb site.
Spoit comes in with the final 2. There we see the fist bumps finally, as Rogue can breathe a sigh of relief. They've at least leveled things up into an overtime here.
Put your hand on my chest. Oh my goodness. It's about to pop out.
Honestly, when I saw that opening pick come through, I thought, here we go, it's on.
That's just, oh.
But again, Rogue just throw caution to the wind. They could have stabilized.
They said, let's just ignore that.
But they could have stabilized and they could have retaken top floor. Sure, you're losing Kanto, you're losing your sledge, a big part of ripping open the floor. But you still have the book. You still have Leon. You still have Leon on the book, and you can try and make that and work that through into the plan. But again, they just throw caution to the wind and say, push sight.
Win your engagement.
Rush B.
Just win the engagement.
Win your ones.
That's it. And
don't miss. And that's what they did. Somehow they've managed to drag us back to an overtime. I think regardless of the result now, they're still not going to be happy.
No.
At the way that the game's gone.
They could still lose this.
They could still lose it. And, I mean, the full 3 points are gone. It's been dashed.
What's the percentages if they get an OT win? Do we have that on hand, production?
An overtime win for Rogue. It is
91%, which is still very, very good. 72% is actually the worst they come out with. They fixed the dam. It was leaking a bit. It's still they lost a bit of water, but
that 58%,
it can be redeemable.
Yeah, that 58% didn't look very good at all.
Because I'm pretty sure, even with an overtime loss, I'm pretty sure just go and win next week, and that should still see them over the line, surely. And remember, other teams will be dropping points today. You'd expect heroic MNM. There's going to be points shared or lost or won either way. So it should still be okay. The worst thing for Rogue was going to be a full loss. So it's still doable. And of course, an overtime win, 91%. Yeah, just get the flights booked.
Get the flights booked.
Get the flights booked.
I'm not too sure about that. Well, they've done the hard work. Can they now close it all out? Sides have switched in the overtime. We've got Secret on the attack.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
There
Secret
we go.
losing main. Kendry, he's going to be the first to fall. Kanto. Some newfound confidence from Rogue here in that opening engagement, something they struggled greatly with on the defenses. In the overtime, they are now picking them up.
The momentum that they had in the attack is now carrying over to the defense because Kanto's now out and about getting those opening picks. Kanto, for the most part, hasn't really been able to get into the game. You know, sitting there 6-9, was 5-9 before that kill came in. A bit more confidence for Rogue, and this is where they've oozed into the matchup. They've warmed up, they're in, the momentum's swiftly on their side, and now it just feels like a massive snowball that Secret have to try and stop. Secret, they've got upstairs control, but at what cost? You've lost the ace, you've lost hard breach, the only hard breach that you had. That's a massive, massive kill in the grand scheme of things. And now you look at Secret and you think, what's going to be their pocket shot? What's going to be their pocket play? We see how good Rogue can play whenever things are not going to the plan. Can Secret do the same?
Well, Astro's good for a kill onto Crying. Slevin now going to try and push in as the floor gets ripped open and players do start to rotate through, but Kanto is going to find himself a second. Slevin has eyes on, but receives a ton of chip damage. Grubby has come in to join him into these tellers now as well, but of course losing your heart breach means that quad wall remains safe, and you're now left with a single doorway, single window, or double doorway push, neither of which is going to be appetizing. Kanto just gives himself up for free, he gets caught in no man's land in the middle of the site, and now we could see some nades sent through from Grubby. Conscious of the flank, needs to keep himself safe.
I want to see a rotation somewhere from the back, because realistically, what Savage going to be doing upstairs with no hatches being opened, all he's going to be doing is sitting in vertical play. I want to see a rotate towards that single window. We've seen Rogue have great success from that position. I wonder if he's going to do the same. He will drop down. Is he going to go generous? Is he going to go single window? It will be a single window play from Savage. This is crucial, but no, Spoit just sat in a corner, catches him out by surprise. Slevin all by himself. A great read from Spoit. He just sat there, just said, hello, it's me.
You got one angle to watch, and he's going to watch it as best as he can. Spoit reading the play quite well there, knowing that that was a big point of vulnerability for Rogue. And now they drag things back. Overtime, match point. We've been all over the place in this one, Demo.
What a game.
A 4-2 half from Secret to kick things off. Getting themselves onto match point at 6-3. And here we sit. 7-6 for Rogue. Looking to take these 2 points. You can see that just from the player's perspective and the player's face cams, the vibes have increased a little bit. They're still not quite where they sometimes are, but everyone looks a little bit more relieved now. It's certainly not the way that Rogue would have expected or wanted today to go. They've at least managed to drag things back and recover somewhat.
Yep.
Just got one more round to grab.
I mean, as good as Rogue have played, I mean, we have to question Secret there in that attack. A very flat-footed attack whenever your ace is getting picked off as the opening death.
Yeah.
Question marks have to be flagged. You have to say, how's that happened? What's going on in that department? And we've seen how much of a blunder it really was, because then they had to force themselves into jumping in windows and pushing in doorways, whereas realistically, you would want that hatch, wouldn't you?
Ooh, nice little play there. I wasn't sure if Slevin had actually spotted the Twitch drone of Crying. Obviously, Crying, very well known for his Valkyrie plays himself, is going to have a keen eye for where those cameras are going to get placed. And of course, the Twitch is a reasonable means of destroying said camera.
Difficult man to deal with, because he can be just anywhere and everywhere all at the same time, isn't he? He's just... He's played a big part, I think, with Rogue. I think obviously we've looked towards Spoit, but Crying has to get a nod just of where he's the kind of player to look at whenever things aren't going well. He can get 2 kills out of nowhere, and that's it. It changes the complete dynamic of the round.
Yeah, I mean, Crying on the stage is plus 23 currently.
Yeah.
Highest rated player on Rogue, and has really flourished.
He's not the main man, and I think that's where it helps him, because he doesn't have that same pressure. I mean, obviously Spoit's going to have all the pressure because he's the main entry. He's the one who has to go in, but Crying can pick his moments, which I think is the best way to play him, and just let him do his own thing.
Plenty of info being gathered here for Rogue. Got a nice heads up onto the janitor player of Savage, who is fairly well fortified inside of here. Got a couple of ADSs to go with, but is going to drop off. Whether that was intentional or not, it will leave him down on the site. Crying can look to push in now. Rogue, what a change of pace, Demo. given the way that we saw Angry Rogue attack for a couple of rounds, they've just dragged things back entirely. We're at the halfway point. There's 10 people alive. Kanto's taking a bit of damage, but look how well they're setting themselves up here.
Yeah, they are, but again, Secret, we've mentioned before, if they can just keep themselves alive, not give away any picks, that's good for them. Rogue always do better from the front foot. Sleben playing a dangerous game, looking up at the vertical holes, and he's still alive. For the meantime, Kanto has not rooted him out, but there we go. One fin onto another. Kanto catches Sleben, and this is where I think Rogue can just control the game a lot more now. They have that opening pick. There's an extra man that they can rotate elsewhere. 50 seconds to go. Still a good chunk of utility. Pretty much all the utility. You know, flashbang, smokes, the nades are there. Yeah, should be. I've said it before. It should be an easy round for Rogue, but sometimes I know it always doesn't go to plan.
Well, there's a kill onto Leon, and that's going to render the diffuser cold upstairs. Not the best place for it to be with 35 seconds left. Still opportunity for Rogue to recover. Crying. He's trying to push on through. I don't think he knows someone's on the lower part of the staircase here. Astro going to do his best to try and play spoiler. Can just lurk in this position until the bitter death of the round. Crying, since rotated on through, and maybe looks to get himself into small desk. We do have the diffuser recovered. Everyone's setting themselves up here as utilities flooded on in. We see the Finker boost come in just to give everyone a little bit of an edge. Now is Astro's time, and he will strike. Picks up one. Savage with two as he just shuts down Rogue's approach here. Astro closing it onto Spoit. Everything going Secret's way. Demo, we're going all the way.
All the way. Where's Tim? Where is he? Get him in. Tricast. Let's go. Last round. I need to stop saying that should be an easy round for Rogue. I need to stop saying that. That's twice now it's happened for that open area where they have that man advantage. They have plenty of time to set up the attack. One thing that neither side has really done is that quad wall. Quad wall has been ignored.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And realistically, they're starting to pay for it. The biggest position that seems to have rattled both teams has been, what's the best way to describe it? It's, I don't know how to describe it. It's the wall between open area into kitchen, that rotate wall, where you have that desk, where Sleben picked up that great kill. That has been the biggest issue that teams have suffered with. One thing you can do is open up that quad wall. You have a direct line of sight onto that position.
The strange thing about that last round is we even saw quad wall, we saw the mute jammers removed off it, the nade from above sorted that. I know there was an ADS, and I'm not sure if the ADS did actually catch the nade. But there was an intent there from Rogue to open up the quad wall. But again, time was really not on their side. Obviously, they lost Leon, which means they lose the book, which is, of course, a lot of this vertical destruction that we're looking toward. Sure, they still got the sledge knocking around, but it just wasn't concise enough. And for players to be allowed to sit in those power positions on that site right up until the end of the round, it does pose a little bit of a problem. There needs to be more pressure from multiple angles.
Last round. Will Rogue have a 70% chance or a 90% chance? That is a big difference. Let's see. Can Rogue get it done?
I mean, just the fact that this game's gone to an overtime match point is a bonus in itself, in my opinion.
It's been a great game. Great game of Siege. Setup from Rogue. So, of course, you're expecting to see a roam game for the basement. You're looking to see teams try and take control of that open area, open up the hatch, yada, yada, yada. But Rogue have done a bit of a twist. They're actually extending all the way to the top floor, and they've also brought in a castle to place some of these barriers for Spoit. One of them being on that double door for the long desk, so that means you're not going to get picked off from the windows. And we know windows are very tricky on Bank. You have to be careful of all of them, because it's quite easy for a player to get themselves onto it and just sit and hold these angles. So they're basically just saying, that's fine, you can have top floor, but we're just going to keep falling back and keep falling back. They have these waves of defense, don't they?
Astro, an important opener here onto Kanto.
How has he been able to get an open area by himself?
I think Kanto was probably thinking the same question. Astro's very quickly taking quite a lot of ground here. Sleben adds on to the pain, removing Crying. A couple of opening picks not really going their way. Spoit does manage to get away, full white flash, but he knows the map and he can dip himself into a little bit of safety. Savage, for the meantime, not thirsting onto that.
That's good. Very, very good from Savage. Don't give the kills away. You have all the control. You're in a 3 versus 5. You have still a shed load of utility to use. There's 3 Candelas that he can still utilize. Minute to go. All Secret need to do is just go basic, go default, get into server, get that wall open. You have a Thermite and plant. You've got 2 C4, 1 C4. Deepak has impact grenades. Oh dear. oh no, they've done what I didn't want to see happen. However, Astro will respond on to Leon, and now Deepak is going to be up against Grubby. Grubby's going to go for, the clone, and this is brilliant from Deepak. Will he land the shots? No, Grubby! He had to make the play. Deepak knew they needed to get something back. And well, it's Spoit in the 1v4 to save his team.
Who other than Spoit to try and clutch
Young
this one out?
Swede.
Grabs himself one, but won't pick the second. Secret with the advantage there in terms of man count. Nice little play from Astro on the hatch to close things out there. Not the result that a lot of people were expecting, but a result that Secret, I'm sure, will be thrilled with. They take bank against Rogue in a maximum overtime game.
What a game. What a game. Rogue, they had a chance to potentially go in with a 99.9% chance of qualifying for the major, which could have turned into 100%, and now they're at 70%.
Oh dear, oh dear. I think that there's probably a lot to unpack.
Now they have to win next week.
With that game.
It's a must-win next week for them.
Puts a lot of pressure on that heroic fixture next week. Secret, I mean, I opened this game, I opened our desk up with a game that means a lot for one team and not a great deal for another. Sometimes when you throw a team that has nothing to lose into a matchup,
so many times.
How many times do we see them come away with it? Yeah. Even the first split, 4-2 to Secret, we were thinking, hang on a minute. I even said at the time, imagine what an upset this would be.
We kind of thought, okay, fair enough, 4-2, but Rogue can do the same. But whenever it hits 6 rounds, then you're sitting there thinking, surely not. And then we seen Rogue just angry. Angry Rogue today was in full force, and God, they were very, very dominant whenever they switched that playstyle where it was just, we need to win, we need to win. Yeah. To be fair, they still end up losing, but I mean, the rounds that they pulled back, they managed to, I suppose, it could have been a lot worse. We know that it could have been a lot worse today.
I think, you could really see just how much it meant to them there with the way that they were able to turn on angry mode, if we will. Our desk is going to have a great deal of fun breaking that one down. I'm sure that Fresh and Anne have got plenty of stuff lined up. We're going to take a short break, throw it back to them, and they're going to close that one out.
Welcome back. What a match we've had on Bank. And if you're Rogue, or a Rogue fan, really, you're crying your heart out in your hands, specifically crying. We'll be doing so. The energy was definitely low. And Anne, do you have a vibe check on Rogue?
Yes. I mean, the cast has mentioned it as well. There were no more fist bumps after they won rounds. I mean, they were starting to lose a few rounds in the beginning. Their defensive half not the greatest. And then on attacks, either not that good. We didn't see the fist bump, so...
I thought Secret were excellent today. Despite Rogue not... Rogue performed at 20% of where we know where Rogue are at. Despite that, I want to give a lot of praise to Secret here because I thought Secret, particularly in the first half, they had some unreal counter-analysis on what Rogue were doing. They were doing attacks with confidence, they were going in, they were getting aggressive, but they were identifying the weak spots of Rogue's defenses and punishing them for it. It really was a well-executed attack. Obviously flipped it on the other half, got to overtime, but then got the job done in overtime, and once again, we've seen Secret win 8-7 on Bank.
Exactly, and a deserved MVP for Aster. We've seen him in situations where they really scared Rogue when they were going for their executes, just dropping down back to that first floor, just letting them know they are there around the marble hallway, only to then waste so much more time. And also in the attacking half of Secret that they started on, we've seen them really push for kills, and something that I really love to see is that the survival rate of the Secret players is significantly higher than their previous games. They stayed alive longer for rounds, they stayed alive in general a little longer, won their gunfights, and eventually won their rounds too.
They still showed a few of those pain points that we saw in terms of Team Secret, where in the mid-round at times when they had the full advantage, they gave it back. You know, even on the attacks, should have been a 5-1 half. It wasn't. Even a couple of their defenses, they gave away rounds back to Rogue. Realistically, Secret, despite they've won the game 8-7 in overtime, but I think when you actually look at the performance of the round and who deserved to win the rounds, they've probably won 9 or 10 rounds of that game compared to Rogue actually strategically controlling 5. Even though it was only an overtime victory, that was a really impressive performance for me.
Yeah, a few rounds as well where they came back from having a loss, losing 2 players, for example, or having a 2v4 clutch. Just really good performances by Secret.
All right, let's have a chat with the victors then, Team Secret. Hello, Kendrew. Kenny, congratulations on your win. How do you feel today?
The same as the last time we spoke, another 8-7 bank. I feel like it's the only time we've talked. 8-7 banks.
Look, I won't mind it because we do get to chat at the end of it. You know, fun time. You're pushing some big teams to the edge. And today, going up against Rogue is never an easy thing for most teams. What do you think kind of helped you today to defeat them and really outplay them in so many of the rounds?
Well, we're obviously very comfortable on bank. It's the only map we've won this stage, so that helps. But we've tried to change some things over the last couple of weeks, like the last week or so going in. I'm more of a site player now than a lurker. Me and Savage changed to give him a bit more freedom. Mm-hmm. We've made some different ideology type of changes, like how we want to play the game. So this was the first time that it's actually been put into play. So I'm glad that it worked. Obviously, it's still early doors for us as a roster as a whole. So
you talk about change of ideology on the roster, or really in the play style. How does it actually manifest itself when you're in game?
Well, we have a problem right now, and like it's not really something that I should shy away from. It's like we struggle to convert our practice into official games. In scrims, we're really good at problem solving. We're really good at making plays, solo plays, and stuff like that. And then when it gets into game, we kind of struggle a little bit. So the idea that I said just now was that we basically shouldn't allow teams to roll over us. You know, we should play with the confidence at all times. Like realistically, we're an underdog team. We know that going into every single game, bar maybe some where it's a bit equal, but like we know that we're not a better team than some of the teams that have been together for a while. So, for example, your BDSs and stuff like that, and even teams like Outsiders, they've got a good foundation core that have been together for a while. So we've chopped and changed a lot. So it's just for us to just have the confidence in one another and the idea that we have to go forward, kind of thing.
And it worked out quite well for you that you played Gatekeepers against Rogue, and not just in that side. I think most of the focus for you is, well, we're going to prove it to ourselves that we can play well and adapt and change our play style, like you mentioned. In your next Playday, you go up against TT9. Maybe one of the more equal, I guess, games if you're mentioning it as is. But what do you think we can expect from that? Because overall, I feel like everybody that talks about Russian teams, they just say, well, we don't really know what to expect when we go up against them.
Well, I mean, Russian Siege it's cut and clear. You know, Outsiders and TT9s play kind of similar in your executes and stuff like that, and then maybe some aggressive plays, like solo plays. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what we're expecting. I don't think they'll change because they never seem to do, because they just trust in their own game plan and stuff. So I think that's what we expect, yeah.
All right. Kendrew, the end of this victory and a big one against Rogue, is there anything you'd like to say to all these Secret fans out there?
Other than the fact that I know the results haven't been the most amazing, but we're trying to improve, and for us, it's more of a marathon, not a sprint. This obviously, without relegation, this split, we're focusing more on the invitational qualifiers and hopefully going forward. So I hope that some wins like this are showing what we're actually capable of. But obviously, there's a lot of room to improve, and we just know we're trying. That's all.
Well, very good to hear. Thank you very much, Kendra. And congratulations again on taking down Rogue in our Playday. You gather 2 points. We'll put them on the board. For all the fans, make sure you're tuning in. Secret versus TT9 will be game number 1 for our next Playday, our final one of this stage next Monday. Kenny, thanks so much for joining us on the interview. Take care. Hope to see you next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there it is. Always good to hear from Kendra and what they have to say. And yes, there are changes, and they're using the time to apply them.
Exactly, and the confidence as well. That's something we definitely saw today in regards to those gunfights, taking that ground, just being in Rogue's face, kind of. Also, when they were on defense, just showing their presence and making them scared for, oh, maybe someone might be flanking us on the sides, and just pushing them in their attacks and trying to win out those gunfights. So that really showed today.
Always makes me laugh when I preface in the pregame like, oh, Savage plays the SMG-11 in the suicide positions. Then Kendra goes, oh yeah, I've been working on it all stage, and me and Savage swap roles. But honestly, I really do think the kind of perfect storm happened for Secret today. They got the map bans into the map where they keep winning. Sure, it's a good map for Rogue, but it is also a good map for Secret. Rogue didn't play well or control many rounds, and then Secret played exceptional Siege that we've finally seen from them, and the counter-analysis went really well. It was the perfect storm. They got the job done, albeit in overtime.
So I just want to mention Rogue for a moment here. And I know the graphic is older and has not been updated, to match all the stuff that's happened so far in these two games. But now, because they lost and only got 1 point out of the series, if we go back, there is a 72% chance to see the squad at the major, the current major champions. Now that, of course, depends on heroic MNM. What hope happens in that matchup? Yes?
Yes.
Was it not 56 because of OT loss? Or am I maybe reading this wrong?
No, it's OT win is the second. OT win.
OT win.
It's loss, straight up loss in the last one. So there you go. It's regulation win, then OT win, then OT loss, then regulation loss. 72%.
Yeah.
And, that's really got to hurt. But it does give us, I guess, a good story going in next Playday, because Heroic plays Rogue, potentially for the spot of who makes it to the major. But it all comes down to what happens in our next game, our match today. We talked about it so long in our pre-show, and we'll continue to do so once we come back. Heroic versus MNM. This can determine the 4th team to make it to the major, maybe even the 3rd one, because of what happened in Secret v Rogue. So we'll see you in just a few.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Friends, Heroic versus MNM Gaming is about to begin our match of the day. And definitely the most important game that we have lined up for you in this Playday number 8, our penultimate one here. And man, the winner of this one might be able to qualify depending on other things. There's so many factors around differential before we get into how teams are separated beyond that into different types of tiebreakers, like 7 layers until we get to it. It's Dante's Inferno here in the match of the day, and I hope you're all ready for it. I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. How about we have a chat about these two teams? Specifically, a quick introduction, because I think we both know who they are. First up, Heroic. Anne, what can you tell me about them?
Exactly. A team where this game is really going to start to matter for them, and we have seen them struggle a little bit when it comes to having a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I mentioned some executes last 2 games where they wanted to go for the attack, but the diffuser was nowhere near them. Some late round executes that seemed kind of messy, but hey, there were some really good things as well. Specifically in that last game against Secret on the attacks, we saw them bring out the Monty, cover off that plan really well, win out that 1v1, that hilarious 1v1 in their final attacking round, and just a good solid performance from some players on that front line as well. We've mentioned Benja before. We were talking about him in our comparison with the player on the other team, but still, he's really high when it comes to rating and KD. I think he's actually leading the scoreboards from all the EUL players at the moment.
The one big question I've got in my mind is, can this roster deal with the pressure? It's the pressure. It's just the one big thing. You think all the way back to when they had to play Stage 3 last year, when they had to play for the Yavla Major, when they literally had to just beat the old Heroic, the French Heroic, to win, to go through. Then they bottled SI, then they bottled the Berlin Major. Every time there's been a pressure game, this roster in the old iteration has crumbled down. Here's the test now. The new iteration, here is the test.
You mentioned bottled the SI qualification. Look who's they're playing against. MNM on the other side. Let's bring them up. What can you tell me about the team then?
Consistently inconsistent, I think, is the best way to describe this team. I think you've got a roster who's been together for a whole year, big picture, Challenger League all the way through to being a top 4, or want to be a top 4 UL team. And I think it's up, down, it's up, down, it's up, down. Especially this stage, it's felt more so. It's felt very chaotic, where they've won games that they potentially shouldn't have won in terms of the map. That game against Rogue, for example. They've lost games that they shouldn't have lost. The very last game against G2. They've got the makings of what could be an absolutely excellent team in this meta, with 2 on the back line, 3 in the front line, and a really good team with the way the meta plays out, especially on attack. But they can't quite find that consistency at the moment.
Yeah, and that game against G2 last week specifically, there were some really good reads onto what G2 did. They set on the top floor, for example, for a bar defense, really read into what was happening from G2, but also some sloppy executes coming out from MNM, whereas they try to get a plan down without having really a lot of map control or a lot of control in the building in general. And something they're also really lacking is a lot of plans in general. If you look at this team, in total, 7 plans. Just a little comparison, Playday by himself, almost double the amount of what this entire team has in regards to plan rate. I
mean, Playday is Playday for a reason, right? Anyways, how about we take a look at our map for this series? So, first up, Skyscraper goes away, and we go to Theme Park. Okay, MNM going for the last pick. They take out Villa just before. So, not sure if Heroic were able to win out the map ban phase here, but they start off on defense, MNM on attack. Do you believe that there's a winner here, Anne?
Well, I think MNM played that really smart, banning out Villa there. They lost that map versus Outsiders this stage, and Heroic has a really good map rate on it so far. But Theme Park, it's a map that neither teams have really banned this stage, and Heroic won it against Secret last week, MNM won it against Navi. So both teams have a decent performance on it, especially for MNM. They can read into what Heroic did last week, but they don't hate this map because they don't really ban it at all.
I felt that MNM were going to get the choice of Villa or Theme. This is actually, you know, when you script a map ban, most of the time it goes nowhere near that. Yeah. But the one that I scripted out for this was exactly the same, in that Heroic have to get rid of 2 of their pen bans in Oregon and Clubhouse. Then they have to get rid of Skyscraper and Chalet because MNM are just so good on those maps. That leaves MNM getting rid of their pen bans, leaves Theme or Villa. Now, the big choice to me, I thought MNM would go to Villa. Because if you look at how Heroic played Theme Park last week, they were very comfortable on the attack, and I would expect them to improve on the defenses.
But that's the game, right? Because you've already seen what they have to show on it, and it's a map that doesn't get played often, so usually you don't have that much in the strat book to play in it.
Yes. I like this Villa Ben from MNM as well, because if you look at their defensive rate on Villa, it's probably one of their worst, whilst Villa by itself, the nature is quite defensive favorite, so if you know you're not going to be too comfortable in the defenses, you might as well want to get rid of the map anyways.
And if you think about how Heroic played Villa right at the start of the stage, they've played it a couple of times now where they're very big on that opportunity spot, they're into sight, Benja, Ju, Mello, into sight very quickly using the Dokkaebi of Grizzly. They're very good on that map as well, so it's kind of, even though MNM I think won the map phase, they were choosing the map, whoever started. Both maps, you can make an argument for Heroic to be the better team on it.
Then a player to watch out for, Jack, very quickly.
Solotov, like,
Yep.
Look, in terms of the game, Solotov's got, like, I think 10 more entries. Like, in terms of entry engagements, he's got, like, 10 more than the next nearest player. Like, he is just the front line, and he often wins them as well.
Exactly, yeah. And on the other team, you're going to have to keep an eye out for Benja. He's top the scoreboard, so the guards are rating in KD. Is it going to be Benja Master versus Solotov in the entry parts of the round?
We had them in the head-to-head match in the match of the day segment of the pre-show. Wouldn't be surprised. So there we go. We keep up the consistency here. Let's see if these two teams can keep it up themselves because, like we said, both are known to crumble under pressure. How will they fare? Fresh, and thank you very much. We have it already. It's match of the day, and it's a big fight to see who can make it to the major. You got to take a full win. Heroic v MNM. And guess what? Who's casting MNM? It's Demo and Ollie. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milosh. We are going to be covering the match of the day. I'm wondering if anyone guessed correctly, Demo. We've only done the previous 2 maps, so I think there's a fairly safe assumption that a few people
guess who it is.
Not quite the surprise anymore. We're going to be covering match of the day here, Heroic versus MNM. I'm quite looking forward to the prospect of headed over to a theme park. It's a map that both of these teams have showcased us in recent week. Think back to the Navi game for MNM. 7-4 win was a very good run for MNM on this very map.
Heroic in secret there on Thursday night as well.
Likewise, only a couple of nights ago, we saw Heroic beat Team Secret, who have just thrown a little bit of an upset Rogue's way. But match of the day, as this one, as most of the games do today, is quite a lot on the line for both these two teams, both floating
indeed
around that 4th place spot.
Yeah, whenever I see Heroic go into theme park, I just think not again. Not again.
Well, you don't want to see it?
Just like, what do you mean I don't want to see it again? What happened to me on Thursday night?
I mean, what happens to you almost every night?
No, you can't say that every night.
No, Thursday was particularly bad.
I was particularly broken on Thursday night.
That was, we saw some really weird stuff. We saw the Caveira.
Oh, did we?
The Monty ban.
Brilliant.
They've done the homework. Look at Grizzly. Grizzly's laughing his head off.
Honestly, because the Monty won Heroic 2 rounds on Thursday night. Off the back of it. Monty, very good to control the pace of the game for Heroic, being able to use the information. Yeah. Information is key. Whenever you've got some really strong gunners on the Heroic side, you give them as much flexibility as you can in terms of being able to spot out and call out for these players.
Is this going to be a case of MNM really doing their homework and just trying to counter everything?
I'd say so.
If so, one of 2 things. Heroic's adaptability is going to come under question. How deep their strat book is in terms of how many ideas have they got for this map, not just the bread and butter, what they ran through previously on Thursday night. And then on the other side of it, how good MNM are able to, make things up on the fly and circumnavigate some of these problems that they are likely going to face.
I don't know why, but I feel as though tonight this game's going to be a stomp.
Oh dear.
I get a vibe. I don't know who for though.
Is that just because we've had a long game?
No, but I just feel as if it's one of those maps where I think we could see MNM go like 5-1, 6-0 up in the attack, or we could see Heroic go 5-1 or 6-0 up in the attack. I don't know, or on the defense, should I say. I just feel as if it's going to be one of those maps. I don't know why. I just do.
Well, we'll have to see. Qualifying probability here. Regulation win for Heroic sees them at a 90% chance of headed to the major, whereas a regulation win for MNM sees them at a 67%
So winner
chance.
nothing for MNM.
However, you could argue that this is a 6-point game because these two teams are neck and neck so far, and they are only separated by round differential.
Yep.
So if it is a stomp Demo, that would be even more important.
Yep.
As of course, there is a chance for one of these two teams to come away with a full 3 points.
So whenever we seen Secret go up against Heroic, Secret were just not ready for the aggression that Heroic were bringing out. They were not ready for different little pocket positions, these crouch, hide, rat positions that we start to see Heroic slip into. All it comes down to is, can MNM control that? Can they shut down, more importantly, that man there, Benja? He is just demon. That's it, just demon.
it's Demon versus Demon, isn't it? Because Solotov has been, without a shadow of a doubt, the best player on entry inside of the whole EUL, not just for MNM. He shines very bright in that category. He's been taken out first here.
Reloading.
Someone that had a fantastic game on Thursday, Demo, was Uno.
He got out of the slump.
To rise from the depths where he's found himself over the course of this stage, he's never, of course, going to redeem entirely the stats because there isn't enough play days and there's not enough time.
Yeah.
But there's still a chance to put in
a
meaningful performance, and that's what he did on Thursday. It'd be nice to see that same level of confidence displayed again today. He's playing on the Ella. Does still have all 3 Grismots in pocket, so I'm not sure if he's saving them for a rainy day or not.
Could use them to deny plants, I don't know. Something. But Heroic, they were holding upstairs. The Lion Scan will scare away Benja, and then the pings come in, and Tyrant will shoot him through the wall. So, overall for Heroic, they were happy enough to almost, I think they're happy enough to bait almost to get Jum back to sight, it seems to be, because obviously Jum is also upstairs top dragon. As soon as they've lost Benja, I suppose they've kind of lost his friend, so they may as well go back to sight. They've wasted a minute 15. But that should still realistically be enough for MNM. They have the hard breach alive, they can open up the walls. There's only mute jammers, which can be destroyed quite easily with a nade over the top from Tyrant can utilize his nades that he still has, or the EMP grenades that Nello has. So realistically, there should be no issues for MNM carrying out a successful attack.
Especially now that they know that all the players are down on the site. They've got so much info here. The Jackal, the Lion, everything's going to be pinning those defenders in, and it's very unlikely to see anybody make that rotation out. We do see one of the Grismots pop there as some site utility is going to be burnt through. The Goyo canisters, they're going to burn a good chunk of this time. There's only around 30 seconds remaining.
Tyrant, open.
He's looking to push through Split. Does have a couple of nades in pocket, but at the moment there aren't really many targets for him to go for. There's still so much utility on this Dragon Door that it's going to be very difficult here for MNM to try and hold on through there. But a great nade from Tyrant really opens things up, sends another one in, and Uno just has to dip out for the time being. Another Lion Scan to root these defenders in place, and the plant will start to go down. Tyrant doing his best to try and cover as much as he can. He's going to take a swing and find himself a kill. Make it 4 on the round. The plant is successful, and Uno has to try and retake. Tyrant, he's framing himself up for an ace here, and he very might well find it. A prone Uno. Looks as though Tyrant has a bit of an idea that someone's playing Wiggle Peak on the bomb chassis. MNM don't need to thirst after this at all. Uno has to make the move. People holding above as well. It's all looking pretty dire for Uno right now. Tyrant, is he going to find it? Quick little reload eventually. Will locks it in with the Deagle.
He's loving it.
Fantastic round from Tyrant. I've always said, such a great space finder. Really made something happen there, Demo.
I'll be honest, a little bit shaky of an attack. I know it may not seem shaky, but realistically, if you look at the way that MNM attacked that, they went off really nothing. They had split hatch open. Not a single of the reinforced walls have been opened up. That's a dangerous game to play. They did root out, I think, Heroic really well using the verticality.
Yeah.
Tyrant obviously played immense. Shooting the C4 out was the crucial one. It wasn't about getting the kills in that situation. It was about protecting the diffuser, because as soon as that goes down, then you can just hold it from above. But it was dangerous. A dangerous game that MNM had played, but it just worked. I personally would have loved to have seen a 2-man retake from Heroic going up Dragon Stairs and trying to challenge onto the players upstairs, because you know for a fact there's going to be at least 2 people downstairs, maybe even 3. Who's to say you can't take a 1v2 or a 2v2 upstairs and just try and win it, distract them? Because if you think about the positioning, if they're not opening up Yellow Wall, if they're not opening up Barrels or Dragon, they're just going to try and drop in the hatch and then plant where you would expect the plant beside the default, either in Pillar or just where we've seen that plant go down. As soon as you retake above, then at that moment you can have everyone else flood in and stop them from planting, because you know they can't play the verticality. So it all works in conjunction with each other, but Heroic just sat back and let them push. They let them have it.
They're a bit passive, weren't they?
They were too passive. Way too passive.
But they were relying on that site utility. They had the Goyos, they had the ADSs, they had everything they needed to try and stop a flood of attackers, but they didn't account for a hatch drop.
I would say that they didn't rotate the utility quick enough, because there was 2 Goyo canisters on Dragon.
They never even got used.
Nowhere near Dragon. There was no interest in that. You know very early on where teams were pushing in Theme Park for the armory defense. You know that they're going to have to commit to either a yellow, or the barrels, or the yellow and the Dragon, or maybe just the yellow. You're going to know where teams are going to set up.
A lot of yellow.
It's a lot of yellow. It's always, yellow's a great thing, because that it opens up everything. It keeps them trapped in behind the throne.
little bit of gridlock action this round. Starting to see a little bit of breaching action open as well as drones working through Cafe. Site going to be drug.
This wasn't too successful, I remember, from Heroic. I think Secret had a good time attacking this setup because it was very easy just to segregate the Heroic members and just pick them off one by one. So there wasn't really an issue that Secret kind of faced, I would say, with that. If MNM can just keep the refrags and just single out these individual players from Heroic, because they do play very spread out. If you look at it right now, look, for example, the man inside of Armory, he's by himself. Nobody's there for the refrag. This is where MNM can capitalize so much. They've seen this setup. It's the exact same setup from Heroic as what they did against Secret. And MNM, you mentioned, have they done their homework? Have they researched them? Yes, they have, because look at that pick.
It's almost disappointing to see Heroic try and play the same strats here because they know that they're just going to get found out. A little bit of a challenge there as a Toxic Babe canister is going to buy just a fraction of safety for Mello, but nades still fly in. He's no ADSs now, he's no deployable shield. He's very vulnerable here. Track Stingers, they're going to cut off any potential rotate. Maybe goes for a bit of a swing here with the shotgun. But he'd potentially be ill-advised to do so. Tyrant still hasn't been shut down after that early kill, and he's now found himself at this double door at the bottom of these arcade stairs.
Man on the hatch.
Not in a great position. Still got someone above that could try and take him out there. Doom is going to be able to find one onto Neo, so at least levels things out for the time being.
This is tense.
Tyrant's really playing his life down here. He's again just waiting for that time to strike. Uses from above. Nello picks himself up one. Now surely is the time as bodies start to fall. Uno again left in the clutches here. The plant in the hands of Nello. It's not even going to be required. Tyrant, no one stopped him yet, Demo.
Nope.
Got 7 kills.
Oh, he's just on one. Just, what do you say? What do you say? Heroic, same issues as what they faced against Secret. They're too far apart from each other. There's no refrag. I'm surprised that we didn't see a nuke ban from Heroic. MNM are a staple nuke. I mean, Tyrant's a staple nuke player.
Every team has got a staple nuke player.
But him especially, because of if you think about the role that he plays. I know that you could probably say, oh, well, Cryan's kind of known nuke. I would say that Cryan is more on cleanup than what he is entry kills. Tyrant is the entry. He's the one that MNM send in to create the plays. Cryan's there, to find an odd kill, to help out Exploit and co. Whereas I think MNM really rely on Tyrant being able to move in and create that space, like you mentioned, the space finder, the playmaker.
Timeout from Heroic.
Needed, because, I mean, they've kind of been clobbered both rounds.
It's good time to take it. If things aren't going right, take the timeout.
I wonder if they change up their strategy plan. Does the strat book go out the window? That what they've seen? Do they change it for the way MNM are playing?
I think the disappointing thing, or maybe not the disappointing thing, because they may not have been expecting to come to Theme Park, but I think something to be conscious of is that a little timeout like that isn't enough time to really change your fundamentals of how you want to play the map. You can do, 1 or 2 little things differently, but you can't discuss every, 4 more sites and 4 more rounds onto what you're going to try and do.
You say that, look at the setup now that we're seeing from Heroic. They're opening up in towards barrels. They're looking for a roam extension now. What this is going to create is just something that MNM have to deal with, and that is going to be more roamers. MNM are very reliant on their attacks for, obviously, this Armory and Throne, is to make sure they have the map control. They're going to have to work very hard now to have that map control.
Yeah. Look at how responsive MNM are being, though. Tyrant off
Lion,
the Nook straight
Jackal.
away. Onto the Lion. Nello off the Lion onto the Thatcher. Right, they've got a Cade. We're not dealing with that.
Roamers,
Thatcher's available.
Jackal's coming in.
Let's deal with it. Users is playing Jackal again. So all of a sudden, MNM have been very reactive to whatever they've seen. They're not worried that, oh, they've changed something. What do we do? We've practiced all week for what they were going to do, and now they've changed something. They're immediately reacting to that.
They'll see immediately. Oh, they've opened up barrels. We know what that means. It's going to be a roam game from Heroic. We need to be ready for that. Wouldn't surprise me if we see a rush. Jump in barrels window, just straight into site. It's open for them. We've seen it happens a few times where teams have opened up barrels and MNM have actually just abused that system. Who's to say it can't happen again?
Looks like there's caution for a run out here. There was someone caught on drone and windows seemed to be prepped. I want to get caught out there on that rappel, and instead MNM just going to try and bait for the time being.
Where are MNM? Where are they entering in from? That is the question. Nowhere as of yet. I think they're just getting the drones in, aren't they? All again respecting that roam game. I think against players like Benji and Joom who can be so dangerous in that roam, you need to give them that respect. You need to make sure you can find out where they are. Slow and steady for MNM. Slow and steady. Is that enough to win the race?
I think it's nice that they're not actually rushing things here. They've recognised that something's a little bit different. They've recognised they need to approach things in a slightly different manner to the way that they did round one. And they're adapting accordingly to that. We're seeing the Lion scans come through. We're seeing now the drone work and almost the fruits of that as they are further discovering what is going on in the site. Solotov this time will be successful on the entry.
Slow and steady.
Nice kill on to Benja. Another Lion scan comes in and a bit more information off the back of it. Rip open the wall there into office. Doom is going to be forced out. Finds himself a kill onto Solotov. Great timing there from Doom. He's going to take a couple of shots in the back as he tries to retreat. Nobody there to catch him.
Look at the jackal
inside of Cash. Users is bearing down on him now as Grizzly tries to come and assist at the top of those dragon stairs. MNM know that they are slowly but surely funneling these players of Heroic deeper and deeper into the site.
50 seconds to go. I mean, the fact that Jum has got away with that kill on the Solotov is massive. The sledge is gone, but still breaching charges that I suppose Neo can place down and open up just what is needed. Well, he's just tossed out a bit of an impact grenade there. For what reason, I'm not too sure. Was looking for something, but maybe should have kept those to maybe try and impact trick the ace charges as they get tossed on. So I don't know if that's going to come in to bite him in the end game. Tyrant in position, holding on to 90. There is, of course, Jum is still alive. I wonder if they know where he is. They should know where he is, because realistically, Jum, the only place he could have fell back onto is that side of the map.
Incredibly tense with only 15 seconds left now. We're seeing Cade Claws replaced. We're seeing a little bit of burn come
Split drop
through
again.
now.
Oh, they
Bit of a
haven't
drop
checked
in
fire.
through Split, but there's going to be that Goyo
Haven't
canister
checked
this
it.
time.
Yeah.
And Uno is
Yeah.
there to collect. Finds one, taken out on the second, but it's likely not going to matter as Grizzly, he makes the Vector sing. Tyrant left trying to pre-fire his way through. Still hasn't been taken out, Demo. Still flawless on the KD, but it isn't going to matter if you lose the round.
Look at the difference there from Heroic. MNM have tried the exact same thing, where they've tried the drop in towards Split and push into the exact same plant position. This time they put somebody in Fireplace, which was not checked, which was a bit poor, it has to be said, if you're MNM. Probably because they didn't have any nades because they lost Solotov. If you don't have frag grenades, you cannot remove that player in that position Uno's in. He is there. He's stuck there. So it's either you have to pray that you can pre-fire him as you drop the hatch, or you get the nades. Without the nades, it's not nice to be in that position where you just have to go for the gunfight, and if you win, you win. If you don't, you don't. But also, even Grizzly, good reaction this time around. He pushed in. That's what we needed to see. We needed to see a bit more aggression from Heroic. He was able to push in towards Armory and then take them as they push in towards the doorway. That's the difference from Heroic. Great adaptation. It gets them the round.
So Heroic break the seal. And Users breaks the lobby. Rehost required here. Hopefully we'll be able to get it done. Maybe just with Users disconnect. Use the player to disconnect at the end of the pause. So hopefully we don't lose the lobby stats, but we'll see. Tyrant, I think currently 8-0, something mental like that. Good adaptation from Heroic, and that's something that we can take away. It was a question we asked, are they just going to play exactly the same as they did on Thursday? No, they've got a little bit more going on there, and they can just make things a touch more difficult. Theme Park is, of course, a difficult map to attack into. And the fact that MNM won the first couple of rounds in a relatively convincing way was, you know, not quite a shock, but it was a bit of like, oh, okay. MNM, they really did the helmet. They really know what they're going up against here. But it shows that Heroic have got a little bit more bite than that. As the players rehydrate themselves.
Any hydrates in chat?
I think everyone's taken a drink in like almost an order. It's gone Nello, Benja, Neo. Tyrant kicked things off with he had a mug. You don't often see a player drinking out of a mug. It's usually a water-only game. There we go. It's like going in a circle. Maybe I'll take a drink, Demo.
Take a drink.
I will.
You've worked hard tonight.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. People forget that. We do sometimes have to drink quite a lot.
What do you think the score's going to be, Demo?
I don't know.
At the half.
Still...
At the half.
At the half?
Are we going to be going 3-3? Are you going to sit on the fence?
I'm still leaning towards like a 5-1.
A fence sitter?
Still leaning towards like these heavy halves.
That's why I asked you, because you did say that you were anticipating a bit of a stomp.
Yeah. I don't know if that round's swung. To be fair, Armory and Throne is probably the most favourable defender side.
Yes.
Should be winning those.
And we've only seen Drug as well.
Yeah.
So it hasn't really been, we've not seen a good spread.
I do think that still 5-1 is on the table. I don't think it's going to be an even split.
Well, we can see from Tyrant's screen that everyone's in the lobby, although I think we did just lose someone. No, we're getting back in.
I mean, probably if you think about one of these things is not like the other. The first round, what operator was Tyrant on?
The Nook.
Did they win it?
Yes.
Second round, what operator was Tyrant on?
The Nook.
Did he win it?
Yes.
In the third round, what operator was Tyrant on?
Tyrant still got 2 kills in the third round.
What operator was he on?
He was on the Lion.
Did they win the round?
No,
There you
but
go.
I don't think it was. You can't.
There you go,
no,
chat. There
no,
it is.
we're
The
not-
analysis
we're not doing
is
that.
done. That's what you need to know.
We're not doing that. You can't.
Play Nook, win your games.
You can't. No, don't be spreading that as fact. That's misinformation.
Any Nook bans?
That is blatant misinformation.
Any Nook
Demo.
bans?
The last thing that ranked needs is more Nook mains.
Nook. Trust me, if you're struggling in ranked, if you're struggling, listen to me. Ban Nook, ban Alibi, thank me later. Trust me on that one. You eliminate half the population. Trust me. It's factual. It's true. Too many Alibi crutches for my liking. Too many. Too many of them.
Almost like the Iana crutch.
Iana's all right. Nothing wrong with Iana.
Iana was a bit of a crutch though.
No.
6 months ago.
Got nerfed. She got nerfed.
A bit of a crutch.
No issues.
Think a nerf. Or think a crutch,
I
sorry.
think a nerf was well needed. That was sitting waiting to happen, wasn't it?
I think that's something that it's gone in as a bit of a sleeper, and I think it's because of the time in the stage that it came in. But the Dokkaebi buff has really impacted the attacker bans.
Yeah, it's ban rate, yeah.
Because this is a map where you would see Nook banned. You would see you would see Nook removed. However, because Dokkaebi's almost becoming the Thatcher of the banning phase right now, where it's just ban Dokkaebi, ban Dokkaebi, ban Dokkaebi, because they were popular before. Now they've got the slight buff, they're even more popular. It really does free up the attackers once again to be bringing these things like Nook every single time when it's available.
And if you put in the grand scheme of things of how you see Dokkaebi with that change, it's a lot of teams on defense, especially whenever operators like Valkyrie are going to be open. Heroic have always showcased a bit of Valkyrie. The fact that they can then just stop any information being fed at a moment's notice with one call is crucial. Those support players on the cameras, those dead players on the cameras, can just be neutralized, and that can allow you that freedom of space to move in and create these pocket plays where you catch them by surprise because they're not in the cameras. They cannot relay information.
Well, this has almost been like a extended timeout for both these two teams, hasn't it?
What's happening?
We're struggling to get the lobby back together. We do thank you for your patience, obviously, during this short little technical pause. And
yes.
Everybody's working hard behind the scenes to get us back into the game. You do wonder what this does for the pacing of the match demo and the momentum that both teams are under. Obviously, MNM picking up the first 2 rounds, Heroic coming back with a round and then immediately being thrown into a good 5-minute rehost.
Just like everyone, everyone's just wanting to get back in, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at Mello. He just wants in.
He's falling asleep, is the man.
But some very somber faces. They know a lot of pressure's on this game.
Solotov never blinks, does he?
No, he's
never blinks.
All calm and collected. Look, he's playing with. Don't even have his hands on the mouse and
Doesn't
keyboard.
need him. Doesn't need him.
Don't even have a headset on.
Plays with his mind. Well, in terms of what we've seen so far, we've seen 3 rounds of Theme Park, and I think we've seen a little bit of everything from both the two teams' demo. We haven't quite seen
good mix
angry M&M just yet on the attack. They've been quite tempered in their approaches.
No 1v4 throws as of yet.
That's and again, it is something that we sometimes talk about. Jack build M&M as this inconsistent or consistently inconsistent team, which basically just means that they're all over the place all the time. We've only seen 3 rounds, but we haven't seen any indications of a huge throw just yet.
Here's a good question for everyone, just to have a thought about, is have M&M overachieved for this year?
You love this question. You asked me this last week.
Put it in perspective, all right? This team comes in after qualifying for a Challenger League, straight away, almost putting in, a kind of second half run in the first split to get top 4. They had a bit of a tragic first opening half, didn't they? But then they started to pull it back and they were able to, get some pretty good success. Then we see in the second split, they make top 4. In the space of a few months, they're able to make top 4. Is that not Is that not really, really good for that young side?
Is it good for the side, or does it speak to more of the quality that was around them?
It just shows that you know they're only going to get better. And I think that's the thing about this side, is they have all the foundations and all of the backbone in the world to be one of the best teams in Europe, but we haven't seen it yet because consistencies and little things like closing out rounds has been their issues.
And I think that that's all stuff that will come with time.
They have shown us rounds where they are unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then there's rounds where you think, why are they here? That's MNM. In a nutshell, that's what Jack has tried to explain and convey on this side. But have MNM achieved? Have MNM fans let us know. It feels like the radio feels like, get your questions in. We want to hear them. I think for what MNM were, and I think when we seen them, I mean, even getting invitational, I think that's already summed up your year, hasn't it? And this should be the building year. Same way we look at Navi, for example. Are we expecting Navi in the next 6 months to be challenging for majors? No, because we know it's the building phase. We probably said the same about MNM, and yet they went and still got a major. Just my 2 cents about it. But I mean, this side, this young MNM side should still be massively proud of this year that they've had, because it has been exceptional if you look at it. Take a step back, have a glance. Wow, they've done great work.
Absolutely. And like you say, those inconsistencies that we see from them, all we're looking for is for those to become fewer and further between and not seeing them all the time. Fortunately, now we're back in the game. Once again, we thank you for waiting with us during that short break, but we did need to get all the players back into the lobby and make sure that everyone was connected sufficiently. And hopefully now we can continue without a hitch. Round number 4.
New site.
A little bit of a change up from Heroic. Now going to be taking us to a different site.
Top floor.
Challenges does that pose MNM here? The coming up against a little bit of electrification. Grizzly going to be rocking the bandit this time.
Looking for the bandit trick on those double reinforced walls, which has been a go-to for MNM on these break room attacks, is to go and open up that wall. Plays very similar to really Bank if you think about Canto wall. It just shuts down a long corridor. That's essentially what that wall does, and the bandit trick is successful. A great pocket strategy from Heroic, well read into, knowing that that's a favorite of MNM, and you just put up the walls and they cannot get through the electrification as well. So if you're MNM, you've lost that main staple of, okay, we like to cut off these angles, we like to keep them trapped, we like to play those angles on break room. What is going to be your go-to? You're probably looking at Tyrant now. That's who we're after. We're looking at Tyrant to create that space, make the play. Yellow Stairs has been a favor of him. Surely if Heroic know that MNM like to go for that long angle, surely they will know that Tyrant's going to be loving a Yellow Stairs push. Surely. Well, I think he knows now.
Mello certainly knows something's afoot as Tyrant nades out the barbed wire and gives himself the option to push up there at a later time. There's still so much that needs to be gathered here in terms of info. And quite a lot of utility to wade through as well.
Look at that shield.
2 ADSs, shield, mute jammer.
2 mute jammers.
It's the works. Just to keep control of the angle that looks into Cafe. That's not even an active position that's being played. It's just an option at this point.
Tyrant realistically needs to move in and take Arcade Stairs. He needs to go for that push, because if you look at how they're kind of set up, if you're MNM, it looks to me maybe just a single window jump in towards Arcade. That could be their option, but they need to eliminate anyone who may be in Arcade. It looks as if they've done that, as Uno has fell back from that position, so certainly jumping in that window. It could be on. It could be on for MNM, but they're just probing. They're waiting for a pick. This is where maybe the reliance on Tyrant does it come in to hurt MNM, because you're putting all your eggs in one basket, essentially.
Well, Soltov's actually made his way into Cafe and can now start to try and pinch out this player that's going to be on the yellow stairs. The Lion Scan might be the cue to call here. Tyrant, how do you win that? Takes the head off Mello and can now advance his way up those yellow stairs. The Toxic Babe canister is going to do what it can to try and cut him off, but it won't be enough. Nello, he removes Benja from play as Tyrant picks up his second on the round. Grizzly has a chance at the Arcade player, and that is going to be Nello. Puts a good portion of damage in, but it's not the finishing blow. That comes from Users, as Uno left again in the clutch. He gets taken out. Users nets himself 2 there to close out the game. Just barrel stuffs him as he swings the corner. MNM, what great patience there, Demo. Really waiting for that right time.
Just your atypical MNM round. The plan A doesn't work. Plan B, Tyrant, go. Get in there. Get stuck in. And he did exactly what we see him do week in, week out. I thought he was going to maybe rotate towards Arcade, because that's what they were opting for, was that single window jump in, which they went for. But as we've seen, the Lion rotated outside of the bottom floor Arcade window to try and hold on to those stairs, and he did get the pick on the benches. He was looking to rotate up the stairs, so Heroic, you know, they were looking to outplay MNM, which they did in the early stage. Then they were looking to outplay them, rotating in towards Arcade Stairs. It was outplayed then by MNM. MNM had everything covered, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to Tyrant getting his kills, and he did that.
Located by attackers.
That's why I'm saying it's risky to put all your eggs in one basket. If they don't have Tyrant pushing up yellow stairs, that team's going to be slaughtered before they even think about jumping in the window.
The thing is, you say all your eggs in one basket. That was the plan, was to get Tyrant in that position. And
that was
lot
plan
of the
B.
round,
Keep in mind, that was plan B.
That was plan B.
Generally, the plan is Tyrant comes up yellow stairs while having the support of somebody on break room window. With that wall being opened up, it cuts off that long angle so nobody can swing him from the site door. And then all Tyrant needs to do is focus on maybe 1 or 2 angles rather than 3 or 4. That's the difference. And he still made it work, even though it was not on favorable circumstances.
Tyrant's 10-0 demo.
Yep.
It's a problem at this point.
Is he 10? Did he not die?
He's not died.
They lost a round.
He didn't die.
Did he not die?
No. Lost on time, didn't they?
You saved the KD. Bait.
He did.
That's crucifixion
Genius.
for doing that.
This genius.
Can't be baiting in these games.
It's absolutely
Don't
genius.
need the stats. You die for the badge. You die for the points. You gotta die to get the points.
Well, apparently not. Heroic. They need to start coming up with some rounds pretty quickly here, Demo. You're gonna be... You'd like to think you were picking up an equal share of the spoils here on the defensive theme. Oh, a little bit of a hop in here. This might be Tyrant's time. Is he going to fall? Yes, eventually Benja gets the better of him. Both players taking a rather extended gunfight.
From the 2 top gunners as well. That was...
For players of their caliber, that was extended, let me tell you.
Like a support battle at the moment.
Oh, we are going to see the Selma's actually shot off there. Nice little rotation from Uno. MNM are having a bit of problem with getting the wall open.
Yes, just Heroic know that MNM like to go for that position. We've mentioned before how good it is. Look at this, though. Solotov, what were you trying? A sneaky play just to try and walk in the site, but the Banshee cuts him off, and Jim walks in from behind and picks him apart. Uses has the refrag, but the damage has been done. MNM have lost their 2 main entries. Tyrant and Solotov both gone. Now it's up to Uses, Nello, and Neo to make it happen.
Pretty unforgivable there from Solotov. He found himself really far ahead of where he ought to have been.
Jumped the gun.
There were still players from MNM that could have held that for him. You know, you think about, we've got player playing the hatch, we've got potential for people to be on the balcony outside. There was opportunity there for that not to just be clearly getting shot in the back while you're caught in a Banshee. We're going to see a Rotero drone push in and remove one of the deployable shields inside of sight.
I like that from Grizzly.
He can just tuck himself in for the time being. Do have part of this wall soft.
Oh, if he gets
the drone is going to get taken out before they discover Grizzly's location as well. Unfortunately for Neo, Selma gets shot out mid-air. Really not having the best time with that heart breach utility.
Play pigeon shooting there from Heroic. Just pull, and they got it. Massive, massive pickup off utility. And MNM, what are they left with? Not a lot. Users tries to drop in to the top yellow hatch and just immediately gets shut down. MNM have been completely stalled out, smoked. Echo's still on the board. Look at this. It's just a fog of war that they have to push into. They don't know any positions. They have no idea about Grizzly. Uno can swing. There's Grizzly. He appears. A great pause. Was misdroned. Heroic get another one back. 3-2. The scoreline.
Heroic definitely deserved that round. MNM, they fumbled so much utility and positioning. Still befuddled by
the
Solotov
play.
pushing
Yeah. It has to be said that, sure, you're down a man, you've lost Tyrant, which we know is a big staple of this team. We understand that. That doesn't mean you start going die hard. I think at that stage you're a 4v5.
Well, make your mind up, Demo. You just said you got to die for the badge.
Yes, die for the badge and die hard to stupid plays is a different one. But at that stage you're a 4v5. Think about what you want to do. Sure enough, you may see an opening just to walk in. But how could you see an opening to walk in if you didn't spot a Banshee, for example?
Do you know, there's a saying, if something looks too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah. Information, shields up. I mean, he was on...
What do you do once you get to the door?
He was going to sledge in the soft wall. But that was the idea.
Then what do you do? There's
I know.
There's more problems than just that.
Yeah, just... I don't know.
3-2.
I don't have all the answers. Hold on. Let me just... Oh, didn't pack my crystal ball today.
No.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
Sorry.
I really hope so.
Left it at home.
What'd you leave it at home for?
Didn't think I needed today. Thought everything was going to be quite Easy to
Respect
predict.
forward. Nah, you,
And then all of a sudden, Rogan Secrets just it's thrown the trolley out.
you need some clairvoyance. Side that MNM have had mixed results with so far. June, are you going to go for it?
See, this is where Heroic are just dangerous in the theme park defenses.
So
where
ratty, isn't
they
it?
can play control and then they just go rat. It throws you for a loop, doesn't it, if you're MNM, where I think for the past 2 rounds or so, Heroic have been very reserved in terms of how they've defended sites. But then all of a sudden they're out and about. That's just the way Heroic are, and that makes them so dangerous on a map like Theme Park. Similar to Villa, you know, we've seen the danger that they can do in Villa if you allow them that space and they can play these different play styles. They are, again, I don't know if it's a case of they're still trying to find out what their playstyle is. I think it's just they can play multiple playstyles if they want to.
I'm not sure if Anarchics maybe put like a fine on for any runouts this week, because we haven't actually seen any yet.
You put fines on Heroic for runouts there. Get me in that team and I'll be the debt collector, honestly. I'd be living in Beverly Hills if that was the case.
It's infinite money glitch, really, isn't it? But we haven't seen it from Heroic yet today. So they are certainly playing a little bit more reserved than they have done previously. Nello just going to dance with Grizzly. Grizzly is, of course, above him. C4 flies down onto the arcade stairs, but no one home to catch. Tyrant, he's crouch walked his way in on the Nook, and Jume's probably gonna go, why is he there? Tyrant able to get himself out of dodge as well and continue to hold. He knows that there's somebody playing over in this break room side, and that somebody is going to be Grizzly. Well, nade comes through. There is going to be a player close on the cafeteria, and I don't think that Tyrant's aware. It's going to be Benja. Benja this time, a much cleaner engagement onto Tyrant, but Solotov there to trade things out.
But however, Benja still out and about, still alive, and Nello is going to be right below him, and oh, Benja misses the chance to eliminate Solotov, and his position is going to be known. Surely he's not getting out of this alive with Nello downstairs waiting for him to jump over. Use this, we'll pick him apart. Benji was debating on what avenue of approach he wanted to go for, and now it will be a 2 versus 4. Honestly, Heroic suffering from the same issues as maybe what we've seen before in the first round, or maybe even towards their drug defense. They are too far apart from one another. They cannot support each other with the refrags. You look at Tyrant, you've seen the way he's been playing Siege. Double up on the man. Why are you allowing to give him these individual 1v1s?
The best thing that Heroic have got going for them this time is that they have a lot of utility, but they still haven't really placed it in the right location. They've got some on Dragon Door, they've got some on Split, but there's nothing on that far wall demo.
That Goyo canister pop could be crucial, because now MNM are really going to be stalled. Mello is inside a fireplace. We've seen how much of an issue this was last time. He's going to castle for them, line up, and no! Oh, MNM have enough. That could have... Oh, don't like that. Don't like that.
It was definitely a risk, wasn't it? Especially given that they'd got that yellow wall open somewhat.
See, I thought he was going to be in a great position because I mentioned about Fireplace. If that isn't being cleared up with a nade, that man's untouchable, essentially. Heroic have then decided to castle them inside of Split, which we know MNM are always going to be dropping into Split. I honestly thought MNM were actually going to do something differently because they did open up yellow wall that time around, but then they still reverted into the same position.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And I think Heroic, they're almost banking MNM are going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, albeit MNM basically did do that. They did do that, but...
There was a little bit of a bait, wasn't there, in opening yellow?
It seemed to be there must have been a second lapse of communication, because who was the other player who was still alive? Who was the castle?
Uno.
Uno. Uno swung before that castle barricade was open, so they didn't have that squeeze. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like the trash compactor in the Death Star. It wasn't that idea that I'm sure they were going for. It was one side went off, and then the other one was a bit delayed. That's what it felt like. It was a nice try. You can see what they went for with the counterplay, but just a second off.
It was classic MNM style, though, wasn't it? Just throwing 4 bodies at a problem, scrappy, people getting burnt, the shots going everywhere.
I thought the Goyo cancer was going to cook them alive.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing as to who's going to come out on top.
Oh, need to go and slow that down just to see what could have been. What could have been. Oh, thank God C3PO was there.
Stop it.
Any R2s in chat?
I was going to say it was R2, not C3PO.
Well, he screamed C3PO had to tell R2 to turn it off, didn't he?
Right.
That's how it worked. Don't try and question my knowledge. Don't go there.
4-2, MNM. Successful on the attack. Can they be as successful on the defense? Heroic, they're going to very quickly get things open here. Something that MNM really had no intention of doing, Demo.
This round will dictate the pace of how I see the majority of these rounds going. If Heroic come in with a really good attack, I think we could go all the way. If they slip up in this, a 5-2 all of a sudden looks to be a big gap. All of a sudden. And I think that then applies the pressure onto Heroic. Heroic need to come in with this, need to respect MNM. MNM are a team that have players who can go for these great swings. We talk about Solotov in the defense. He can be crucial. We've seen what he did against G2 in Clubhouse. He is so good of just holding an angle and just killing anything that moves. So Heroic have to try really hard with utility. They have to try with drone work, which they're just not doing. They've gave away 2 early picks, no refrags to be seen, and they've lost Benja and they've lost Jum. We've seen how MNM struggle without their 2 main power players. I would say that Heroic will suffer the same.
Neo's even got himself back to sight here as well. Grizzly trying to open up the long angle and get some shots in, but he's going to be unsuccessful and eventually dip himself out. We've seen a nice rotation here from Nello. No one's going to anticipate him. No, wait.
They had a drone on him, They had a drone on him.
Nello is going to know exactly where he is. And
how's he in?
maybe going to start to try and think about getting the plant down. But also Shield is going to be set up.
It's like the Furia game for MNM. Remember everything in a 1v5 and then they just threw it. Oh dear.
Oh, how is he allowed to push so far in? We've seen a player on Dragon just not do anything about it. Neo picks up his second kill in the round. Uno, he's got the kit. Surely a plant behind the Oster Shield is looking like a pretty good idea at the moment, but instead they're just running the clock down. MNM, they've got the man count advantage, but do they have any information as to what's going on the site? They don't have a bulletproof, they don't have any cameras. Mello, tucked in behind the Oster Shield. He's keeping an eye on Split, but he doesn't really need to be concerned about what's going on there. Instead, should be turning his attention elsewhere. Uno, desperately trying to pick up a kill before he gets this plant down. It's almost like Heroic have got themselves into the Viper's nest and then stalled out. Mello going to give the game away with a couple of cursory shots there as Uno battles the player that's going to be inside of Dragon doorway. Now maybe looks to get the plant down, but with only 14 seconds left, surely MNM just have to push through. Solotov, he eventually takes him out. Mello, he's been inside for longer than the majority of the defenders put together, and he too will fall. Solotov. What a mess of a round!
Right. Okay. So.
Composure.
I don't even know.
We talked about this.
It's not as bad as Thursday. It's okay.
It's not quite as bad as Thursday.
I'm not flipping the table. It's okay. Right. Let's see. Let's have a breakdown. MNM done well. They got the first 2 opening picks. Then we see Heroic. Good job getting into the site, seeing that space, taking that space. I've seen MNM in that position before. Whenever they were at the major, they played against Furia. Furia did the same. They were in a horrible man disadvantage. They just set up an Ossa shield, and MNM just crumbled. I thought maybe the same could happen there, because if you look at it, all it is the shield set up. Mello covers everything. Uno goes in, plants, job done. Now it's up to MNM to have to retake against Ossa shields, which we know are going to be very, very difficult. However, Heroic, couple of mistakes. One, the Buck player, what's he doing? Pushing that far deep in is beyond me. You have throne control. Why do you need anything else? You can still plant and throne. Why are you pushing armory? Why are you trying to take armory whenever you don't know if it's clear or not? And then 2, how's Uno? Instead of going in for the plant, how is he in the... He's just prone. He's wasted so much time. And the issue is with stalling. Whenever you're going for those plays where you're trying to rush in and catch them by surprise, as soon as you stall, it's done.
Yeah.
As soon as you have that moment of indecisiveness, give them the round. That's it. It's over. Because MNM can talk to each other. They can think about what they want to do. And you can see MNM, they had the composure. As soon as the Buck died, everything slowed down.
Oh my goodness, June. June gets himself a great little opener this time onto Neo. Neo just getting caught out trying to barricade that door. I would agree, Demo. And I think MNM, whilst they didn't know exactly where the players were, they knew that they were inside. And it was just a waiting game.
They have the composure, and that shows that they have learned from Berlin. Have they not? Has that not shown us exact same scenario? But they've learned. They haven't panicked. They haven't all just rushed into the bomb site. They've stayed calm. And they're cool. Because I would say 9 times out of 10, MNM, those are the kind of rounds they lose, and they've shown us that throughout the past 3 months. Those are the rounds that MNM lose, and they didn't this time.
Well, so far, round number 8 isn't going too well for them, although Solotov could have something to say. Picks himself one before being directly traded. Already, we've seen 5 kills in this round, and we are only just approaching the halfway mark. Users got the long angle this time. Almost appears to be tracing the player through the wall there, as he obviously got some pretty good information on it. Grizzly, upside down repel. MNM must be feeling the pressure here because given the amount of time that Heroic have got and the tools that they have available to them, they've got everything they need to try and work a plan through here.
Yeah, they don't really need Uno and the Thermite whenever the walls are going to be opened up by MNM with these extensions across in towards Cash Room and the extension in towards Initiation. You can forego a hard breacher if you want to. So that does make things difficult for MNM. Not as if they have... Actually, they do have 2 pocket reinforcements, but there's no chance they're going to get anywhere near yellow or near that main initiation wall to get it reinforced up. I wonder, imagine if they go for it, but there's no way. It's too risky. The question is, what are Heroic going to do? They have a couple of options here. They can try and push in just from initiation into the more default attack in towards bunks, or they could look towards the cafe and yellow stairs take.
I think another question is, what are Heroic waiting for? They've got so much information at their fingertips.
If you're not decisive as a top-tier team, and if you're not decisive in these games, you're done. You are done. And we've seen that last round. You need to be decisive, Heroic, and they've just let another kill fall, and Grizzly has the refrag now, 1v2 for Nello. Can he do it? We've seen him clutch many, many times. Looks away. Oh, he goes for the Vapo knife, but no, misses it out. Has the MR. Oh, balls the shots. Ooh, Grizzly steadies the boat.
Nello's had a nightmare there, hasn't he? Bless him.
Oh, he has.
Little panic knife coming in
Vapo
and everything.
Knife, the Vapo knife. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Certainly, you could ask questions of Heroic why it took them 60 seconds to take control of somewhere that there was just no defender presence whatsoever. There was 2 defenders alive. They were in daycare, miles away from anywhere, and it still took a whole minute.
Mm-hmm.
And had users, not got taken out immediately on the trade, it would have been very different.
Still for MNM, giving away some picks there that realistically they shouldn't. I mean, Neo's opening death kind of summed it up. We've seen a lot of opening deaths today, Ollie, where it's just been, head in hands moment, isn't it? Where it's like, what's going on there?
A little bit of siege timing.
It's just.
You got to feel for him, haven't you?
I suppose, but
everyone suffers to it at some point.
I know, but
in an official,
does he need to go for that barricade? Does he need?
Is that barricade that important?
Does he need to? That's the question. It's risky to go for it.
It is at that time. If you want to do it straight away, be my guest.
I'm just going to say my motto in life, it is what it is. That's my motto. I'm sure that's many people's motto, isn't it? It is what it is. Brilliant. Brilliant from Heroic to steady the ship and get things back in. So only 2 rounds separate them. MNM need a response here. A little bit slow from MNM, giving way too much up to Heroic very, very quickly. Young Benja, he's on the Nook now.
This is, of course, the danger of leaving the Nook open, is that for all that Tyrant had a field day on this operator, you know that Benja's going to do exactly the same thing back to you. However, will he have the same impact? Tyrant, his contribution cannot be underestimated. Kicked things off with an ace in the first round. I mean, there was a big part of a lot of the attacking wins for MNM.
I like that adaptation with sticking, obviously, Benja in first, because think of how long it took them to actually gain control of Top Dragon. It took them a while, didn't it, to really get in this position? They just took it within inside 30 seconds just by simply sending Benja up the staircase. It just, it's just that easy. And Heroic, I think, sometimes I think Heroic make it difficult for themselves in some of their attacks, where I think if they just keep it a little bit basic in the instances, they have a much better success rate.
It's almost strange to see in the fact that MNM aren't really playing anyone on the elbow. They're just outside of cash. You give up so much ground so quickly, as is demonstrated here with how quickly Heroic have started to occupy this space without playing that player aggressively. Obviously, you could use an Azami for that. Azami's banned. Typically, you just want a shield there, and that's usually good enough. It has given away quite a lot of control quite quickly. Benja now going to be below. Have a couple of hatches open that he can look to work with as well. Still got a couple of nades, so provided some good information. We maybe see a couple of depth charges thrown from below. But your biggest headache and your biggest problem is going to be how much ground Mello can gain here. Now, he does take quite a bit of damage. This is the downside of not having the Monty for this job demo.
Yeah, that's the difference. And again, we've mentioned before, MNM have done a great ban, really reading into Heroic and what has been a safety operator for them clearing out these roam games. Heroic have taken a lot of damage, individuals on very low HP, and similar to what we see from MNM, they are relying now on Benja making a play. Benja coming up yellow stairs, he's going to have to play pretty huge, and a C4 gets tossed, and he does get a kill before Neo will detonate it. It will be a trade. MNM respond themselves with a kill, and Heroic Well, they were relying on Benja pushing up. He managed to get a kill, but then he gets killed off immediately, and they're pretty much back in the same position. They have nowhere else to turn. They are all clogged up to one part of the map, and they're bearing down the barrel of a smoke.
Only one Toxic Babe canister remains in Nello's hand here.
Probably enough.
All he's got to do is burn out 20
There we go.
seconds. Seeing an Ossa Shield picked up there and potentially replaced a little bit deeper in. No chance of a flank, as we have already seen, but it might not be necessary. June pushes in, finds one, but Nello picks up two, redeeming himself for the previous round. Mello can look to try and get this Ossa Shield down. He's going to give himself a little bit of safety, but he has likely not got the time to get the plant down. Instead, goes hunting for the kills on the red ping. Not a lot he can do there. MNM, they take this round and put themselves onto a match point.
That's a point for MNM. That's a point lost for Heroic. This is where I think if you're MNM now, you want to get all 3 points for your rounds to do it. Surely they can on the defense. For Heroic now, you've dropped points. The best you can do is 2 points for the day. I'm trying to figure out how this is going to affect everything else, because as we know, is G2 still in the running today? Surely they are. So I think
I believe so.
Are 3 points clean for MNM better? Or is it shared points better for G2? That's a question I put to you, Ollie. Do you have that on hand? I don't know.
Clean points for MNM is a 66% chance.
Right. A TK.
Oh,
What's
dear.
happened here?
Tyrant. How, Neo, how have you taken out the star player? Is this the MNM effect? They're not throwing like man count advantages this time. They're just doing a little bit of casual TK in the prep phase. Dear oh dear. I wish you could see Demo's face right now. He's got his head in his hands. Well, these things happen. Demo, as some of us say, it is what it is. I'm sure that's what Tyrant's saying right now.
That's not supposed to be in that context.
Don't worry, Neo, it is what it is. Just go out and win the round anyway.
You're not sitting there thinking it is what it is. You're thinking, Neo, you donkey! What are you doing?
Oh dear. Well, at least he can be on the cameras, Demo.
Oh yeah, the cameras. Oh, the cameras. All those cameras instead of the Banshees that he could have placed down. Whoa.
Oh, the Banshees are overrated.
Oh, be quiet. Give me peace. Yep. Yep, brilliant.
It's not even forgivable, is it?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
Is this Useless's attempt at trying to gain a quick kill back by going for a little bit of a spawn peek?
You need to now. You're in the back foot, so you need to try and hunt for these kills, but it just makes it difficult. MNM. You always make it difficult for yourselves. They always do.
They do.
A double drop.
Oh, Useless going for it. Oh my goodness, he finds it. Gets one onto Benja. Probably the most important kill he could have gotten. And he just goes, relax. I've got you back, Neo.
So the take that sledge, that's 2 nades gone, which is very, very important. Sledgehammer, not so much, because you have breaching charges still in pocket alongside the buck, so it's you don't have to worry about the verticality being an issue, but you're losing those nades now. Clearing out these set positions, that's going to be the tricky thing now if you're Heroic.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm sorry.
Nello?
Where?
Gives himself for free.
Are you headed?
Question marks. Type your question marks in the chat. I'm not entirely sure why Nello is there.
I don't know what the comms were. I don't know what the call was.
Was the intention a C4, potentially?
Was it trying to catch them by surprise and saying that, hey, nobody's going to be top dragon on a top dragon attack? I'm not sure.
I mean, I doubt that. Mello has got himself in behind controlled desk. He's going to have Solotov to contend with. Solotov shuts Uno down. He's double dipping for a second. Mello eventually shuts him down as well.
For a penny and for a
Side
pound.
players have retreated. There are only 2 of them now. Neo and Usus.
Weird round this, isn't it? It's another one of those
I mean, it is at the point where you've got a
it's-
Legion and an Alibi left as your side players.
It's just trade after trade after trade. So, Heroic. Minute to go. You have verticality. Don't have any hard breach. Have all of the walls being reinforced by MNM. If it has, and also the hatch. So that wall's done, yellow wall has to be done, this hatch. Okay, all they have is 2 doorways and a hatch. And the important position again, fireplace player. Neo in that position. No nades from Benja. They cannot remove him from that spot. So it's going to have to come down to another one of those win the gunfight engagements. That is treacherous for Heroic that they have to play that. MNM are reading into this very, very well. Look at the positions of both of them. One in fireplace, one beside the split door, expecting the hatch. They know that the hatch realistically is the only thing that they're going to be able to go for. Nice rotate from Jim, realizing about fireplace. Here comes a double drop. Neo's in the middle of it. Uses leaves him a TK this time for Heroic. No, 1v2 uses. Diffuser will be planted. He knows exactly where Jim's going to be. Has to pre-fire. Oh, sees him but misses his shots. Doesn't pull it quick enough. Grizzly will stick to defuse. A spray from Users, but to no avail. Has to slow down. Jum hits him again. Back and forth. Who's going to win? Who's going to win the round? Use this. Has to make the push. Has to make the play. He beats him in. He gets the down. 30 seconds to go. Grizzly, where is he? He's rotated back. He's inside of barrels. The diffuser is planted for him. He can just walk in and pre-fire. As soon as he hears the ticks happen, use this. Does he know that? Use this, looking to push in towards split. Now back over towards the diffuser. Will start to stick it. Grizzly has to make a move. He has to make the push in. Is he going to have the shotgun out? Is he going to have the gun out? No, he wins it with the gun. Grizzly holds his nerve, wins the 1v1, and keeps Heroic in it. Whew.
Try as he might, Uses' performance in round number 10 wasn't quite enough. He covered every inch of the map there, Demo. Got the opening pick after the unfortunate team kill, which was later neutralized. Grizzly, unfortunately, TK'd as well. A mess of a round.
That engagement with Jum,
I mean, that was scrappy. June played that relatively well. He didn't need to peek, but he wasted a lot of time.
It was a really good rotate from Jum, because Jum was able to realize that, hey, we don't have anything for the fireplace player. I need to see if I can get an angle. And you can get an angle from that doorway.
Well, he did a bit of damage,
He did a bit of damage, didn't kill him, but it was enough to spook Neo, wasn't it? It was enough to get him a little bit flustered. The drop came in. It must have been the comms where Neo was saying, I'm getting shot from Dragon. Users was then looking to kill the Dragon player, but as soon as he left the pause, then both of them dropped. That was the issue. If both of them had dropped and Users was in the position he should have been, you would have had that crossfire, you would have put them in the meat grinder, and that would have been the round pretty much done. You don't have to worry about Jum at that stage, because then he has to push for a single file door. I come back to the point, imagine if they had Banshees. Imagine if they had Banshees.
5 seconds to go.
That isn't really what you want to be hearing if you're...
But it's true.
Neo.
It is true. Think of it, if in that situation, with about 10 seconds to go, you have Banshees. First of all, it's not only going to be good for disabling players as they push in through split, it's going to obviously slow them down, but whacking one on the Dragon door, what that will do is give you the sound cue if somebody walks in Dragon. That is the important thing about that hold, is you're dealing with two doorways, put a Banshee in one, no problem.
I'm in no doubt that that would have been the difference maker. But I don't think that Neo needs to hear it. Maybe not right now anyway, maybe after the game.
Look, if you do well, you get praised. If you don't expect the praise, right? That's the way I operate. They know that's the way I operate. They know that.
If you don't, you get flamed.
No, it's not flaming. It's just pointing obvious. You know, can't just be Mr. Nice Guy every time, can you?
Solitov dancing around this opening engagement again. Benji's had a quiet couple of rounds. Obviously, he was removed straight away previously, but even still, sitting at 4 and 5, we saw a rehost at the end of round 3.
This is where Solotov's dangerous, isn't it?
But Solitov is a player that you have to try and remove. I spoke about playing this position a little bit more aggressively, and look at him! Picks up the headshot onto Benja. Neutralized and removed. He's got a little bit of support here as well. Uses obviously fancying it. Solitov double dips, goes for a second and takes Grizzly down. Heroic, they're falling by the wayside here, Demo. They're not even getting themselves in the building.
It's the exact same situation that G2 suffered from. It's peeking Solitov in a stationary position. He moves, he dances around his positioning to such extremes. No, Mellow is ready for him. That time around, Solitov is eliminated. But the damage has been done. 3 versus 4. You've lost again. Benji, you've lost those nades. You've lost the nades this time from Grizzly also. That does not put you in a good position once again.
Uses is just lurking for this kill as well. He's got the default camera open, so he's probably going to get the information, and he does. He just pops up out of nowhere, takes Mellow down. There might be a full minute, and there might be hard breach available, but you know, June, are you going to get a chance to use it in an impactful way? They're drawing in the side Demo. They know what's going on there, but they don't even know what's going on the roam game. Got himself here to the bottom of yellow stairs. The wall is going to be entirely open. Tyrant takes Doom down, and Nello finds the final kill. Smoke's going out in an attempt for a plan, but it was never going to come down to that. MNM successful here on Theme Park. What a result. 7 rounds to 4 against Heroic in our match of the day.
Scrappy game from all accords from both teams, but MNM being able to capitalize on the mistakes more from Heroic. But, oh boy, what can you say apart from well played MNM? Heroic just, it looks to be a different Heroic than what we've seen on Thursday night. It was a lot more by themselves. It was more reliance, I think, on Benji making plays, which I don't think you would have said that on Thursday night. I think Thursday night against Secret, it was very much a team performance. Everyone was getting stuck in.
Yeah.
This time it seemed to be they lost Benji early on, they lose Jum early on. That's it. That's it. There was nobody else to step up today.
Benja had a bit of a nothing game.
Benja honestly wasn't really there.
On the flip side, Tyrant users.
Yeah, I mean,
back to back.
First couple of rounds.
What a first 3 rounds.
Solitov in the defense
After 4 rounds, what was he, 10-0, something crazy like that? Ended up obviously a little bit worse off than that, but realistically, MNM showed us really what you can do if you do your homework, because they did the homework against Heroic there. The Monty ban was inspired. It forced a lot of Ossa play, which, as we saw, wasn't all too successful. Great result there for MNM. We're going to throw this one back over to our desk, and they're going to break it down.
Upset day continues. Let's have a chat with our victors, MNM. Zdravo, Nello. Congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling today?
Hello, Milos. Thank you very much. I'm feeling really, really good. Especially good. More than usual.
I can see it in your eyes. You know, only one man advantage really that was lost today. So, moving up in the world, it's good stuff. But today, a great day for MNM. First up, though, I want to ask you about G2 last Playday. What do you think happened there, and what do you think you've learned in preparation to today's game against a pretty tough opponent in Heroic?
Yeah, the last game we couldn't close it out. It was unfortunate, actually. Like, it would mean a lot now, right? After this win as well. But it is what it is. Like, you win some, you lose some. Basically, for today's game, when it was 6-3, we were saying, like, we still needed one more round. It's not over yet, and then we TK each other. So it is what it is, Maybe it's better to not say anything sometimes.
Fair enough. And, play through, first of all, when you saw Theme Park, it's a surprise to me, at least, to see it. It's, a great map, I believe. But what do you think, specifically, this series went to Theme Park?
It was one of the predicted maps that it could be.
Their game plan? Anything? What do you think?
They won the last game on it as well. So, realistically, they want to play it because they think they're good on it, let's say like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're not good on it. But basically, it was Theme Park. We knew that if we play our style on Theme Park, we can beat them, so we took it to Theme Park.
What's your style, then, on Theme Park? Can you describe it to me?
It's more, we have certain ideas and plan, and then we just do them. It's not like... Because the map is made that way that you need to... I don't think you can go like streamline A to B on Theme Park from one side, because the map doesn't have any soft walls from outside. It's only doors and windows. So you need kind of to spread the map around, make them think where you will come from. That's basically it.
I started looking at Consulate in some ways, if we're going really old school in it this way. But Theme Park was the play. You started off on attack, and you did really well on attack. Theme Park, either it goes a bit more for defense or 50-50 on the half of it. Why do you think you were so successful on the attack?
Didn't I say? I just said it. How is like idea behind attacks. So I think it's based on that probably for attacks. For defenses, usually team is defender side of the map, but it depends how you attack on that map. Basically, attacks win you the game on that map.
Well, Nello, with this victory, you secure yourself 3 points, which is awesome, but there's still a hurdle in the way. It's very French, and it's BDS in our next play.
Yeah.
It's a tough opponent. How do you feel that game?
But we never lost.
Say again?
But we never lost to them.
That's true. That's very true. Never taken a loss to
be honest, we should have lost that Sky, but we didn't. But it's going to be a tough game for sure. We always lose in the beginning, then ended up comebacking the whole game. But it's going to be a really spicy game, especially for us, because it's for the major, probably. Let's say like that. But I expect nothing but insane game from both teams.
What are you afraid of from BDS, if you are?
Brid. Brid is my nemesis. I'm joking. I love them all. They're all good guys. We are not afraid, of course. We're just going to show up on the game day.
I'm very much looking forward to it. All the fans, make sure you're tuning in. MNM versus BDS. You better not miss it. Till then, though, Nello, thank you very much for the interview. We'll see you hopefully next week. Good luck in the next game. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Milos, and everybody. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. There it is. MNM taking down Heroic. We preface this game as the winner of this matchup will be the one that handled the pressure best. And Heroic crumbled under it. MNM took it out. Yep, exactly. That's how you put it. Heroic crumbled under the pressure. There was numerous occasions where the players just seemed indecisive. They pushed aside and then just didn't make the decision whether they want to focus left, right, and then found themselves in the middle of two guns. Whereas MNM, if you think about their attacks and look at these performances from the specific players, Tyron, first 3 rounds, 7-0. Now he's eventually led the game 14-4. Uses 10-5. Solotov set at 10-8 as well. Really good performances. They dealt with the utility on their attacks very well, and then on their defenses, they just made sure they kept map control, and it took Heroic so long to even get a small portion of the map. They just couldn't seem to get any attack going on. There were team kills as well in their attacks eventually. Really crumbled under the pressure, and MNM stood strong.
There was 2 big questions coming into this game, despite the fact that it was a playoff effectively for what I thought would be the 4th spot for the major. Obviously, MNM have won that. Was 1, can Heroic deal with the pressure? I think we've had that answered. Probably not. They've still got the same issues that they've had over a year ago. New org, new coaching staff, new players. Still the same issue. And then, will MNM, 1, find consistency, and then 2, play together? I think the fact that we saw on the scoreboard today, their front line, all 3 of them having excellent days, was due to the fact that they were actually playing together to set up their executes. And it was really nice to see from MNM. That type of performance is the MNM that encourages me. For if they do go to the major, it encourages me that they could take it and, have games up there and be competitive with the best teams in the world.
What I love to see was them being in your face as well on the defenses. We saw numerous occasions with the cash side where Solotov just came swinging around, or Tyrant was up there as well to assist, swinging around left, right, center, and just having that against you as Heroic, you're scared to take further map progress because, there might just be someone swinging you. You have to be very careful. You have to drone it out, be cautious with your map control, and eventually they wasted so much time on that with side acutes, it came down to messy parts, team kills eventually. It didn't look pretty at some point. And I want to take a look very quickly at the probabilities, see who can make it out through the major. Now, MNM with this regulation win, they get all 3 points and an over 60. And this does not account for everything because this is not the one that was used and updated during the games. It is a bit above that. If we're looking at it, Heroics drops to under 28%. That's gotta hurt. Yeah, but in general, if you look at this whole statistic, there's like a 60% difference between winning in regulation and losing in regulation. This game was so important, and I feel like that's really where Heroic fumbled the bag. We know they perform worse under pressure and under stress. It showed today again. They've gone from an 88% chance, which could possibly even confirm them for today for the major, to only having 28% chance to now make it to a major.
And they get to have another game with a load of high pressure next week for Heroic's point of view when they go up against Rogue in
Yep.
essentially what for that game is going to be a winner takes all for a spot at the major. That's going to be even higher pressure than it was today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say this, but like MNM plays BDS, okay? Winner of that, well, specifically for MNM, if they win, they get the points, they make it through to the major, they have the spot. Heroic plays Rogue, match of the day. Whoever wins the game makes it through. Europe, the most competitive region in the world, makes it until the last Playday to make sure who does it. If that's not enough for you to tune in and watch, there's nothing on this earth that will do it. And I have to say, you have to be here to watch it. I will be very upset if you're not here, and you don't want to make me upset. Right?
No.
Nope.
There you go. That'll be a very bad time. So no two ways around it. If I don't see you here, I'll be very upset and very disappointed, to say the least, because there'll be no fucking better game than exactly this one to watch, Heroic versus Rogue. But we still have 2 more games to go, G2 versus BDS and TT9 versus Wolves. So let's take a quick break as I recover from the one swear that I've used over the past 6 months. See you in a bit.
Finds the final kill. Smoke's going out in an attempt for a plant.
and welcome back to the show. G2 take on BDS. And I cannot wait for this game to begin, because in the day when G2 were good, this would be the game that we all look forward to as like, oh my god, who's going to be number one in the stage? How is it going to happen? And then G2 end up not qualifying anyways, but... Yes, Jack?
Just to add on to this, Milos, really sorry.
Yes, my dear.
I actually earmarked this game right at the start of the stage. We do our pre-show planning for all the segments. First, right at the start of the stage 6 weeks ago, I really want an extended G2 BDS segment because it'll be the match of the day because it's G2 and BDS. And then no, G2 let us down.
Yeah.
In more ways than one would say. But they did recover in our last Playday, so now there's a 2% chance for them to make it to the major. Let's go. We get some easy claps. Thank you, Demo. There you go. Thank you, Anne. But BDS, this is the most important part, is that they're looking to qualify to the major. And it doesn't take much to get them over the line. Any win in any way, be it overtime or in regulation, does it. But also, if they lose in OT, but things also happen to G2.
Yes. Basically, the number 6 is going to be really important today, because if BDS gets 6 rounds, they're going to be qualified for the major. But if G2 gets 6 rounds, they're going to be qualified for SI. So where we had a game earlier today where overtime was really bad for either team, today it wouldn't even be that bad for both teams.
Man, imagine that. 6-6. And that'll take them over. G2 qualify, man, that's a Mickey Mouse game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I think so. I think, G2 99.9 something % chance for SI. It would just be today that qualifies them, right? But yeah, I think it should be an exciting one. Both teams technically have something to play for. Also, it's worth saying G2, like you say, 2%. They're still in with some kind of a chance for the major. I don't know the maths behind that, but it's a very slim chance.
Yeah, and you're
demo go like this because it's very
you're a
exciting.
resident mathematician here. If anything, come on, you're better at maths than I am. That's
now we've got Sprabuni and Raf. I just let them tell me. It's really good.
That's a very good point. Having experts always helps out, which is why we're here to introduce G2 and BDS very quickly, because everybody knows who they are. First up, G2. And can you help me up with the squad?
Yes, they had some messy rounds against MNM last week where they tried to cheese off a few plans without it really working. But luckily, though, they won in overtime. They won those 2 rounds. And, well, this team is a group of really good individual players. I think back about the story that Extra Troika made last week about the soup. Whereas you have a soup with really good ingredients, and together, it doesn't really taste that well. And we've seen that. We've seen these players, they can step up. But then again, if you have a team that is based off of such individual, very skilled players, you can't really have yourself not find any of them back in the top 5 in regards to leaderboards of ratings and KDs and entry and cost. Well, only Alamau and Doki go positive and NKD, but that's a margin of 2 and 1 respectively. That's not the greatest.
Yeah, and I watch a lot of the G2 communication videos because I'm a bit of a nerd and I like watching a lot of YouTube. But what I will say is that the G2 communications feel very clustered. The rounds never feel in control. The games feel chaotic, and that's why you see such inconsistency from them. Even the win last week against MNM, it came off the back of a game that it was very chaotic, and they were lucky to win that one.
All right, and what about BDS on the other side?
Well, BDS, a little bit less chaotic because they've got an unreal front line, and Breeday's remembered that he's probably the best support in the world. Not saying he hasn't had a bad year or so, but he is back to like 2020 Breeday stages, and BDS have just gone stomping through this league, apart from one tiny blip on that radar. It's quite a big blip actually against Rogue. So, for them, BDS, they will go to the major. Whether that's confirmed today or next week, they will go. And it's good to see them back, I would say, because they're playing. I still think they've got some potential strategic flaws, where they're kind of 80% on strategy, whereas other teams can be like 100%. But what they lack in strategy, they make up for in Shaiko. They make up for in EFAC. They make up for in Breeday. And then they've got a very solid middle core with Alems and Renshi as well. They're not far off the complete team.
This team has much more of a defined backline and front line than G2 has. And this team actually tends to work together at times. And we see Breeday, for example, have a lot of plans, very high cost, very influential in those rounds. But then again, they've recently changed up their roster and got Leak Effect on there, a player that's really been enabling them as well.
All right, then our map for this series, which one will it be? I really need to find another way to introduce this segment, by the way. Repetition. Skyscraper, are you serious?
Yeah, first skyscraper.
It's the
of
first
stage.
one
It's
of the
first one.
stage. Oh.
Okay, Playday
It
8.
took us 9 play days. Well, sorry, 8 play days, all the way to the 4th game of Playday 8 before we saw skyscraper.
Every single map has been played in Europe.
Yep.
God,
Well, as of when this one is.
we are the superior region. Skyscraper, G2, they start off on the attack, BDS on defense. Now, any one of you expected this? Be honest with me.
Very high preference map for both teams. It really is.
How come?
G2 have always been known as a great skyscraper team. You know, they even you think back right to the start of this year, they were running around against TT9, played it very well, looked very scary. And what you've got to think is like when you put in such good performance on the map, it carries through against teams. BDS have always had a high preference, but the games have always been a lot closer. They played against Secret, Rogue, and a few other teams where it's gone to like overtime. And they played at MNM, it went to overtime and lost. So both teams have a very high preference. You usually get there when both teams have such a high preference.
Yeah, this map usually gets banned against G2. And if I look at that final part of the map ban phase where G2 bans out border, that's no big surprise to me because we've seen how that game went down against Rogue, where they, once again, like they did with MNM, tried to cheese off rounds without really having the control that you require for a plant or anything going down. So smart decision in the final part from G2 by banning out border. But then now to look at starting Skyscraper attack. They need 6 rounds to qualify themselves for SI. That is a really tough battle.
Yeah, against BDS, a tough game, as you say. Reminder again, the moment they hit OT, if they do, both qualify to Invitational and BDS also make it to the Major. The Major run is pretty much dead here for G2. I'm only saying pretty much because there's 2% chance, yada, yada, yada. You know how stats work. So yeah, a lot on the line for these two squads. Big glory. Thank you very much, Ann and Fresh. And we're going to toss it to our casters. Hap is not feeling too great today, but don't worry about it. We got Demo and Fluke to guide you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos, or as he just gave away his new nickname, Big Glory. I'm joined here by Demo. So you did your throw. Huh?
What?
Hey.
Skyscraper.
Yeah, I know. You were well excited about this when this came up.
Yeah, I love Skyscraper. Really fun map.
Tell me more.
Tell you more.
Break it down for me.
It's not supposed to be Greece. We're not getting into that territory, are we?
Tell me why.
No.
Oh. Imagine if that's how the film actually went. If they were, are you already regretting this?
No, I'm not. Already, I'm seeing a social vote.
Yeah.
43% of G2 fans think they're going to win. 57 to BDS, which I think is honestly very close, probably closer than what it should be, to be honest. But right, let's set the precipice.
Yeah. Break it
By
down.
all accords, BDS walk in here and they should win today.
Yes.
BDS have been top tier side. EFAC's worked the charm. The team's back. G2, same old problems as what they've had last split, and honestly a little bit in the split before, I suppose. You know, they've struggled finding what kind of team they are.
Mm-hmm.
However, because it's G2, there's always something about this game that can just go horribly wrong for BDS. I don't know what it is. I think we've seen it against Wolves. Whenever G2, and even against MNM, whenever G2 are supposed to win games, all of a sudden they win. It's so weird the way this team works. I can't explain it.
It's the strange idea, because we always talk about expectation. You talk about how a team goes into a game expecting themselves to win, or whether we expect them to win or lose or not. And G2, it's never been really easy to gauge, because for a lot of people, a lot of times, there's expectations for them to win or lose, and it doesn't seem to not just change our predictions, but how the players seem to approach the game.
Look, on paper, G2 should, by all accords, be the top tier team that we've ever produced. On paper.
Yeah, on paper.
On paper. And that's what we said at the start of the year. On paper, it's unbelievable. It didn't work. It didn't work on paper. They made another change. Blur comes into the lineup. Again, on paper, you'd say, again, it was always on paper, it has to be an upgrade on Prano, because you've got somebody who has better mechanical gun skill. We've seen Prano was lacking in that department. It was proven in the stats.
Yeah.
It has to work on paper. Guess what? Hasn't worked on paper. It has not worked.
On paper.
Yes, and that's all we had to go off was paper. Yes, it's the book of G2. They still have the potential. It's similar to what we look at MNM. MNM are a young side that we know on their day can be incredible, can be unbelievable. G2 are basically more of the finished product, because you've got players here who have been there, who have done that. You've got players here who have won championships, for goodness sake, which is what you can't say the same. Well, you can say one player in MNM has done that, but the other ones haven't. You know, Doki, Citizen, winning championships, Alamo, major winner. Virtue, the Australian Opens count, I don't know.
what? I don't know. Dev Martyr is fuming somewhere. What might count here, as they alluded to on the desk, this is the first time we're going to have Skyscraper here in this split, in this region at least. It's sort of remained a bit hidden, but to be honest, G2 have taken us to maps that maybe were a surprise to them before, just as much as they were to us. And that was where they beat the previous other French team that they're able to take a win on theme against Wolves. So, BDS, will you be the third team that, well, on paper, apparently that's being entirely torn up today. Both Rogue and Heroic lost, and on card, maybe they were the ones that should be winning here. Fresher starts over onto the side. This side, obviously, the Karaoke, and that starts with Geisha.
So, we're going to have a split push, essentially, from G2. You've got two teams working in motion. You have the backstairs team, which is going to consist of Virtue and also Blur and the Ossa, and they're looking to be the main pushing force into the site. They're primarily trying to get themselves inside of Karaoke. BDS, they have not made a Karaoke rotate, which does create some issues for G2. It means that they're going to have to try and open it themselves. They should be able to do that. They have Virtue. Blur does get shot in the foot, but can place down the Ossa shield. And this is a great position. They have established control of that area. There's the second team doing work. You've got Doki and you've got Alamau going on the south side, moving in towards Kitchen, opening up Geisha Wall. They're trying to suffocate BDS. They're making sure that BDS cannot move, and they're trying to complement that with Cezin, who's the odd man out. He's moving in with the nades from below.
Shaka wants to try and find a response. They're going to see if they can get a body back to throw. The drone does not quite get the reveal of the man on the hatch, and that is the perfect time for him to do this. Takes the early kill, swings his way around, gets the drone on the back end, and suddenly BDS, well, they've gotten themselves a little bit of territory back that G2 has to be aware of. They're going to have to try and dig out this fight first. You can see Citizen, as you said, is by himself on this run on the supply line, and well, now he's not even in the server. Shaiko, he's able to take the win out of that fight. The pressure on the site is still trying to just draw some attention away. They've got to try and put the pedal to the metal here. They're charging their way through. The plant just sucked on the corner of the hard wall. Is there an awareness? The C4 doesn't catch it, but the spray sure does. Playday still in a position to get that from the swing round on Geisha that was not controlled, and well, now the kit's in Narnia and they can just watch from a distance.
Oh, G2, it was a nice attempt, but you're missing that crucial Geisha control. And now G2, they're in Narnia. They have no idea what to do. I mean, BDS just have to hold their crossfires. They have the man advantage. It should be no issues from them, but if they start getting away kills like this, oh my goodness, just about Alamau gets the kill from below. They get one back, 20 seconds to go, but it's not looking good, Em.
No, and there's one more off the board. The swing of the Ossa shield's not quite come together. You might have Candelas in your pocket and a hard breach, but there's not much you can do without trying to find your fight through all the BDS players. 10 seconds, and they knew where you were. BDS claw back after a first body goes against them. They made sure all of the rest fell in front.
So, G2, it was a good attempt. The structure looked good. The early game, they done well. They established their two teams. They opened up Geisha. They had that team coming in with the Ossa shield. They set up that control where you can shut down anyone crossing in towards Karaoke. The issue was Alamau was over towards Geisha, and then he rotated to Karaoke window. Nothing wrong with that. I suppose put the Ying in a position where she can get the Candelas rolling in, can create a bit of chaos, can cover in the window. But what G2 forgot to do was then rotate somebody else to Geisha's side. That was where they suffered, because they gave free Geisha towards BDS. Shaiko, of course, dropped in. There was no refry because Citizen was kind of segregated away from Doki. And then as soon as you lose that Geisha control, there's no way you're going to be able to plant in towards Karaoke. It was a nice attempt, swinging in, using the shield to run across, give yourself that bit of cover, and then plant inside of Karaoke. They had Virtue covering the long angle, they had somebody in the window, but without the Geisha control, we've seen what happened. All that has to happen is that wall be opened up and then the diffuser's done. That was it. They missed their Geisha control. That was the crucial part. You need to take that map, or that side of the map.
If you missed it there during that, BDS need 1 point from this game to get themselves locked in and solidified for the upcoming major. Obviously, they want to try and take as many as possible. You're against a team and you can really put a difference in, especially with the blows that Heroic and Heroic have taken earlier on today. BDS, you could start to affirm yourself as that top seed once upon a time. The Wolves are still yet to play, but I'm sure you'll be happy with the French flag at the top. G2, in the meantime, they're going to do their best to try and bite back. A quick take there, the swing onto the VIP wall. It's pretty easy now to get itself broken open, but that's why you have this. The Aruni gate forces any of that swing to have to be a lot slower instead of just barreling your way through.
So that's the moment for G2. Happy enough just to probe and get these walls opened. Whenever you're dealing with this office, it's generally a site that is turned into a bit of a roam fiesta because trying to sit in sight in this bomb site is an issue. Whenever walls start to get opened up, there isn't really any safe positions. Combo that with a majority of it being able to be naded from below, you do not have a lot of safe space that you can really play in towards. So you will start to see teams extend in towards Drum, in towards Dragon, and G2 are doing a good job at acknowledging that. They've set up the crossfires, they set up the cutoffs for the flank, and, well, BDS, they've lost Shaiko.
That's it. They lose him in that position. A Bandit was a second too late to the wall. They do still have player presence underneath as well, BDS. They have a chance to go for one of the couple of rotates, but it's Dragon that might be the next fight. Lickifak is the one just holding on to the angle, hoping that as soon as somebody takes too heavy a step through, they can get it popped open. But G2, they're doing some reconnaissance this time. As you said before, they sort of went in with not enough under their belts and covered.
Do the basics. Do the drones.
Get it done.
That's what you need to do. That's one thing that we've talked about G2 is some of the basics.
Well, yeah, there's the first basic gone. Blur taken off by Lickifak, but they're going to still try and put the pressure onto the site itself. They've got themselves very much tucked in here around the sort of dragon cutoff that cuts itself off all the way through. Alamau couldn't quite get the angle. Alems sure does. Has just that safety over the side of Dragon. As I said, the swing falls into their favor, and you can see once again G2, they're trying to sort of strong-arm their way through onto the site itself, but it's becoming a bit of a blind.
Literally a blind as the flashbangs miss the door. Cezin gets rinsed from the drone hole from Renshi. Oh, brilliant for Renshi, though it has to be said, to get that pick. And now G2, the setup looked really good, but they've just stalled out. I thought they'd done exceptionally well with cutting off Shaiko, but from this position, I just don't think they're going to get anything from it.
Well, they get even less. Alems is able to get a second through the hole opened on the breach. Virtue's suddenly stuck. Not for very long. BDS, they sort of took the approach and buffed it immediately back as soon as the pressure hit the side again.
G2 and their structure setting up looks good. It does look good. They're doing the things that they need to do. Open up the single wall. Then you start to move in, hold off the roamers. You've done that with Shaiko. And then as soon as things are going well for G2, something happens. There's just a little, it's as if they've torn a hamstring. That's what it feels like. You've got the 60th minute mark and then bang, you're out.
Defenders, protect your
I don't know. It seems
we're on round 2. You can't lose yourself this early.
Just the reason why I have these meltdowns, and I think I've got it down, is I think so highly of so many teams.
You do.
That's why I think, because I've seen so many teams be unbelievable, be goddamn brilliant. I'm sitting there thinking, wow, they are genius. They are Einsteins.
They're the ones that make you excited about the game.
Yeah, and then whenever they do something that I just, how have you done that? That's whenever I just, I lose it because I expect so much. And the same with G2. I thought this team at Berlin Major put in one heck of a shift. I think they proved how good they can be against international opponents.
Against their own impressions of how they would do as well.
And they've always struggled against domestic teams. But international, that's where this team flourishes. And it's just, we've seen how they played at Berlin, and I really thought after Berlin, where they made this 5% run, they'd done it. Wow, unbelievable, bloody brilliant, quarterfinals, all that jazz. Surely they come into this stage with the brand new pickup. They're going to be hot dog. Hot dog in the other context, I suppose, is where they're headed up now, but you know what I mean? That's what I thought it was going to be.
Well, they're going to be, once again, trying their approach here on top corner onto Exhibition. They're going to see if they can try and root out the loose player. As you said before, they did it quite well onto Shaiko. This time it's Lickifak that might be the first to meet the end of a gun barrel, and the 9mm and how trusty it can be. You might see if he can just slip away rather than get himself into an engagement. There wasn't anyone to quite catch them off. Renshiro
drop off.
Does almost get caught. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something.
No, don't worry.
I'm worried.
It's been a while since me and Foot have been here. Sometimes I say a one word or like two word, just jump in.
Do I have to pretend to be Ollie?
I'm pretty sure Ollie he doesn't even hear me.
No,
I think that's why he doesn't hear me. You do. You want to,
I'm as attentive to you as they are to the drones that's coming through. But Alamau's going to see if he can move on the back of it now. The pressure onto Geisha. Pops his way through. Shaiko's trying to find a fight, but he can't quite get it either side. There's one at the top of the black door as well. But Shaiko, he's still standing, and G2, they haven't quite been able to formulate a full bite.
It's taken them 30 seconds just to realize that, hey, Dragon and all that is clear. It's been clear for ages. BDS had a very early drop-off, but G2 have taken their sweet time to actually move into these positions, so a little bit slow from G2's angle. Shaiko and EFAC fine too. Down goes Blur, down goes Virtue. The backline is in the bin. Let's see if the front line can do the business. I mean, G2, they, of course, have control of exhibition. You can maybe try and move in to try and open up that double wall on T-Room. Alamau has to make a big play. He's entered in where Virtue was. This is where he suffered a loss. And Shaiko has the swing, and Alamau almost walks into another crossfire. This is treacherous right now from G2. They put 1 foot out of place, and BDS will punish them.
I think you have to look at how the approach came together here. At first, G2 had all the angles, and Doki's able to at least take one back by beating the drum. But will this creep come round? No, is the answer. Efac from underneath as Doki getting most of the revenge, but not quite the end. It's Alamau that goes down in the engagement. Doki suddenly the only one left standing. There's a tuck round on the corner. There's the pressure of the players, and he's instead going to see if he can spray through the soft a little too wide and can't quite get it.
A trade.
Oh, a trade out there at the end. It was a bit better in the mid to late game, but the early was the first one to go away from G2 this time.
Whenever you're dealing with that kitchen barbecue and you see that teams have forfeited early control of the majority of the map, you need to get in there quick. It's all about time management. I just feel that G2, they took, 30 seconds to actually realize that, hey, Dragon is clear, we can push in, we can try and take drum control. That was the thing for me that kind of stuck out, was just their time management. It wasn't quick enough to get them into position. You still have to clear out the upstairs. I think losing, was it Virtue in the window, or was it Blur? Well, I think it was Blur in the window. Losing that player doesn't help, because I think you're kind of relying on him to create the cutoffs, because whenever you start the pressure in towards drum, you don't want Geisha. Shaiko is going to try and rotate elsewhere. That's where the man in the window can be so valuable a lot of the time. So I think losing these individual picks has not helped, but you have to give credit to BDS. It may sound very biased towards G2. I understand that. I understand that. But I think it's more of the case of, we expect this from BDS. This is just week in, week out. This is a performance. You know,
that's the thing.
It's incredible siege, but we're used to that.
Yeah, we've sort of seen this BDS with the addition of Efac, with that sort of change in the roster. It's brought...
You're telling me BDS is winning? No. There's no way BDS are winning. It can't be.
I think, how many people in the talent predicted G2?
I mean, I didn't.
And if you didn't, I don't think anyone did, unless it was fresh going, well, everyone's predicted one. I'm going to predict the other. Spoiler alert, sometimes analysts take risky picks on purpose just to have conversation, mainly because they're lonely. They have no one else to talk to. The pressure starts underneath. Karaoke, they're going to see if they can maybe potentially get a bit of a different bit of control here. Instead of throwing themselves in behind the back of an Ossa, instead, they're going to see if they can send the Twitch in first. There is some eyes coming towards Geisha and the player that actually tore pretty much everything apart last time.
Shaiko in that position has gave them a headache. Just playing on that, I think it's called Wood, I believe, is the call out of choice for the professionals. I think so. Just this position here from Shaiko. He can swing onto the black stairs door. He can swing on, of course, that single window. And does almost get pre-fired, so G2 are aware of that position. Alamau appears, finds two. It's one thing that he has been very handy in the pinch where he can just appear with these double kills.
Oh, and there's a bit of a bite back, but Alamau's already done a lot of busy work. We can hear the Candelas popping onto the site itself. They swing in. Shaiko's going to see if he can stop it, but one more Candela swung around the corner. Can't quite get the catch. They can still go for the fight. Tucked round on the hard wall, the pop of a smoke and the take of Blur. He was watching and waiting. Alems is doing the same, and the kit goes cold. In the middle of the site, Efac with the shotgun, and Alems with a backline gets a scrappy take. Suddenly it's 2 versus 2, and these 2 remaining players at the top of black stairs trying to fight their way over this massive no man's land that's sort of careened itself. But Alems on the drone, he's getting those ready in position.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of pressure on Efac just to basically stay alive. He needs to almost protect Alems in this scenario because he has the echo cams. He can stall out the round as best as he can. He does have both of them alive, I'm pretty sure. G2 now will go in for the drones. They should be able to spot out the echo. I mean, they know the echo's there because they just lost somebody to it, but they did not know about the second player, but now they do. Main stairs is the position of choice, and Citizen is looking to aggro onto that.
Well, that's it. They got to see if they can try and just force a fight here. They know that there's time to play against it. The kit's picked back up, but Citizen's not happy with where he stopped, and both these players are still looking for their first kill on the side of G2. Oh, everything is being watched and called. Efac's going to try and swing behind it, moves out the way of the grenade, and right into the bullets. Citizen is taken care of. Virtue suddenly all that's left, and well, Lems, he's still playing this from the top down. He's the one you call him for Overwatch. And Efac's the one that locks it out. 4 rounds in a row for BDS.
G2, that was a 2v4. 2v4. So,
how's the breakdown going?
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing Alamau does very well. Alamau's good, again, at finding space. He's very good in that situation where he can see an opening and he'll go in and get a double kill any day of the week. I think he's very good at doing that. He doesn't do it all the time, which is that sometimes the issue that G2 have been lacking, but whenever he does pull it off, it sets you up magnificently to win that round. The issue was, I would say it kind of comes down to Blur. Blur just got caught out in the open. He swung in, he was the one in the Ying. Why is he not trying to maybe plant in the same position he was planting in? Remember the previous round, whenever he was the Ossa? He decided to run across an open wall, an open plan. It's as if the kitchen's just been knocked down, the open plan kitchen. And I just think that in that scenario, G2 just need to try and get the plant down as safely as they can. And him run across the room and just left the diffuser in the middle isn't helping that. And the echo cams, of course, was
I mean, the echo's still there. I think they had both cams still up as well. That one was entirely uncontested inside the site and karaoke itself. The other was sitting pretty around gold. I think where LM's left it, yeah, they were happy to sort of sit back. Don't get me wrong, when they're in the 2 versus 2 that they shouldn't be in, but they're in that situation and they're trying to isolate the kill, it makes sense. They got the kit back and then tried to keep pushing. They had an idea on where they were, but it didn't quite come together.
I have to question Virtue as well in that 2v2. What was he really doing?
True.
What was he doing? He knows the Echo's in drum. Echo's never going to be swinging into long, which is what he is trying to hold.
Yep.
You've got then EFAC, who's just behind a reinforced wall. That's all EFAC is doing, is behind a reinforced wall. He is leaving Citizen in a 1v1. Why not push down? You know the Echo's going to be on cams. You know for a fact the Echo's not going to be moving from his position. Go and help Citizen. Take the 1v2s. Take the trades. Go for it. Because he's just doing nothing in that scenario.
Well, doing something is Shaiko and EFAC, both of them now in a race. There's sort of been conversation about who's going to be the one getting their teeth into most of these games in terms of frag, and both of them are pretty happy to take big bites out of G2. In the meantime, G2 players still haven't quite been able to connect with a gun game where it's kind of more important in this than many others when you know that all 10 players can be firing. Alamar takes a scrap of damage as he's just popping open that and trying to hold off from Bay with the first E1D. They're going for the same breaks and breaches they had before.
I would like to see them go a little bit more direct on the site, to be honest. I think they can certainly do that. You may be thinking, oh, the double wall is going to be tricky with the bandit trick. You can nade him from below. It's not a big issue if you're G2. And there's Shaiko again, just swinging it. He's
having a whale of a time.
It's just him, isn't it? It's just, this is it. This is Shaiko. This is him in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about how he likes to go against this team is aggressively. But will he be able to try and find his way out throughout the rest of this? You can see G2, they're steadily trying to force a bit more of the utility play. The mute jammer is just going to stop that breach. The pocket EMP was on the wrong corner, if you're wondering why that couldn't quite get it. The radius is very small. That one sure was on the right side, and Selma should pop and at least get the bit of destruction there on the swing round. There it is. That wall becomes a little bit more dangerous, but still not entirely unplayable.
Nah.
Good grief.
Just...
You're right, Demo. This is another check-in.
He must have heard me when I said, oh, EFAC, he's the new Shaiko.
I've heard you say that many times.
Well, not today.
Shaiko is still the old Shaiko.
Still his team. That's what he's saying. It's still his team.
Wow. Can they try and keep this as their game? That's the question now. A minute 10. They're going to go for the turn of the half.
One thing BDS have done so well at is giving G2 nothing. They're not even giving them a scrap. BDS are so static in their positions. They're just... Sometimes I do say static is not good. You need to get out and about. Yep. For a map like Skyscraper, where you will get shut down on the cutoffs, the best thing to do is just sit still, play the crossfires in your own team, and let the attackers push you. I know it's a risky play, but at the moment against a team like G2, who you know they have a couple of blunders in them, it's going to have an effect.
You can still see the G2 are trying to work out exactly how to try and approach this. They think they've got Playday locked off enough that they can try and get the site wall open, but Shaiko has different ideas, swings out and gets the first. Citizen is looking for the fight on a second right underneath, but it's EFAC. He's rotating his way back up. The position is slightly given away by the gunfire. He thinks he's at the bottom of the stairs. I think he's about to learn. Otherwise, swings right up into the player as Shaiko takes huge amounts of damage. Virtue, he's driving into the site, but he's entirely rebuffed. It's suddenly just Blur versus the world. He got the breach open, but it's apparently a little bit dangerous. So instead of getting a face full of explosives, he's going to see if he can at least try and take one out on the way out the door. But even after the tack timeout, we're looking at a flawless and 5 in a row.
Outclassed today. G2, 5 rounds in a row lost. Just hasn't been good today. Has not been good today. G2, I think they have these tendencies where they can let the heads drop. That's now where I look. It's not about the siege, it's about the mental game.
Yep.
It's just, this is the thing with G2. I feel as if G2 have been, every time they've went basic Siege, they have done really, really well. Now they pull out a skyscraper. And they're trying to do these intricate trap and cut-offs. We haven't seen a single direct wall being opened up. You know, we see that bomb site, for example. You can win that by opening up double wall, opening up the single wall, play somebody else in a window, and then just pressuring out the players on the site because they have nowhere to run, they have nowhere to hide. And you can play minimalistic on skyscraper. You don't have to go for these cut-offs over towards drum. You know, what's a drum player going to do for you pushing into office?
Beat it.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. It's G2, basic stuff. You know, they've been trying to, you know, instead of going for the atypical, oh, we're going to walk in towards the karaoke T bomb site, we're going to do a roam clear, then we're going to open up the T, and we're going to plant gold. Nice and simple, nice and easy. Even the black stairs, I think that was a good take for the black stairs, but then they throw in a Ying on karaoke window instead of playing it safe, play the Gown Geisha, try and look just to walk into karaoke, very default, you have the Osa shields. Just the way it is for me at the moment with G2, but never say never.
Renshi took out the drone. Never say never. Quite proven there. It took a little bit of ring around the rosies, and well, it's one more off the board for G2 here, and BDS made sure of it. But as he said, if they're not letting G2 be safe, not even the drones are going to be safe on this. The approach barbecue is where we're going to see if they can try and double it down. I mean, a 6-0 half puts a bit of worry on here, but Alems, he's ready to play this against the ex-Kairos. They're concerned about this, and Shaiko is offering all of the support. He just has to pop it, but Shaiko gets popped instead.
And this is what I don't want to see from BDS now, is then giving scraps to G2. I've mentioned how good BDS have been. There's the bandit trick was expected. BDS have been great at giving G2 nothing. G2 have had all the pressure piled onto their shoulders. If you start alleviating that pressure by eliminating players like Shaiko just right off the rip, that's going to give G2 a bit of confidence. And keep in mind, I've said it before, yes, G2, they have not been playing Greatest of Siege. We know that they still have it in them.
Oh, yeah,
We know they can still have it in them.
It's having it in them on the day. Something that I've heard somebody say a few times.
I hate you and Ollie so
Alems
much.
holding on to see if he can try and hold on against Blur, who's actually had to drop off. So much ex-Kairos was lost, and we saw his own drone roll in a split second later. It sat there for a long period of time, but it also takes a long period of time to pop off, so it was more than enough time. Alamau suffers a bit of a scrape from above, and he just has no real idea. EFAC wants to try and hunt the kill and chase the last one. There's a player just tucked on the window behind him, though, that seemingly has no idea. EFAC, does he know? Not that side, EFAC, but he's still going to tuck in and wait for this. The movement hears him. He's so ready to spring, but Alamau slips and slinks away.
EFAC could honestly be trapped in bathroom here for a moment, because if he tries to rotate out of restaurant, Alamau in that window cut off now in the bottom black stairs is going to be able to stop him. Alamau's going to actually swing in and go for it. EFAC, does he know that? It feels as if he does, because he has rotated out of bathroom and looking to challenge onto that angle, but G2 have no interest in actual bottom floor. Instead, they're looking to establish top floor control.
Yeah, Alamau took some scrapes of damage heading up the black stairs, but you're looking at 40 seconds and they're still just trying to formulate the drive towards the player. The first is gone. Alems takes care of Blur and most of Doki in a swing round. He's still doing all of the busy body work up here in Geisha, and then he's removed by the Twitch that came around in the back end. They've been able to take some semblance of this, the vertical control, but the site is still down, and they've got to try and force out these remaining players, some of them in positions and watched by bulletproofs that you just don't entirely know about. Alamau scrapes and slivers of health through the bars of barbecue just to try and get a little bit of the freshly cooked Brazilian player on the far end, but it's the legs of Playday that give him away. Doki's got one more. It's just EFAC versus the world. He's not quite able to get it out. G2, they have a breath and one round for the half.
Yep, finally, we get G2 on the board. It was a better clear out against Shaiko, I think, giving away that early pick. For what reason, I don't know. And I think that just gives G2 that extra bit of confidence. Still very, very slow from G2. I will admit, I think that they need to, again, still pick up that pace, because you're still sat there with 10 seconds to go, and, you know, EFAC's alive in a good position to almost hold, you know, two angles at once, and, you know, things could have gone wrong there. Things definitely could have gone wrong there. I think Virtue had a great pick, playing off that information that Alamau had gained from above, being able to know, okay, one's 100% inside of barbecue. We know we have him trapped. I have to push down. I have to make that kill. Just, you know, little things still. There's the probability, 2%.
Little things.
Overtime loss now is actually 100%.
Yeah, they need 1 point from this game. They get one more round, my friends. BDS makes it.
And G2 are done also.
G2 are done.
Oh, don't tell me we're going to have a 7-5 fiasco.
Again?
I was gonna say I'll make a bet.
You gonna?
I'm gonna do a Fresh.
Do you know Fresh? You interact with him quite a lot.
I can't do it.
How many of his bets have gone against him?
Like, you're telling me G2 have to win 6 rounds. G2 wins 6 rounds in a row on defense against BDS.
On Skyscraper.
That seems, surely not. And I could make a bet, and I could say, oh, look how confident I am, I'll make a bet, I'll make a silly bet. But knowing me and knowing G2, I will then have to do the bet.
How do you think you'd look with pink hair?
Honestly, that's why I'm not doing it, because I don't have enough gusto and confidence, because G2, is it more of a case of they've let me down in the past, but then I also feel as if they're gonna let me down, but in a good way, if that makes sense. They're gonna win, but then I'm also be letting down.
Yeah, I wouldn't risk it.
I hate games like this because I just feel ill. I feel ill. Because it's 5-1, but there's still something. There's still something. You may think he's delusional. And I very well might be delusional. I understand. Maybe that is what it is. That's the feeling I have, is delusion.
That's sports fans. Well, he's taking breath, and so is this approach. BDS, they're getting themselves stacked up here. Maybe going to try and do a bit of a quick drive. The pocket EMP is once again able to get a bit of a pop-off. That one's a little bit more direct. Blur, he's under a lot of fire from the position that he was able to put it on from the other side and just hot-foots it out of there.
Immediately look at the difference between the two teams. We've seen G2 struggle with a bandit trick on Geisha. BDS, Sophia stun, no problem at all. Doesn't that kind of sum up the differences between the teams? Just how separate they are from one another?
That is it, and the drive is going to be one that apparently looks like it might angle towards the bottom of Black Stairs here. The swing against the barb, they're being droned ahead, and Efek is more than happy to take this kind of fight. There's the first reveal. Alamau, how aware are you? Well, they're about to probably find out. This grenade just tucked underneath the breach behind the shield. Doesn't quite get it, but Alamau is kind of raring to swing the corner with the pop of the shotgun. Doesn't quite get it, but it's Virtue instead that loses out against... No, Doki even loses out on the back of it. Against Shaiko at the top of Black, Virtue took some damage, potentially from the opposite window. The swing round. There's Alamau at least getting some revenge, ready to get a second. The only thing he sees is the end of a smoke canister, very well pre-placed before to stop the push.
Alamau's doing great, stalling out the round for BDS, picking up a kill as well. It's actually forced Renshi away from the staircase. He now realizes that it's not going to work. We have the smoke up against them with the shotgun. We're never going to break through that. We have to look for other alternatives, which is probably where G2 want them to flood into. You have a nice duo ship over towards Drum and Dragon's side. Virtue even has that rotate. Oh, gets himself into a slippy position. If that goes misdroned, that could be an issue for BDS. And we talked about G2 and them stalling out BDS now. Look at them, where are they going? They don't really know what they want to do.
It's always the big problem with Skyscraper is that it is technical, it's new, and it's still not really had its teeth properly tested by a lot of these teams. You're trying to work things out on the fly as you fly through it, and here BDS are the ones that are suffering the other side of that. Alamau locks out another. LM's taken off the top of Black, and 15 seconds. BDS just got to try and hot-foot it. There's Blur, but Playday does find finally the kill on the top of Black Stairs. Efak wants to root his way through past Drum, can't find it, and Playday, well, he's going to do what Playday does. Hold F, stick it on the floor until he's removed from the board. G2, second round in a row, either side of the half.
Better from G2. Alamau played well, played it very, very well, known when to go for the aggro, known when to hold back, used the smokes very well, just whenever he sensed he was in danger, tosses it out, gives him a bit of control. BDS, you have to wonder, how can they not deal with a simple shield? How? Just one shield. They get rid of that. Alamau cannot play in that position, you then alleviate that pressure, and you have a bit more control of the map.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
BDS, one round still separates them from the chance at the major. They have 4 swings, same thing of G2, but the other reverse side. 2%, I mean, there's still a chance. 0% G2 fans, I'm sorry to say, even with my knowledge of statistics, it's over, it's done.
Leave us alone.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Do you want a support group?
Leave me and Jack alone. Me and Jack, we love this team. Why are you belittling them?
Well, Fresh, I mean, you know, he's actually quite surprised he's been drawn into this argument.
It's all an act,
Fresh
by the way.
Siege.
But it's all an act. This whole hating G2 thing. Oh, look at me. I criticise. I'm from Hull. Oh, I hate G2.
Is that
it's all an act. He loves G2. He loves it.
All right. I don't know why you're trying to do PR work for a man who frequently loses bets to dye his hair color.
Well, does he want to make a bet by chance? Fresh, if G2 wins 7-5, what we saying?
He shrugged.
He shrugged. He doesn't want them on their smoke because he knows it's going to come true.
All right, BDS. Let's see if we can try and get a little bit more on the second act of what was a good first. You're able to get a very quick drive, but now your nemesis, a shield, has been put down just on the swing here around onto Dragon.
This will be my mightiest opponent yet. A shield.
It's going to be the toughest one to pull apart. And as I said before, this is how you'll see this
Great
wall
bandit
open.
trick.
But
Wow.
wow. He's on an island, and it's just enough.
Renchi thought, oh, I have it covered, I can impact below, no problems at all, but Blur just slips in like a snake.
I mean, he's able to do it a second time as well. Both times he's popped off, they didn't quite have anybody
They tried to
stop it.
Habana the bandit charge from below, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that.
It's just... I mean, it's a very dangerous wall to still be locked. It's a very well-played bit of utility. Obviously, Blur's had a bit of a battle with that before. There's a quicker way to get rid of a shield. Doki suffers on the way back out quite...
Oh, I like this pause. I like this pause because if he can set up a crossfire with somebody inside of Terrace, Doki cannot be swung without Alamau being able to have a clear shot onto the opponent, and also the opponent will have his back turned to Alamau. So this could be a very deadly crossfire if these two players can communicate well. I do like that a lot. Even if he gets droned, I mean, still Doki, as soon as he gets droned, Doki will be dead, but it all comes down to Alamau. A great crossfire! That's better from G2.
Now they are going to see if they can try and put some pressure on the far end of Drum, but Shaiko, he actually gets caught out on the swing against Virtue here. One more, but there's Renchi. Pops in from the nearby window and looks for a second. Cannot quite get it locked in. The shield still stands. Efak, he's trying to get a rotation round. Bride still on the big long wall outside, and well, it's not locked, and he's going to see if he can try and at least pop one of these off. The Citizen gets popped off, but so does Doki. Again, yes, very quick responses coming from the guns of G2. If you wanted to know if they're communicating, they're proving it right now. This is a much sharper approach, and yeah, they're on the bastion of defense here at this point, but suddenly they're in a 3 versus 1. 2 impact and a C4 still in pocket, and Bride has a lot to do.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. We've talked about Bride. He's back to his best, of course. We've mentioned this before, but even this is a tricky challenge for him. 30 seconds to go. Everyone from G2 happy enough just to sit back and relax for the meantime. As long as they can establish just the crossfires, there's a long angle being held from Dragon onto the breach also. Just G2, just don't give any picks away, and Bride should fall like anyone else in this position.
There he does. Taken out on the side of the wall. G2, a bit of a stretch. And a little bit more of a stretch, I think, in that round. They found themselves a bit more confident. Something, as you pointed out, in the first half was absent from all of it.
There was just nothing you could talk about the first 5 rounds. There was no team play. I feel as if there's people just doing nothing. It's probably they're just there. They're filling a space, and that's it. Whereas now you look at G2, they're more reactive to one another. They're there helping each other out. I mean, what a crossfire, he has to say, from Doki and Alamau. That's a perfect way to play that engagement, knowing that probably Doki's going to be headlocked into that position. I would say, again then, for BDS, their utility clear hasn't been the greatest. And whenever I say utility clear, of course, the shields has been issues, but even just getting nades on the players, we've seen very little nade kills at the moment from BDS. And all of these positions that realistically G2 are in, they're nadeable.
I like the Flores.
Yeah.
They are a team that has played alongside of Flores a lot. It's in the right hands, a good drive, a good sort of both in momentum and physically driving the drones. It's fun, haha. But it was very quick to get rid of the shield. The problem was the follow-up, the trust that G2 had pulled back.
You just need more utility, more flashes, more nades. You need to create a moment of urgency from G2. Urgency will then create a bit of flusters, then the comms go out the window, and that's how you beat G2.
But not in the same way that G2 tried that on their attacks, where they threw everything in, and then sort of...
I mean, G2, the main attacks, it wasn't the utility clear. I think G2, for the most part, a lot of their attacks, the way they set up within the first half was great. It was the execute that was just non-existent. BDS, I think, are struggling to even find a foothold. I think just BDS, for the past 2 attacks that we've seen, there just hasn't been any real clear indication of what they're trying to attack. Two different spectrums, and both struggling on the attacks. One cannot finish, one can't even get started.
BDS. Hey, it's me again. Just letting you know, 1 round. Still you need, and you've taken the time out to, I guess, have a conversation. See if you can maybe try and connect the dots on just a single round. You don't need to win the game. They know that, we know that. But it's actually probably worse that they know that. It's always that situation when you're this close to the end, the precipice, and you're on a half that starts to struggle. You just need to try and find that confidence to go, look, we know what we need. It's 0-0. Let's just try and get that 1 goal, 1 last score.
And even just getting that one round, it can be more of a mental block than anything, because you think, oh, it's easy, one round, surely.
It's easy.
But until you get it done, it's not easy.
Virtue. Tucked up here, around the top of Black. He's sort of popping his head up and down. You can see Shaiko, he's prepped to maybe have a look inside Dragon window, cut off the back line, or maybe the rotation. But otherwise, they've already been forced out. You can see the presence.
Clear.
Yeah, exactly. Around bar, around the sort of exhibition side, just steadily and quickly being knocked aside. They're going to find here their first fight. Citizen tucked around the top of Drum, and we might start hearing the banging of somebody else's.
Yes. Being able to gain control of Dragon and Drum. Well, not Drum as of yet, but certainly Dragon control is in their favor. G2 very reserved in how they want to approach this. As long as that castle barricade is up for Citizen, he just has to look that one direction. Speaking of castle barricade, it is gone now. Just having that castle, it gives Citizen not so much of a protection because he has the shield. It's just a sound warning. If that's getting opened up, you know somebody's going to come to your doorway. You know somebody's going that way because you don't open that up for no reason.
And behind that, they also have the Wamai disc and the Wamai playing it itself, and they have the Aruni gates. They've done everything to sort of make this a bit of a scarper, so it might come down to Shaiko. Look at his position and the confidence potentially to go for a swing on the player. He's waiting for the drone, and it's Virtue that's just drifting around Black Stairs. He's got himself obviously the angle with the shield itself, but look at that. The hot drone is still steadily under the feet and the guns. They've pulled themselves a bit back, but look, G2, they push back forward exactly. They're waiting this out. They actually reinforce gold, get it relocked.
BDS has struggled with finding anything on the board for the past 2 rounds, and I think G2 have acknowledged that. They're giving BDS nothing the same way that we've talked about G2. You know, they were struggling because BDS gave them nothing. Equally, G2, they're not giving BDS the scraps. They're not giving them an inkling into the map, into the round whatsoever. Shaiko will find Blur, but keep in mind there is still going to be more players upstairs he has to deal with. The shield is going to be cleared out, so he knows he has that backstairs control now. One person is going to be inside a goal. Did you see the football helmet? But Doki swings at the perfect time. A second from Doki. Alamau finds another G2. A great round. A 1v4 once again for Bride. Poor old Bride. He hasn't had the best of luck being stuck in these positions.
I mean, he must be a little bit like, come on guys, but in French, because at this point he keeps finding himself where everybody is blunked and you've mussed it. There it is, at least one on the way out the door. He slipped by some of the vertical hold, but he's got 8 seconds, and you won't see any of it there. Doki somehow taking the kill onto Black, which shouldn't have been his, and then swinging to get the second on the back of it. I think, if anything, capitalizes what you've been saying about BDS's approaches here.
Oh, I feel ill. I hate this because it's 5-4, and I'm going to be sitting here thinking, oh yes, I just have a feeling it's going to be 6-5 G2 and then BDS win. That's it, all that work, and then poof, it's gone. Honestly, that's how I feel. I just, oh.
Better than a 7-0.
I hate this.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Right. Okay. So that's 3 defenses in a row done for G2. BDS did the same.
Well.
BDS did the same.
Yep.
The only site that G2 was able to win was that barbecue and kitchen on the attack. BDS, I feel as if that kitchen barbecue is probably, quote-unquote, their best chance, but not really. Yeah. They struggled massively with getting anything on this bomb site. They couldn't even deal with Alamau, a simple shield set. They couldn't even deal with that. You looked over towards Office, again, similar situation. Couldn't even deal with the players in a simple shield. BDS, the past 3 rounds have not been good. It's the same way, you know, we can sit there and criticize G2, and I mean, everyone loves hating G2. Everyone loves criticizing G2.
Yeah, they do.
BDS, the team that we have said have been so top tier, have been incredible. They're back. Those are not good rounds from BDS, and they need a bit of surgery here. They need a bit of reactiveness because G2 can start building the momentum, and they can run away with this.
This could be a potential moment. We've seen BDS have good responses to when things are going slightly away from them in terms of sort of rejigging just a single player and play and seeing if they can drive against it. As you highlighted, the last fight that took everything out of their sails, including and especially the wind and the player's blood, was around the top of Black Stairs, was that shield Alamau that just locked down here. So instead, maybe some pressure on the opposite side. Go for a little bit of a flat take instead. Exhibition might be the first point of ingress here. They can see a bit of a loose player, not too far away from the VIP stairs, but they're happy to sort of drift up and down for now, and once again, see if they can bandit against Bride.
Oh, they're putting the utility this time to try and deny the nades being tossed in to eliminate the bandit charge, but he misses the bandit charge nonetheless. Renshi, he does a lot of damage to Virtue, but that's not what he was after. He was after the bandit charge. Oh dear.
Oh dear,
I don't even
BDS.
think Virtue expected that as well. I think even he was a little bit surprised, being like, surely I'm safe here. Suddenly not. And Shaiko, he's got a ping and the watch out. Are you going to take the fight? Yes! Is the response. And if we said...
Shaiko's been Shaiko'd.
I mean, if they
Shaiko's been
didn't have
Shaiko'd.
confidence before, it is here
What's
all
going
over
on?
the board. Virtue with his second. Cut the man in half as he went for the approach. I said Efak and Shaiko were neck and neck racing before, and now they're neck and neck, knocked off the board by the Aussie Down Under. 2 players slip by. Lems can't quite get the connection with the big DMR, so instead is going to try and make it with anyone that might be in Drami. Can't quite get the fight over the top. Citizen is able to get one more for G2 here. They are driving themselves back into this game. Playday at the minute in comms is saying, Renshiro, please just stay alive.
I can't believe it. The bandit charge, it all came from a bandit charge, for goodness sake. That's what it came from. Like, you know.
Blur's a hell of a bandit player.
The table's getting flipped. The table's getting flipped.
Renshi, he's doing currently just a bit of a hold. He's waiting to see if somebody leans into him. But it's not a game G2 are just going to hand themselves over, head over foot into firing line. So
G2,
instead,
play safe.
that's it. And that's the voices you're hoping and assuming are being passed amongst the comms here. They've got the foot up, and they've got it with aplomb. Very talented bite back into the approach. Less than 30 seconds, and they've at least got themselves close together here. The 2 remaining players of BDS. A spray through does some scratch damage to Doki, who's just going to sort of grit his teeth and bear it and wait for the fight. The Citizen's able to find one. Renshiro takes out the site and at least prevents a flawless with 10 seconds. A cold kit and players all over the site. That's all they get. G2, 5 in a row. Hey, this is my demo check-in. How's demo? Thanks, demo.
I just
So when you were called back
envy
to cast, and actually obviously stepping in wonderfully here in lieu of Hap, he said, what game do you want to do? This was the one that you wanted to do. Do you still feel that way?
Yep.
All right.
100%.
It's like it's an addiction to pain.
This is just, you can't make it up.
Wait.
You cannot make this game up. Boop. Honestly, it's... If, in terms of, the Siege has not been the greatest tonight, it has not been good for this game. I think the attacks have really lacked.
Say it
right?
all. Say it all.
But in terms of emotional damage, do you know this game tops the lot. I don't think I've ever seen a game that has more emotional damage than this one.
Do you know what I love? How many times in EUL have we gone, oh, it's the G2
Never.
BDS
Stop
showdown.
counting out G2. Just stop it. You should have learned. You all should have learned. Why did no one learn from last season? Why? Why did no one learn? Why? Oh, because it might be 2%, but it's G2. They can still do it.
It's the G2 and BDS derby.
Honestly,
the showdown.
And some fun if BDS don't even take a point. Some fun then they're up for perhaps not making it. Oh my goodness.
How many teams that would put in the mix?
This was supposed to be an easy day. We were supposed to get, what, 3 out of 4 of our teams qualified tonight?
Yeah.
No.
G2, they would be on...
Oh dear.
I believe 12 points.
By the way, this is for the SI G2 fans.
This is for the SI G2 fans. Never forget that. Doki sure hasn't, as he's able to get the earlier off Efak if you missed it. Shaiko at least gets one back. It's the first time that we've seen BDS actually responds to those early picks. The spray around the corner, hoping Virtue had already popped his head up, but they're still playing a bit cautious. Has the extension of Blur behind him in case the pressure comes onto Dragon Window. They've got a support structure.
It's still a really good pick. You think about something that BDS has struggled with, and that is the deployable shields. You've just taken away 2 nades.
Yep.
That's massive. Sure, you still have Shaiko's nades that you can use, but then he can't use them elsewhere. He can't go glow. He can't use them to try and find picks. So now you're stuck in a position where BDS, they really have to pick their poison and really have to figure out what they want to do. And that has been the thing that they've struggled with the most, is actually figuring out what approach do we want to go for with our attacks.
Trying to find the loose player here underneath, and Alamau, he's playing on a bit of a tightrope and is instead going to hop over the other side of the shield and try and get some safety elsewhere. They assumed he went the other way. And that's it. Both nades gone on
the shields.
A sort of whim and a hope. Playday should be able to get this wall open. Citizen's going to rotate his way back round and see if he can strike early out the window, as Virtue still holding on to the other window, but you're looking at a minute 10 left to fight down the corridor, and Alamau pushed aggro, got one, might be about to suffer on the other end of T. They can see that they're sort of popping their way in. They're looking for the 2 versus 1. Alamau's playing a tight space. The time is steadily ticking
fading away. Cannot quite find it against the Lems, other than a bite out of the health.
Just that little bit of initiative from G2, and that's where Alamau's so good. I mentioned him on the attack, where he can just see the space and go for it. He's seen the space in the defense, he gets a kill, he gets Shaiko. The main pushing force from BDS has been neutralized. They've lost Defiant, they've lost Shaiko, and now it's up to the backroom staff, it's up to the support to try and make something happen.
Well, there's one gone. Wrenchy's off the board. Virtue was able to get another connection. He has been absolutely monumental. Blur hits the deck on the far side, but now it's a Lems. A 2 versus 1, and it's nothing he will see once again. G2 push around. They suddenly find themselves from 5-1 down to 6-5 up. All of them in a row.
Montreal! Woohoo! We're there, as if it's going to happen anyway. But now, right, so this is where I didn't want to make a bet.
Yeah.
Do you understand why?
Remember.
Do you understand why?
I remember.
This is why. Because there's just something that it's the delusion speaking. I mean, call me delusional now. Call me delusional.
Attackers need to
Look at me now.
You giddy? There's the reminder. Even if they win this, G2, they're still on a 2%, but it's a chance. It's half the percent that they had before, but it's a chance. BDS, if they lose this now on this round, it's still 91%, based on the failings of the other top 4 teams that we've had throughout tonight. However, it does make things very delicious for Wolves.
Right.
Yeah.
G2 were in this exact same position that BDS are in, where they lost 5 attacks in a row.
Yep.
And it was the kitchen barbecue the second time around that we seen G2 have a breakthrough.
Yes.
This is where now I worry for G2, because they've done all this work and I just feel it's going to be 6-6 and it's over. This is what I said. Did I not say this at 5-1?
You did say this.
I said something like this is on the cards, and it certainly is a possibility.
How do you live with your gift of foresight?
I just... It's a curse. I mean, I haven't won the lottery, so it mustn't be that good.
Doki's taking a risk here. He's sort of stepping up and seeing if he can get an early strike. If he gets droned out, this could be a massive blow. Obviously, the sort of entry statistic has always been on their favor. It's Shaiko that might be rappelling his way up here. He'll see and hear that. He'll wait. He's watching. There's the drone caught out. There's the reveal of the player, and he's going to pull off. Shaiko isn't going to risk that entirely.
BDS.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Can you actually show us an attack on Skyscraper? Because keep in mind, for a team that, again, we still expect to see them going into the major, even with a full loss, 91%, all they have to do is then basically win next week, and that's them sorted. Right?
Yep.
And you still expect to see that, of course, from BDS. And for BDS, if we're expecting to see them on a major, they're exposing some blatant weaknesses in their Skyscraper. And, BDS, they should be looking to put in as much effort as they can to make them a real dominating threat going into other competitions. Lems, where are you headed?
Well, that's it. They're going for a little bit more of a direct push right now. Instead of trying to battle over the top floor for 2 minutes, they're thinking at the 2-minute mark, take the bottom, take where the site is itself. Virtue tucked in some smoke, just almost. Caught out there, but pops his way back round to the sushi bar to serve up a little bit of trouble for this. The rest of the approach, BDS, they've lost the body. They're still trying to circle and find their route through.
Same thing again for BDS. I just don't know what their idea is with the attack. Where are they going? What is their objective? I'm not seeing Geisha being taken. I'm just seeing 5 players looking for kills. That is the whole attack right now for BDS. And again, G2, like we've banged on about it for so long, they're so good at just giving nothing away. They will sit in their positions, they will play these crossfires, and they will just suffocate BDS.
They're trying to force the fight through onto the site. Renshiro, he's going for a bit of a hop-in on the window and finds Alamau from the back of it. He's now inside the site with the kit. Doki is still above. He's being watched. They've sort of cleared a pocket of space here, holding the angle onto Geisha. There's another one that falls. Shaiko brings the body balance back into the favor of BDS since what feels like the first half of this game. Renchiro's going to see if he can stick the plant at this point, and G2, they can't quite find the angle on the fight back through. They can't quite find anybody. BDS, they're actually going to find the first plant of anyone this whole game. Playday gets one more. A 2 versus 4 for all of the hopes and dreams of getting their way into the major here. It's a low chance. But 2% and 2 players, Doki and Citizen, a dream team pairing, are looking to see if they can make one more dream. EFAC has a different idea, suddenly just down to Citizen. He's on the top floor, he's trying to find a fight. They know exactly where he is. They have everybody else watching the site itself. BDS, congratulations. They get themselves to OT. Most importantly, they cement themselves going to the major.
I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. Just all that, and then they're done.
What are the lottery
BDS aren't done. Well done, BDS.
Well
done.
BDS.
G2's done.
What are the lottery numbers, out of curiosity? Just tell me, actually. Don't tell everybody.
Look, BDS, still, yes, well done. You've qualified for the major. You've done a lot of the heavy lifting during the early work, but today has not been a good showing for BDS. It also, of course, has not been a good showing for G2. I think both teams in the attacks just, it's big old struggle.
Yeah, it was something that Fresh sort of said on the desk, was like, Skyscraper, it's a preference map for both these teams. I disagree after watching this game. I think there's other preferences. It's been rocky, and it's the worry because, as you said, BDS should be taking this game based on not only the statistics, but the performances they've been putting together. However, at the same time, G2 should have been performing better in the first half.
I feel like it's been a trade deal that's just happened. We'll give you SI if you give us major. That's what it feels like.
It's friendship. Not between these two teams. We're in OT. Hey, we're in OT. G2, they're starting on their defense, and, well, if statistics are to be believed, they are going to win this game in OT at this
Play for a bit of
point.
pride.
Play for the win. Play for it. Always try and give it. It's been up and down for them throughout this, and they want to see if they can just try and cement a little bit more in. BDS, have you learned any lessons? You've won an attack. Can you try and win a second?
Yeah. I want to see them actually get a successful attack on one of the main staple bomb sites. The only attacks that we've seen happen has been 2 of them, and they're both on the Kitchen Barbecue, which is the tertiary bomb site. We haven't seen any on the 2 primaries.
No, not at all. It's felt a little bit lackluster, and it's not even that the defenses have been phenomenal. They've been good, don't get me wrong. They've been well put together. There's been good play from the defenders, but seemingly only confidence from when they're on that half. We need a little bit more of that from these 2 teams that we know they can deliver on the attack, and it might start here. Bit of a change of pace. Instead of trying to sort of find a long fight elsewhere, the force of the player there, the combination of the Flores drone, the Candelas over the top, and the grenade round on the back with the flash, they're going to see if they can try and get anybody, but G2 just sort of peels away.
Nobody following up with that great execute of the Ying and actually forcing that player out with the Flores, which bit of a shame there from BDS. That's a minute gone already. They've basically just fired in a bit of early utility and then just left. That was it. It was. That's all they've done.
They're warning shots and warning drones.
Now they're shifting over towards the other side of the map, and again, similar story for BDS. I don't really know what the ideology is on Skyscraper in these attacks.
I do like this though. Blur is sort of trying to find pockets of space.
He was looking for the bandit trick there.
Yeah, he was looking for a fight that wasn't so predictable. He's pulled himself back in, but you know, the fact that they can rotate so freely around stuff that was already long since destroyed. BDS, they sort of picked up sticks on plan A, have moved off towards plan B. They've got the drive over drum, and all of them are still alive. And last time, comparatively, 3 of them were already dead. So it's a big bit of growth here. The Flores drone just going to slip its way through, and Citizen hoping he's gone a bit undetected here as that passes on one side. EFAC definitely detected at least a single player, the role of the Candelas, and we're about to see potentially a blind through onto the site.
Great work there from Rotero Drone. I honestly thought Citizen was maybe just say, I'll tighten this up, but we know that was never going to work. And BDS do have a bit of a foothold. They've been able to take it slow, and they had their approach towards Drum. And also, I love this slip in towards Geisha. Remember I mentioned about G2 and their attacks, they didn't have any Geisha pressure, and you need that. You need another avenue of approach. And G2 now in the 2 versus 4 Virtue and Alamau, they basically ignored Alamau. He was the biggest issue for them whenever we see them attack this side of the map. And well, if you just stay away from him, he's not going to be an issue, and Shaiko deals with him very swiftly. And Virtue all by himself, Shaiko finds another. BDS, finally, we're seeing a dominant attack for a change.
That is the attack that we're talking about when we say this is what we wanted to see. The whole game from both these teams, how well put together that was. It was the responses that we used to from BDS, whereas you said the problem was the lack of Geisha, and the problem was that hold at the top of Black Stairs across the 2 previous rounds that we saw this. The pace at drawing attention towards Geisha, getting that work done, quickly shifting, supporting the players onto Drum to force that way through. As I said, I love to see BDS play Flores because they know how to utilize him. And then from that point onwards, suddenly G2, it's not only that they don't really have too many safe places, they have a lot less, but they also didn't seem to have the keenest idea where BDS were, which on the previous rounds was just a bit of a lock-in for them. 7-6.
Yes, 7-6 BDS. I mean, again, this is where it's quite sad because it's kind of taking the steam out of the cast. Because it doesn't.
Still having fun?
I'm still having fun, but you know, it's just,
wow.
It's not the same now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just feel a bit deflated. G2, do we feel deflated?
Welcome.
I don't know. BDS fans, are we happy?
The thing about I think this is the thing that makes things a little bit, it feels a little bit more bitter for G2 fans, is how well they did against all odds previously.
Yeah.
But as we learn from such films as Rocky or Mighty Ducks, that underdogs can't always win.
The thing is now with G2 is they're just playing for their own sake now and just find something to be proud of during the season. I think they, still, if you look at the year for G2, it's still been a good year. It really has. It's been a good year for G2. Back-to-back majors, quarterfinal finishes in both of them. You can't turn your nose up at that.
A fun statistic, for the last time that these two teams met, 8 of the players were the same. The 2 changes, obviously, one for BDS and one for G2. Both of those players were, in the previous 2 meetings this year, the lowest rated players. Here, EFAC, highest, or pretty much the highest rated player, potentially, depending on how things get split between him and Shaiko and how much they've contributed. Either way, that is potentially one of those slight difference makers here. Blur's been able to sort of get his teeth in, especially with some big players on defense. There's one on offense, though. Alamout takes care of Alems, gets the lead in, and suddenly in OT, we might see a bit of a swing around as to who can have success.
G2 love that window, don't they, on Terrace? Just it helps them out, create that cut-off point. It doesn't allow BDS to have the same flexibility of movement that they probably would want to have. And again, G2, back in the attack. It's been a while since we've seen them on the attacking rounds, and we'll try and establish that early control in towards Drum and in towards Dragon, and EFAC is down. That's a great pick to get. G2's looking to hit it quick, and the refrags do come in, but it's still going to be a positive trade for G2. Shaiko now has to go for the swing. 16 kills. Can he add any more to the total? No, he can't. Talamau is there, and we go 7-7.
Hey, remember when we were saying the attacks that we wanted to see from the teams?
All of a sudden,
I guess the delay was 12 rounds.
Honestly.
I mean, that's it, and that's 2 sides. Both teams know how to play this game, and whether it was the pressure of everything, because everything's set in stone now. Nothing else will change for these 2 teams in terms of the major. One of them is gone, one of them's locked in, regardless of how this next round goes. If this is how these 2 teams have played in that pressure-free environment, it's what we want to see from them all the time. It takes time. It's always worth remembering both these teams have had recent roster changes coming into this scenario that they're still trying to get their teeth around. It's still a sort of build-in towards SI that if that's what they can work on, yeah, that's what they got to work on.
Anywho,
7-7.
7-7. We go back over towards Karaoke and T-Room again. Both times it's being defended now in the previous rounds has been won by the attack. Surprisingly, we wouldn't have said that a few rounds ago.
No.
Here we are.
I mean, I think that's it. The fact that the shift has happened this late in the water as well, it's sort of your excitement changing pace is obviously the same.
Alone.
No,
I'm in morning.
You're in morning. Yeah, you'll be in morning until SI. Although you think Cyclops is going to win it.
I mean, I've got Cyclops to look forward to.
Yeah, you got
FaZe Clan there. Don't forget, I'm not just a one-man team.
No, you're a 3-man team.
I don't know what this whole bias is.
You flirt your way around all the regions.
I enjoy many teams.
Hey, look, Blackbeard.
I'm a good fan. So old Blackbeard has EMP grenades. People forget this. We also received them in the last patch that we've seen, the update that came in before the season started. But other than that, still, he's Blackbeard. He doesn't do much.
Yeah, I mean, it's EFAC. He struggled.
He's just too slow.
In terms of coming onto the attack, most of his killing has been done on the defense, on that sort of drive there through, so he's the one that's sort of trying to change things up a little.
Look at the kill gap between BDS. You've got Renchi on 5, Brady on 6, LM's on 7, and then the other 2 with 30 kills between them.
30 kills between them is an insane statistic. It's even worse if they lose the game at this point.
Just, yeah, I mean, this is just the firepower that BDS have.
And that's the scariness that we want to send to the rest of the world. Obviously, is that sort of send-up, and this was the excitement that we had around this new BDS roster. There's some pressure that's cooking all the way around the G2 hold here. Once again, this is the thing that I quite liked about BDS before, is they sort of started pressure elsewhere and then sort of pulled it away, moved it around, made G2 a bit more curious as to where people are. And that's what Alems is hoping to sort of punish here, holding on the swing round. Ooh, there's the side of Aruni's head, but didn't quite able to shoot the flower out of her hair.
Nope, just missed that one. And BDS have to sit and wait. But again, G2 happy enough themselves to sit and wait. You need somebody now from BDS. If you know that G2 are not going to be moving, if you know if G2 are not going to be swinging, you need somebody to look to make a play. And it looks as if they tried to do that. And somehow Renchi's been stabbed. Blur has been able to get the first pick. And that has really slowed down just everything BDS have went for. Same issues again for BDS. We thought they were doing well with that attack that they had in the first OT round, but no, back to same old, same old.
I mean, I love seeing that Blur's obviously got a huge amount of confidence here on the defense. It's a player who's been able to keep biting against it. Oh, look at that, Shaiko. He's able to suddenly find 2 kills across the front. Doki is the 3rd off the board for EFAC because he doesn't want to lose the momentum. Unfortunately, EFAC, you're not going to get more than him throughout this game, and well, they'll at least be able to get a point more. Alamau, he started off the defenses in this exact position with this exact shield. But it's a very different face of the game here. Breeday's going to see if he can stick it. And a Blackbeard sticks the last. BDS, they get the last kill, the last round. Maybe it should have been 3. Either way, the result is the same. They are going to the major.
Just another weird attack for BDS. Just there was nothing going on. LM's dies, and then Shaiko. Hey, man. 18 kills for Shaiko. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
33 between the pair of them at the end of the game.
Silly. Silly numbers.
I mean, it's for 2 players to have that big of an impact, and then the game still comes down to max OT. That's what we talk about by we want to have that brought together. It's a laser beam. All the ideas of light have to refract and fire forward, and if they do, watch out for BDS, but in French.
But in French.
Do you know French?
No, certainly not. But yeah, I think coming into it, both teams weren't at their strongest today. I think that has to be said. It was very defender-oriented, as we've seen, so both teams really need to look at the attacks. Now for G2, just go into the next Playday, play how you want, play what you want to do, and then just start prepping.
Well, congratulations to BDS, but we'll leave that after a quick break for the desk to enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I've trashed G2 enough on Twitter, and I will have to say, they made it. They did what was necessary. We set it up before the game started, which is, should both teams hit overtime, which they will have to once they're 6-6, then G2 qualify for 6 Invitational, and BDS, who have already qualified for the Invitational, also get a spot at the Major. And congratulations to G2 for doing so, and to BDS for being the first EU League team to qualify to the 6 Jönköping Major. And what a day.
Exactly, what a day and what a game. That was certainly not the way we could have expected it to go. I mean, looking at the first half, it was kind of what we were expecting it to be. BDS being very dominant, winning in all the rounds, and then that last attacking round from G2 changed everything.
I came back to the desk at 5-0 because I was like, we're going to go on soon. And then I've just had to watch another 9 rounds from the desk. But yeah, no, I mean, look, both teams got what they probably wanted out of the game. Neither team will be happy with their performance. And it was a very, I'm just going to say it, it was a piss poor game in terms of attacks. The quality of the game was awful. If you're going to pick probably, you know, in terms of, from me as a Siege Purist point of view, was that a good game? No, it absolutely was not. But both teams got the points that, you know, in the end, I actually think they both deserve because they both had very dominant defense halves.
it just pains me to see just one plant in this entire game that was being brought out by BDS in, well, their final attacking round in regulation. Shaiko, though, deserved MVP. He went 18 and 10, I believe, in eventually, indeed, very good performance. 80% cost as well. If you look over a total of 15 rounds, if you have 80 of those rounds, you've done something to contribute to a win. You wouldn't really say that, seeing how dominant the defensive half of G2 was, but just very passive attacks from both teams, really, and especially on BDS's attack. It was so many times that Playday was ending up in clutching situations that were almost impossible to actually come out of that successfully.
I think we've seen both teams, especially on the attack, their flaws exposed. You know, G2, from what I've seen from the communication videos, from what I see in their attacks, that it's chaotic. It's a lot of primary information, which is calling out where people are, and not a lot of secondary information of how are we going to deal with said person in that position. Very chaotic. And I prefaced it in the pre-game for BDS when they're on their attack, it's very slow. It takes so much time. They're not very dynamic with those attacks. We saw both of those issues come to just magnifying light today. And both teams obviously are very comfortable on the defensive side, where it's much easier and you get to set the pace and you have to be attacked into. And yeah, that's why we saw, 2 attacks in the first 12 rounds.
And on that defensive half for G2, we saw some communication come out, at least. There were players taking over each other's position when, for example, Geisha was very much under pressure. There were players switching up positions there. There were crossfires being set up. So definitely a little bit more conversation or communication rather coming out from G2 on their defense, because on their attacks, both teams just seem to struggle a lot.
All right, friends, thank you very much. I'll be back to you in just a moment here because we have an interview lined up. Let's have a chat with BDS. Hello, hello, hello. Double interview. I'm liking these. You should spend more time at bootcamp. Alems and Playday join us from BDS HQ. Congratulations on the win. How you boys feeling?
Thank you. We are feeling very, very happy, to be honest, because we achieved our goal. So that's it, I guess.
You qualified to the major. Come on, man. Where's that all that energy that I saw after the victory, Lems? Where's it gone?
I mean, we are very happy. We qualified for the major. It's a pretty good result for us. We are pretty happy. We looked a bit exhausted because the game was a bit exhausting.
Yeah.
I don't know. We are exhausted. So, but yeah, it was a nice game. We are happy to qualify for the major. And that's it. I mean, the goal is a tick. You can put a tick on it. Go to the major.
Fair enough. Playday, why Skyscraper?
Why Skyscraper? That's a good question. I guess they didn't expect us to play on that we can play Skyscraper.
Yeah.
And I think they just banned our best map, and we banned their best map, and we finished on Skyscraper.
They were almost right about that, though. I mean, pushing you to overtime. You had the lead for a massive part. You have 5 on the defense, and then it was reversed back that took you to OT. How do you think that happened when you swapped over and went to the attack alarms?
To be honest, I think we had the advantage on the defense side. Of course, Skyscraper is a defense-sided map. Sorry. When it comes to attacks, I think we got totally surprised the way they played it. I mean, they never played it, or at least like a few stages before. Sorry, and it didn't play the same way. When we practiced the team on that map, we didn't see like this play style, like where they are playing like very aggressive on the opposite side of the maps. And I think we were lacking of practice on it recently because we were not doing good adaptations that we instantly saw at the end of the game. But overall, I'm happy because we qualify. That was the main thing. We needed 1 point. We got it. We got 2 actually. And G2 is a pretty good Sky team as well. Sky is not that much played in EU.
It's the first time,
at least. Yeah, first time in the stage, right? And G2, like I said, is a pretty good team. I think since the start of the stage, they had to play maps that they are not very comfortable on, and they waited for that Sky to be played. It has been played, but we managed to take the win very close at the end, but we take the win.
Okay, fair enough. But I saw Blackbeard come out there at in the last round. Why? What's going on?
I don't know. It's Likefak. He was crazy at this moment, and he just took it. I mean, it's the feeling. he just needed the EMP impact, and he just said, "I will take a Blackbeard." So
there was a round where you were running double impact EMPs. There was 2 operators that were running it at the same time, but it wasn't really being used effectively. Was it a mistake in communication, or what was going on there, you think?
I think it's we just made some mistakes on the communication, and we didn't use it as at its full potential. Sorry.
Fair enough. I want to pull up a tweet here, if production can put it up for us and show it to you also on the screen. It's, I guess, a friend of the community, a big part of the community, Heno, who posted this on Twitter about the BDS curse. I found this incredibly interesting when it was posted about half an hour ago on Twitter. No other EU team has ever won an international LAN that BDS attended. You can see BDS was formed. That's around end of summer, around DreamHack Montréal is where you get to see BDS after or just before the Pro League Season 9 finals. You go on, Raleigh happens, Pro League finals, 6th Invitational 2020. You place 4th, you're there, and then Space Station wins. Unfortunately, EU doesn't take the W. And BDS qualifies for every single event at that time through 2020, 21, 22. And it's just L's all over for Europe. And then finally, the only event that you qualified to in almost 2 years, and Rogue takes the W. That's an EU win. Now for Jönköping, you're qualified. Do you believe that this curse is real? What do you think?
I think it's real, yeah. But I think to break the curse, we need to win the major.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Do you think honestly, at this point now, I think the other question is, who can actually go with you to the major? Because we'll wait for Wolves. That's the last game to play TT9. But MNM, Secret, Navi, they won their games. That throws everything for a loop in the next Playday. Who do you think will be the other 3 teams that join you? And I'm sorry to ask you the question again, but so much has changed in a few days.
If you asked me this question yesterday, I would have said Rogue, but and Wolves. But the thing is, the Secret put a great fight against them earlier. Sorry. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Maybe Wolves for sure. I think they will qualify. I think they will beat TT9. It's TT9
mm-hmm.
they play, no?
Right after.
Yeah, later. Yeah. So I think they will beat them after. After it depends, because the next week match it's Rogue Heroic, and it's a very, very big match. Mm-hmm. Basically the Heroic will do everything to qualify, so they will be tryharding, and Rogue as well, so it will be insane. And after, I think Navi, by winning today, they put them in very good spot. So if I have to make a bet right now, I will say Rogue, Wolves, and Navi.
I'll just remind you, don't forget about MNM, because they defeated Heroic, and guess who they play? Of course, BDS in the next play. So Bride, what do you think about that next game? The final one of the stage, the final one of the year for EU League, and you go up against MNM.
I guess it will be a great match, because they need to win it to qualify for the major. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it will be a great fight, and we will see to the next Monday, I guess. That's right.
Yes, yeah. It's next month. Honestly, all the days stick together. I know you've had a very busy Super Week, so it's a lot to handle in a few days now. So, boys, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here on the interview. Anything you'd like to say to the global community, but also tu dois le dire aussi, Bride. If there's any message you'd like to send, go ahead.
I would just say thanks to you, casters and analyst desk. You are doing a great job. So thank you for for this show. You are amazing. Thanks to all my teammates. Thanks to BDS. Thanks to all the fans that are supporting us across the world and in France especially. And that's it. Thanks to my family. Can I say it in French then?
Ouais, s'il te plaît.
Donc merci à tous les supporters et bon, je vais faire très court. Hein. Merci à tous les supporters et dans ce World Major.
There you go.
Voilà, tout simplement.
Thank you to all the supporters. We'll see you at the major. That's it from Playday and Lems. Thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations again to BDS. We'll be seeing them. It's been a bit of a hiatus here from the last major. We'll get to see you in Jönköping. Make sure you're tuning in to catch BDS play against MNM in what could be MNM's qualification game next Monday. Till then, boys, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There it is. Thank you again to Henno for the tweet. I would like to show it again, if that's possible, because the curse is real. I definitely believe in this. Jack, you seem a bit that you can question things.
No questioning at all.
Yeah.
The thing I want to add is that for the longest period of time, we've seen BDS at international events, and they were supposed to win this major. They were supposed to win this international event, and they're yet to do it. But this lineup, despite having brought it so close to G2, does look really strong. And they're going to the major. They say, oh, we'll have to break the curse by winning the event ourselves. People have been saying it for so long. Oh, BDS needs to win a major. They need to win an event. And, well, this might be the one. That's all I'm saying.
Might be the one. I mean, we've been saying this for how long now, Jack?
Yeah.
It's
been a bit too long, hasn't it, Milosh? I think in terms of, I actually don't know if people will go into this event saying BDS are going to win it. Like, you know, as much as the qualified, kudos to them. Great stuff.
Yeah.
They've still got massive improvements to make, in my opinion. If they're going to go deep into tournaments, they might well best of one merchant their way out of groups. Not saying they're not going to. But there's very clearly work that has exposed itself in the past 2 or 3 play days that I hope that they're working on. Obviously, they're still at bootcamp. I would trust them to still be working on it and get better for the major. But in the current form, I don't think, when you think about the top from every single region, I don't think BDS would go against them in a best of 5 and come out on top. So there's still progress to go.
Thank you to very much, and thank you again to Henno_R6 on Twitter, a good friend of the show and a community member that has been posting for quite a while, no matter where it is. There we go. We got awesome people that, I guess, fill in holes that we don't even think about ourselves. So thank you to Henno and the many like him to help out with it. We're going to take a quick break because we still have one more game to go. That's Wolves on the cusp of qualification against TT9, who today play gatekeepers. Can they actually do it, or will the Wolves prove to be too fast to the Bears on the other side? We'll see right after the break.
The last round.
Coming right up. Fucking all coming right up. coming right up.
Welcome back, friends. One team has already qualified to the 6th Jönköping Major. That's BDS, but we still have one more potentially to qualify with our upcoming matchup. Wolves versus TT9 is where we go to. It's the Wolves and the Bears on the other side. And here we are. I'm Milos Dominic, your host. With me are Ann and Jack. And how about we talk about these two squads, starting off with Wolverhampton Wolves. I love me doing that. The Wanderers are in, I guess, the esports branch of it all. And what are your thoughts on the team?
Well, this team is currently first in points. They got two very important wins last week, one against Heroic and one against Rogue, which are also some top contenders. The question is, can they keep up this good momentum? Because since Playday 3, their loss against G2, they haven't lost a game. Whereas last week, they seemed a little indecisive against Rogue in a few rounds, but after the tactical timeout that they took in round 3, they changed up their playstyle. They won 6 rounds in a row. Some very good personal performances from players on that team that eventually went to win that map. And historically, this matchup against TT9 is a little bit of a difficult one. It's always been victories for Wolves, but not the easiest, and I think that really shows the storyline for Wolves and also for TT9.
I love watching this team, and every time we go into the pre-game about them, I just praise them because I love watching the way that they brand themselves in terms of the siege, in terms of the team play, in terms of the executes that they do. I think it's such a well-rounded unit, maybe a slight flaw that, you know, and I'll say it time and time, Mowgli gets a tremendous amount of freedom to do what he wants. And then the other 4 know that they can beat most teams in the 4v5. I might not like that element of it, but I certainly respect it because it wins them rounds so comfortably at times, and the remaining 4 players are just that good at winning the rounds. It's incredible to watch.
Well, let's see if they can pull it off today against TT9 on the other side. Jack, can you fill me in on the Russian squad?
Yeah, so TT9, rough stage. There's just no getting around this. Look at the round performance graph. They've lost every game. Look at how small the bars are in the round performance graph. They've been competitive in nearly every game, you know, when losing by only 2 to 3 rounds in most of them. And I think it's progress, but is it progress enough? I'm not so sure. Obviously, when we come onto the player highlight bit of it, of the next screen that we're going on, we're going to see that emission is positive. We're going to see that the rest of the team is negative. And it really is a complete story of this team, is that they've started to try and get people close to him, but realistically, it's a lot of desync, it's a lot of team play desync, it's a lack of problem solving for this team. And then add on top of that, they also get overwhelmed in the straight up FPS gunfight element of this game. Add that all together, doesn't make for good reading.
Yeah, I'm not going to make that any better by adding a few more concerns I have for this team is they also have very little plans. We talked about teams earlier today that also have little plans, that have not necessarily that site or objective-focused siege. That is not something TT9 has either. They struggle to seek opportunities, and they struggle to, well, like you said, problem solving, because if they have a strat that works well, they're like, you know what, we'll try it again next round, and then they're surprised it doesn't work.
There's a really obvious one, and I don't know why this specific play just came into my mind, because it was when they played MNM on Chalet. So we're talking about 4 or 5 game days ago. They were trying to deal with, I want to say it was Users that was in the library. It was a bar attack, and they were trying to deal with Users. He was tucked by the double window, you know, right in the corner between the 2 windows. And they're trying to nade him, they're trying to flash him, trying to get him out. In the end, 3 of them jump through the window, and he just kills all 3. Oh, well, 2 jump through the window, he kills 2. And then, toodaloo, another guy comes, jumps in the window and dies. And that kind of epitomizes the TT9 play at the minute, is that their problem solving really doesn't do them.
All right, let's see what happens then map-wise for our series. And who had the last say on which map we go to? That'll be Wolves. Bank is where they ban and take us to Cafe Dostoyevsky. All right, attacking starting side. Now TT9 played Outsiders, 2 Russian teams, and Cafe Dostoyevsky. We mentioned it last week. And is this a surprise here for you, Saint Cafe?
No, but I see a massive advantage for Wolves. I think this starts with the fact that TT9 has a smaller map pool that they actually have, well, decent performing maps on. But if we look at the fact that Cafe comes through, I'm a little surprised about that, because Wolves currently has a 6-game win streak on this map, and arguably their best attacking and maybe defending win rate as well. So them starting out on attack, is a really good start for Wolves. I'm quite concerned for TT9 that this has come through, honestly.
It's also it really does highlight the small map pool that TT9 have and operate with. But we are going to a map that TT9 likes. But our Wolves are playing the G2 strategy, where G2 went against TT9 when G2 went TT9 on Clubhouse. Same bans, just beat them the same way the previous team did. A Wolves kind of going to do the same thing. Obviously, TT9 lost Cafe on Thursday, so.
Uphill battle for TT9. Wolves have all the intel on it, and they have the motivation that, hey, we just need a point and we're through to make it to the major. This is all going on Wolves' side. TT9, though, have a lot to run through. And Fresh, thank you very much. It's Wolves and TT9, and we swapped out. Ollie is in on the desk with Emmy on the side. Enjoy.
Yeah, a bit of Emmy on the side. All right.
How's it going, Emmy, on the side?
It's all right. You take over.
You all right? You're just on the side.
Yeah, I'm just on the side. I'm the carrots.
I don't know. Of all of Milosh's throws, they just get more interesting, don't they, as the night goes on?
He insults me so often.
Yeah,
with his throws.
it's terrible.
I don't know if he means to, or if he's just
starts off on one path and ends up on another.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I forget who it is on the other
We
side.
can't hear you anymore, Milosh. There's no point in you talking to us. You can't make your case
He even
now.
actually just doubled down. I could hear him. And he said he forgets who's on the other side.
Right, yeah.
I'm not even.
As if I haven't been
I have to
here in
look
this
again to see who it
for
is.
like 2 years. 2 years.
I'm old.
Okay.
The thing is, Milosh isn't even the oldest one here.
Milosh, I'm not gonna mix words. I'm really obvious. Look at me.
Look at me.
Yeah. We'll stick together.
Yeah. Yes.
I like Des and Tim, who are like, one of them's just got hair. That's the difference. It's like, you pull it off, put it on the other one, and it's like, whoa, which one's which? I can't tell.
I was going to try and do my best tap impression, but I just didn't know if I didn't have a jumper.
No, you need a jumper, you need glasses.
Yeah, I left my glasses at the hotel.
Terrible hap impression.
It was really bad.
Really bad start.
I didn't start well at all.
No. Can you do a demo impression?
No, I can't lose it like Demo does.
He was losing it in the last game.
Yeah, bless
He
him.
did have a full emotional...
He's had a rough night of things.
He's had a very rough night of things.
Certainly has.
He'll kind of put things together. Now Anne's making gestures. What's Anne saying?
I don't know. Anne's telling me I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah. Oh, your headset's on the wrong way around. Anne just absolutely destroyed you. You might think Anne's a sweetheart. She came over here. She points at you.
This is what
she
comes with
gestures. Then
being
she
put on the other side.
Then she makes hand gestures. I won't repeat on broadcast.
I wouldn't.
She swore at you.
When the cameras are off.
She's so mean. She's so mean. She goes, "Do you have a charm in this game?"
And all of us reply no.
And I say, "No, Anne. No, I don't."
Imagine.
It's because she's quite little. All of the fury is concentrated into
compact.
4'5" frame. No, Anne, come back. We're lying. Everyone at home, we're lying. Anne is lovely.
But she does have a charm in the game.
She does have a charm in the game. She is lying about her name, though. She's apparently not very fast, which she admits. But the branding's already done. It's already done as fast then. Hey, we're in a game. TT9 versus Wolves.
That's it. Probably start.
Yeah, we should probably start. Hey, look at these statistics. TT9 cannot qualify. They're just playing for the sheer thrill. Wolves can. They just need to get 1 point, the same as the French brethren from the previous game, who did get 2. They kind of maybe should have had 3, but things sort of fell apart. Here, Wolves get to OT, and they will be our second confirmed team at the major.
TT9 back to Cafe we go. We saw them play Cafe against Outsiders last week.
Yeah.
Didn't go very well for them.
No.
But then again, things haven't really gone well for TT9 throughout the entire Stage 3. They currently sit in 10th. This is a proper top versus bottom affair. Flores and Valkyrie removed from TT9. Thatcher and Cade on the flip side from Wolves. So with those bans, you're expecting both sides to be relatively wide open in what you can bring. We're already seeing the Dokkaebi brought from Shinka. Dokkaebi, an operator that we've seen have quite a hefty ban rate of recent week.
Wolves, what I want from you this game is to reignite the memory and idea that you can attack. We've kind of seen a bit of a shaky day for our top teams throughout this performance, including, well, the one that is qualified at this point. So, starting off here, where's the lead in? There's the first. Scythe is able to get one out. The grenade just does a sliver of damage, but Rise at least gets revenge for the death onto P4 in the entry. Something Wolves do very well is very quick responses, threaded and repeats. Look at this, the instant pressure. Mowgli driving his way up brown stairs towards Pillar, holding off the angle and hoping he's still undetected.
If there was something that you were going to ban in this game, for me it would be the Nook, because you do not want to give Mowgli any excuse to play Nook and be sneaky. He can be very slippy on the Nook, as demonstrated. He's already got himself in and gained a good deal of ground, but the defenders have smelt a rat and they have submitted and gone back up to that top floor. And with the kind of topsy-turvy approach that Wolves have taken here, now they need to get on that roof and they need to start trying to work those hatches a little bit more. We do see a little bit of a presence up here as a call comes through, but Mowgli still threatening from below.
Slow and steady, the worrisome creep of Mowgli is always the bit of a danger here. He's a player that can have these unbelievable performances. And the hot drone around the swing might just reveal the next potential kill. He's pretty happy to wait. You can see there's a bit of a presence, not too far away from the laundry hatch itself. They need something to draw some attention away, however. If it's just Mowgli versus the world can pay a lot of attention. If suddenly there's a bit of a firefight coming down from the opposite balcony or onto this, the pressure turn, the back of Lumber, the bounce of the grenade doesn't quite get the catch. He's going to see if he can push the barb as the swing is held there by the player on the window. Nico's able to win out though. Rise goes cold, including the kit outside white window. It's a little bit of a hot rotate, but Mowgli's going to see if he can fight his way through. It's a dock, you got to get it locked, and Nico's there to at least get the response.
You look at what that's done as well in terms of distraction for the rest of Wolves. They've all tried to assist Mowgli in getting in there, and it's left him extremely light. BB with a desperate attempt to hop on in, and it leaves Shinka in the clutches. Sure, he finds himself one kill. He's got 30 seconds to go, but we already know the diffuser's cold on the ground. There's still information onto his location. He swings and takes down Exodus. This is actually quite doable now for Shinka, although he is on 1 HP. Does he have the glimpse? Think he got a glimpse there of WTG just on the other side of Bathroom. He's going to have to take this as a heads-up engagement, but he's going up against the mirror window. Another stun flies out, gets caught out inside of the Banshee. He's going to try and pre-fire this, but yet another bulletproof. Goes for the pre-fire, but is unsuccessful. He needs to land a couple of well-timed bullets here, but he's not being given the opportunity. WTG with a shotgun swing to close things out.
Just enough information there from the side of TT9. They had the eyes. They obviously had the bulletproof camera there. He saw a sliver, but the mirror windows, the kind of strange hold. You don't always see so much set up in just that little pocket. There was no real lockdown onto the Lumber side as well. They had a chance at swinging themselves in, but the approach from Wolves scuppered a little bit. To be fair, from Wolves, one of the big problems that you'll see throughout their own seasons, regardless of how the match ends, it often starts a bit slow, a bit cautious. They were trying to break through against a TT9 team that definitely showed up with a vengeance on what they wanted to do from what happened last time round. It came down to a bit of a race on time there, but can they try and put a second round in a row and thread some distance here down on the ground floor?
I'm not going to say alarm bells. You've kind of got to be worried at Wolves' approach there.
Oh, I know. Yeah, but it's also one round.
That's what I said. I'm not going to say alarm bells.
I'm not going to say it, but you're going to...
I'm going to insinuate it.
Yeah.
If it happens again...
It's like, what's that sound?
We're going to press the button.
I don't know what that sound is.
And it isn't the start game button.
But there is a sound. But I don't know what that sound is. 1-0. TT9. Wolves, I mean, they have a chance. This is, again, also ties into the thing of I want to see a team we expect to be at the major...
Do well?
Do well. And that's sort of the meat and potatoes of it is now that we're getting a shape of who is going to be at the major, the teams that are close. It's coming down to the last play days, but still, we are getting this idea. You want to see them succeed. You want to see them do well. TT9 cannot progress, obviously. They've lost every single game throughout this. There's not anything that can get them there at this point. So Wolves still step up. They're going to give you a game. Make a game of it.
We're seeing a lot of value gained out of P4's shock drone there. Managed to remove a couple of ADSs. He's maybe looking for more. Just keeping an eye out for any cameras or anything that may be out there. Although, you know, Valkyrie's banned, so his attention is more likely going to be on those magnets, of which he's been able to remove 1 and 3 ADSs. So the nades now can rain in for free. Won't be stopped by anything. An attempt here from Mowgli, just trying to nade out close inside a coat check. The drone will come through and confirm his suspicions.
Emission, though, he does more than that and takes the head off of Mowgli all the way from the back end. Exodus is going to try and creep in and put some pressure onto the replacement. I assume they're able to pick apart that Twitch drone. Scyther picks apart Rise. He's able to get a second. Last time round, he was taken apart on the back end of his kill. This time, Wolves do not have a response. TT9, they've got themselves locked in and they're sort of pushing back out a little bit, trying to retake some of the pressure onto Mud. They've still got themselves locked around VIP and the bottom of it. Ibu's going to see if he can try and apply some pressure. Does more than that. Takes the player as well. And now with a minute 20, P4, can they try and force out Nico?
P4's just trying to keep himself safe with the smokes at the minute, just give himself one less line of sight to worry about. He knows that somebody's likely still in coat check, and it looks as though he's unsure as to the status of the bar player. Does get the yellow ping, and the pre-fire is able to come through. Shinka picks up one and immediately flips and turns the tide here for Wolves.
God, that was a bit of filth put on the back of a yellow ping, and now 50 seconds, and suddenly the body balance is back in their favor. Wolves took a beat, took a breath, and then took the 3 players out in front of them. Now they've been able to get some semblance of the site, but itself is still a stretch away. One is inside, locked in. The second, Exodus, playing a pretty dangerous position. If he goes unchecked here, then he should be an easy pickup. They have a route out and doesn't quite make it. Suddenly only singly a mission left. Has a C4 still in pocket and 20 seconds to try and waste along with it. Wolves aren't overacting. They're not overreaching. They're still keeping themselves steady on this. You can see they're watching the back of the rotation. They're getting themselves droned out. 15 seconds. The C4 over the top. Doesn't quite make it, but it wouldn't have popped anyway. Wolves, they find a response. Cancel the alarm bells.
We can cancel the alarm bells.
Cancel the bells.
Still, how long have you been... That's going to be world record for how long someone's played inside a coat check.
Really was dedicated to checking those codes.
He was...
checking every number.
Yeah, making sure that you had your ticket.
Gotta make sure you got your ticket.
And does it match the ticket on the coat?
Otherwise, no coat.
No coat for
no
you.
No ticket, no coat.
Then the rules.
On your bike. Coatless.
Don't leave any valuables in your coat either.
Hey, we'll see if TT9 can try and make magic happen the second time inside the kitchen. Pretty much the same loadout across the board here. We'll maybe get a little bit of a difference in terms of the Azami and how they're going to set themselves up. The grenade was the sort of start of that. Played onto the back against, obviously, the position of VIP. They were able to then steadily sort of clear their way across. 2 quick kills in the blink of an eye, and Wolves had brought themselves back into the round.
Wolves are going for very minimalistic takes here. They're not looking to do anything too fancy. They're not going for vertical. That's something that we didn't see at all in round number 2. We didn't see any use of the sledge upstairs, albeit Rise got taken out fairly early. The sledge was lost, so that may have been a reaction to what had happened. But again, you look back to round number 1, it was very laser focused on the white stairs. They're just getting one thing in their mind, the tunnel vision in on this one push and one approach, and we've seen there it can work. You can make that sort of a push work. Bringing the Monty now almost cements that fact that they are going to be channeling, they are going to be tunneling into this one singular approach.
Well, once again, the ADS is full. There's no shield this time around, but there's a woman who has the ability to kind of make them. This is what I said, though. They might try and play themselves slightly differently. Scyther, though. Oh, no. That was a very dangerous place to try and take a seat for a second. The grenade was the first warning sign. The bullets flying towards you with a second. Nico, he's going to see if he can actually step in, retake a little bit of control here, where the Azami was dropped. Bibu with the massive French shield on the far end is going to make things a little bit more problematic, because the pick has been slightly different here. As you said before, they didn't go for the vertical last time. This time, they're not going to mess around checking their coats in. Instead, 2, 3 grenades. Do they think it's clear? 4 grenades!
I mean, surely now they know they've got the human drone in there. There is a lot that has been spent here to root out poor old Nico. He can be yellow pinged forever now as Bibu has the heads up. Eventually helps finish him off as Mowgli was putting in some shots previously. Bit of a disastrous round here, all things considered, from TT9. They cannot keep hold of anything. The map and the control, like a wet piece of soap in their hands, fumbling every which way. Emission, he gets himself taken out. Who other than Mowgli's finished off the job? A flawless round there from Wolves. Entirely different to what we've seen up until this point.
Yeah, now I'm starting to hear the other side of those bells, but that's what we kind of expected. It's what we sort of wanted. The amount of times we sort of say we want to see a demonstration of power. You want to sort of see, well, this is what you can do, this is what we can do. If you're sending your best teams, you want to send them hot. You want to send them with a bit of a statement piece that people fear them. That's what we want from Wolves. Wolves, a team who, on their sort of major appearances, hasn't quite been able to hit the mark that we would hope. Topping the board before, pretty much undefeated. And then, you know, watching G2 and Rogue play from the grandstands, you want to make sure that they're keeping this sort of pace, that they're hitting the boards over and over. TT9 that time round, they were sort of lost out. If I said Wolves started a bit sleepy sometimes, by that round, they were ferocious.
And I think that's how you've got to play against TT9, because we know them to be a very passive team. We know them to be a team that are happy to sit back and let things happen to them when they're on the defense. You throw Monty into that mix, you throw Mowgli on an upside-down repel, it doesn't matter how many Azami Kiba barricades you've got. If you've got nades, and you've got burn, and you've got a Monty and information, good night. You know, you can very quickly and effectively deal with these TT9 players. That's exactly what Wolves showed us there in round number 3. They're now going to be going slightly different site, getting rid of the old kitchen, saying, you know what, we'll give it a break down there.
Yeah.
We're instead going to extend ourselves onto the top floor and defend the mid floor.
This mirror hold again with the castle, giving them a bit of this extension, as you said. The site itself is reading. They've prepped that castle for a potential jump out, so they can try and maybe get a surprise factor, or hope that somebody drifts by, punches it once, suddenly they're right caught in the midst of things, and they can be taken out quite quickly. Does seem like Wolves, though, going to pay a little bit of attention to a default take over the top of a red stairs, the main balcony, see if they can start shepherding some of the players across as they eye up the chance of Pillar's Wall.
We've seen P4 get so much value out of these Twitch shock drones, loads of damage there, getting pumped into Exodus, and that may have been from Mowgli on these red stairs. BB going to be on the roof now, looking to try and remove some of this utility.
Wrong one.
I mean, all the right one, in case you think there's a catch there.
In case you think there's a catch
there.
there.
You never know, there might be an ADS there or something.
Okay,
We'll give the benefit of the doubt.
We'll give the benefit of the doubt.
But yeah, probably the wrong one. Once again, we're seeing the value out of the shock drone. Sure, it's a default camera on the first floor, but still, utility removed and information gathered. It's allowing P4 now to make his way up these brown stairs, and already he's got himself into quite a key position.
I mean, this is very quick. As we said, they were sort of eyeing up the wall that leads right onto reading. Mowgli eyed up the end of Exodus, finally found the last couple of bullets to get the kill from before, and with Zulu falling away from them, we talked about how we didn't see Wolves going for the top floor on the approaches on the previous sites onto Kitchen. It's the same thing here. They've sort of said, well, they can have a little pocket of vertical. Let's try and put some pressure onto the site itself. They're looking for the long-range fight. The player onto the rotate towards Wash. P4 caught out a bit whilst on his drone, pulls himself around a corner, and Nico takes a fraction of grenade damage. Mowgli missed the moment that he could have caused some magic, but does find himself inside the site. Can't quite get the connection. No, I'm wrong, and he is terrifying. He swings, gets Nico, and he's still looking for a fight. The plant is being put down in the corner of reading. WTG has no idea of the angle, hoping he can get somebody. It's a post plant.
How has the plant gone down? BB, he's going to pick up a kill onto Cypher. WTG, I think he knows where the plant's gone, but he's maybe waiting for a little bit of backup here. He can rotate through Laundry, but he has to be careful of the reading door. Player still on the bomb, is going to be there and free for the taking. Can the shots be landed? Yes, they can. WTG pre-fires onto the door, expecting the second. Because Wolves didn't take vertical, there's no guarantee there's vertical above this plant. So if they're able to try and isolate a couple of these attackers, maybe they've got a chance. But P4 is there, tucked away in the corner. He's got great eyes on the diffuser, and he's going to find the final kill as well, regardless of the trade.
3-1, and with a plant as the last one there, it was very well sort of played by Wolves. As we commented, they saw a pocket of space, they saw a route through to the site, and they saw it early. We got a great taste of where the drones are rolling from, what they had their eyes on, and where they wanted to sort of set itself up. They're not messing around with the stretch play of TT9. And we're seeing it across multiple different sites. It's good prep combined with good intuition of, well, this is free, it's ours. We don't need all the other bits. We trust our cover and our gunfights to win out in case they try and swing back in. Let's get this rocked. And you can see TT9 is sort of a little bit lost.
It's very difficult when you set up the majority of your utility, manpower, focus, and energy into a top floor hold that then doesn't get touched.
2 mirror windows, shield onto 90, I believe. They had, obviously, connections for any of the throne. They had castles. And all we saw from that was Zafir hitting one castle, and then going, okay, well now we have the angle above where we want to plant. We don't need to worry about anything else. And that was the one thing. If you're looking down, top down, where they planted on that corner, all they needed was that door open. And then they could watch anyone going for the swing over that. It was all they needed to take on verticality, and they said, done.
Bold strategy. Can maybe be construed as it's either genius or it's lazy.
Or arrogant.
Or arrogant.
Yeah.
It's one of the three, isn't it?
One of the three.
It's the old adage of give a very difficult job to the laziest person you know and they will find the easiest way of doing it.
Yeah.
And they took as little as they needed to get the job done.
What you can also say is it's like electricity, which takes the path of least resistance.
It is. And, you know, that's maybe going to work against a team like TT9, and it has done. But you need more. You need to show more depth because only a couple of things need to go wrong in that situation for things to just really fall behind the wayside. But Wolves are getting away with it here, as we, no doubt expected them to.
Now this is the one risk because there's no top floor for this. So Wolves, they struggled here before. Maybe that's why there wasn't a top floor for them to ignore. They have to go in directly onto the site itself without any way to ignore otherwise setups, and we'll see if they've changed anything up. As I said, they're sometimes slow to start, but they warm up, find energy. TT9, they've taken their time out now. They're going to see if they can try and at least pull this back to an even half. WTG.
Don't do it.
What's he going to do? What's he going to do? The calls are there. The C4's delivered from the top, but Rise has already pulled away.
We're going to see players retreat to the safety of those mute jammers now to cleanse them of the Dokkaebi phone call. Mowgli taking up his trademark location in and around the bottom of these white stairs. Now, this was a big part of the focus in round number 1 from Wolves. They threw everything at making sure that Mowgli could get up these white stairs, and as we can see, there's a lot of utility there. Loads of barbed wire, Banshee, Wub Wub, and a mute jammer. But it didn't work. It was just throwing all of your eggs into that one basket. Now, this time at least, it looks as though Wolves are taking things a little bit more separately. We've got Bibu underneath Newhatch. He's got a nice line here if he should wish into Piano. There are a couple of players there over on the other side of Piano. How is P4 getting the plant down and where? He's inside of Cocktail here, Fluke.
He's just found a corner. And this is once again Wolves saying, well, we've got enough. Let's pull back. They've got a couple of players on East. They've got the swing round and one goes down in the fight itself. Nico's able to at least win the revenge. But with Skylight held, with 2 players above, they're just waiting for the movements to come round. White Stairs is in their control. A mission does take out a Shinka. P4 is able to get a mission back in, and he's still holding on to the kit that he put down. Exodus, he's trying to rotate around the back. Mowgli had the idea, and this is excellent attacking. And you can say it's the path of least resistance. You can say they're sort of doing just enough, but they're doing it so well that it is more than enough.
I said it's either lazy or genius.
Yep.
It's crossed that line. It is just opportunistic
Inspired.
siege. No one's in Cocktail, guys. The wall's reinforced. I've got a reinforced wall to plant behind, and I have someone on rappel holding for me.
And they had no idea.
No info.
No info.
No clue. TT9 is setting up this game of Siege where they are just not quite blindly setting up utility, but it's almost as if Wolves are just reading into it and going, yeah, they've got something there, we'll just go here.
It's like when you're doing a puzzle book right now and Wolves have found the easy Sudokus and they're sort of smashing through them right now. They're putting down, oh, there's a 2, there's a 4, there's a 5, done the box, done the line. And it's really, really well put together puzzle solving. As you said, they're looking towards a weakness and they're exploiting it live. We get to see them run the numbers and the mental math. And for a Playday in EUL where attacks have been lacking just that panache, just that little bit of flair and that little bit of solidity, Wolves, after a false start, are more than happy to take up the hurdles and hop over all of them.
Maybe that's why I was so amazed, because the attacks today have been pretty so-so. Maybe
So-so is a nice way of putting it after the back of the GG.
Bowled over by Wolves. These guys are pioneers. Pioneers of Siege right now.
Best attacking statistics.
Best in the world. They've got 4 attacking rounds on Cafe. You must be joking me.
Fresh is currently right now in the green room, sitting back, and he's going, oh, I said they were the best attackers in the league.
Yeah.
Currently, they're maybe the only attackers in the league. The take starts over the top floor. Once again, towards the fight there that will careen itself across there. Looking down the hatches, they know that they're not going to get away with the sneaky plant this time round. So instead, the pressure's going to come elsewhere. Still some pressure onto the opposite side, but it still starts here. The drive down. Let the players in on red, do some of the busybody work that you expect to be able to do. As maybe Exodus is under the bottom, potentially rotating a bit closer to cause some trouble in a second around pillars.
Nade going to roll on through there to remove the Banshee. Could be looking at a more default plant spot here, given the positioning of the Wolves members. Exodus below is going to be a little bit of a problem that does need to be dealt with, though. He's got a great line of sight, but why is that barricaded? That has just cost him. P4 going to pick himself up one for free off the back of a bit of good drone information on a pre-place. Scyther holding a long angle this time, not going to look to give away that cocktail control so easily, but we do get a kill back.
Yeah, Mission's able to dig one out, and there's the response. Mowgli, he's not happy to let that fight sit. Instead of being on Nook Underground this time, he's Iana trying to fight directly towards the site itself and being that tip of the blade that they were missing the first time round. P4, stop it. Takes the head off the Scyther from the long range, pulls himself back, as does Nico, trying to get some safety here around the lumber side and the back of the stairs. They've got 2 players left. And the Wolves might not be surrounding and circling this time, but they keep taking these little bites and then disappearing. You can still see TT9 are trying to piece together just where the next Wolf is going to put their fangs into them. Oh, and it was almost there.
P4's really looking to exploit that long angle for as much as he can. We're seeing the smokes come through now and the hop in from Rise. WTG's got it all to do, but P4 eventually connects. He had to push up and play a little bit more aggro, hopped himself onto the bench, and eventually will be rewarded. Wolves, 5-1 split here on the attack.
It's been an excellent half a siege for them. There's no sort of two ways about it. You can sort of see the moments that TT9 are trying to piece things together and get a response in, but it's so quickly shut down. Against other teams, maybe TT9 will be able to get a little bit more distance. They've had fights on this map, but they've been able to do just that. But here, if you see a fight with a Wolf, you know that at least 2 more are in a position to try and take it. And sometimes they'll see a fight with you before you even know it. That position there, played by Exodus around Pillar, sure, that door was reinforced. He couldn't get through it at that point, and he thought he might be able to pull it down and get there, but there's somebody instantly there. This is what I'm talking about, where TT9 were struggling to piece together just where Wolves were. They have a little bit more to work with on their attack. They can be in that control of the intel and information. Will it work, though?
Is the counter at the top left, correct? 1 drone?
Oh.
Say it ain't so.
5 seconds left before.
Say it ain't so, TT9.
Just quickly. No.
There we go. Okay.
No. 4 or 5.
So we lost 1.
I'm so confused.
I'm confused. I was worried then because I was looking at that and thinking, Wolves did a fantastic job on their drone game.
Yeah.
A lot of their kills came off the back of really good information, whether that be pre-placed, whether it be active drone in, whatever it might have been.
Yeah, they only lost 1.
We can see that they have brought a bulletproof this time, which is fairly typical for Cafe, especially with a Valkyrie being banned. They haven't got the most info here on the old defense, but somewhere that we have seen TT9 struggle is in that drone department.
Yeah.
It is somewhere that week after week, time after time, they regularly fall short, and it's one of the big things that stops them from being so successful on the attack.
Mowgli, bit of a dangerous dance here onto 90, but it always is. Instead of waiting for them to try and lean in with utility, he wants to catch them mid-throw and mid-swing. There's a lot of ADSs to burn out, as well as the discs tucked a little bit in front of him. It's a battle for attrition, one that if you've been watching Siege for at least a year, you'll remember being a lot worse when we had this sort of game and juggle around the old ADS system, where this would be the fight for 2.5 minutes. This time, not quite as long, but look at Mowgli's positioning. He's pulled himself back. He's hoping they expect him in this position. We just had another ADS potentially pop into a bit of life. That was a bit short. There's an angle in a fight, and he's still here, happy to keep leaning in, swinging. More catches, more charges, more control. How much has been thrown at this, and nothing has been gained, TT9?
3 stuns, 2 nades, 1 of the Ash Breaching rounds. It's just the majority of your utility.
It's just most of it.
It's just nearly all of it.
Now they only have 5 drones left.
Mowgli, let's start playing a little bit aggro here, gets a chance and is taken down, punished for his over-aggression. He should have sat behind the shield, it was still safe. But no, he went looking for a little bit more. Nico on the upside down repel to add on to that pain. Maybe he isn't going to get gifted the same opportunity twice. Shinka with a C4 from below. Could try and throw it out the window, maybe deal with the repel player.
I think it's a very important thing here with TT9. They've sort of gone, we couldn't take the pixel shield, we'll pull ourselves back, and the worst present to have delivered. Exodus knocked off the board. Hasn't quite been able to make the contribution. Rice suffers a bit of a bad end of an explosion, but is able to keep himself swinging. Talking of P4, swing and then is swung, but Rise does get Scyther in the meantime. Emission's on a double kill, and he hasn't had to move too far. Takes down Rise. Great take through onto the back line, just by the side of the mirror. And at this point, the players that TT9 have been able to catch from the side of Wolves are the ones that have thrown themselves out of position to be punished. Here, the back line has rotated itself towards White Corridor. One around the bathroom looking for it, and they're just going to tuck the plant and go for the cover under the E1D. The response might come through, a bit of a pre-fire over the bow, and the 2 versus 2. There's the first take. Is he looking for the second? Emission. He's done a massive play and an ace for this team before to clutch them back into a game and around. He's looking just for the last to find it. They're tucked around the corner. They doesn't quite get it. A 1 versus 1. You can see he's shaking his head. They're holding on. They're going for the defuse. Shinka, is he just going to keep it all the time? No, he pulls himself off, gets the kill somehow, and there it is, clutched back from the brick. A couple of wry smiles and an expression from Shinka like, didn't expect that, but I'll take it.
Shinka giving us a real sort of oops face there, like, I actually did it, oops, that maybe wasn't in the plan, maybe wasn't in the script. We've seen both these two teams have fantastic clutches so far. Wolves, 6 points. Guess what? That guarantees them for the major. Congratulations. Now do one better than BDS and walk away with a full 3.
I mean, this is it really at this point. That shouldn't have been their round, but only shouldn't have been their round because of Emission almost getting an ace. That's the main sort of threat.
And that's the problem, isn't it?
And that's the problem. That's that sort of thing there. Although TT9 was so close, you know, a round 1 by an ace is a sort of cherry on the top. You still got to construct the rest of the cake. Otherwise, you're just eating a glacier cherry. And that's not a full meal.
They're not bad on their own.
They're not bad on their own, but just one, that wouldn't satisfy you. That wouldn't take you over the line of this is a comfortable dessert. You'd be disappointed.
You'd maybe have the jar.
You'd have the whole jar of glacier cherries. And your doctor would be mad. Wolves, they are confirmed. Both are French teams. Congratulations, you're going to Sweden. Get on that Swedish plane. Get your clogs.
Well, let's see if they can go the whole way here and pick up a full 3 points. Would highly doubt at this point that it ends in anything other than a regulation win here for Wolves, given that they have 5 rounds in which to achieve that match point. And they're going to be playing rather slippy now on the defense. We can see that there's a fairly wide extension here, and although it isn't backed up and bolstered with a lot of utility, they have a little bit of maybe movable or sort of active utility that they can place down. We've got P4 with the Kiba barricades, and they're looking to play upstairs and really force TT9 into this drone game, somewhere that we have commented before that they do tend to struggle.
I mean, look at that. The first drone taken out around the top. The second is going to find its way in. A fight right under the skylight, and still P4 is able to slip away. We joked about how they were sort of allergic to floors that weren't the site on their attacks, and here they're trying to keep off the floor as lava. The fight starts round the break onto Whiskey. Mowgli's still holding the angle just from that little Christmas tree and speaker in the corner. As another player drops down into the red hatch, and Emission's able to find the first. Bibu caught out, and the room is starting to be punished.
Now they've only got 1 drone left. Now this is a big problem. We're not even at the halfway point in the round, and kills are starting to fly. Scyther, he is going to trade back. Shinka is going to take Nico out prior to that, though. Still an advantage here for TT9, but they have no way of knowing where P4 is. He's tucked inside of Cigar Shop, and he's essentially waiting for his time to strike here.
That's it. Do they know? That's the big question. He has impact if he wants to make a quick escape. There's a player watching the rotate up on red. P4's hoping he can catch somebody that crosses and then drop the hatch and escape. But nobody is currently coming that way. His only lead-in might be a bit of a fight to happen a little bit later. He could not be in a position where he can try and make a bit of movement, because at that point, you know the player that's sitting on the top of red will have a quick response. They'll be able to find it. It is 2 ships passing in the night. Somehow both are fitting to the top of a cafe, and the first is actually starting to drift a little bit to the side. Down red. P4 can hold his breath and wait.
Located by attackers.
It really comes down to P4's nerve here and how his teammates do on the site, because don't forget, they've got the pressurizing job now of being in a 2 versus 4, essentially. For as long as P4's out on that roam, he isn't able to assist. He's going to get a glimpse there, but be patient. This is brilliant play from P4, but look at the claymores he has to navigate. He could still maybe get himself around there, picks himself at one onto a mission, removes the claymore, but all the meanwhile, the plant is going down. The players on the side, they were left a little bit light, and Shinka couldn't hold off. He knows where the plant's gone down. He's likely got an idea as to where the players are holding inside of a post, but he too is creeping up gently, picks the head onto WTG, but looks for more. P4, you need to activate, you need to get yourself down these stairs and see if you can try and assist the team. Scyther caught out inside of the freezer, isn't going to have the line, does get a glimpse of the feet, however, but all the damage may be done as P4 swings, picks at one onto Exodus. Scyther now has made his way out of the freezer, grabs one, 13 seconds left to go. Not a lot of time for P4 to pick this kill, but he does it! He's got plenty of time to disable that diffuser. Another clutch coming in here for Wolves. P4, what a flank!
No. P4, you said he was a bit too slow. Most would agree, but one man says, I arrived precisely when I meant to. Took the last fight, the kills, and pulled TT9 off of a cafe they'd probably sooner forget. They take themselves to the major, and I think they do more than just that. What a statement from one of our top 4 today.
P4's had the game of his life there. He's played fantastically well, not only on the defense there in those final couple of rounds, but I highlighted him on the attack, on the Twitch, loads of value out of those shock drones. Wolves look like the full outfit today. They really looked as though they were playing with their food.
It's a team that we wanted to see succeed at that point, and it's a bit of a rough day from TT9. They had some holds and some ideas, but as soon as the momentum was found, the pack was circling, and the blood was drawn. We'll go for a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
Hello, welcome back. It is done. Wolves join BDS as the 2 teams that qualify from the European League to the November 6th Jönköping Major. It's a long name, but a beautiful one. If you ask me, speaking beauties, we got Ann and Fresh on the desk to break things down. And here it is. Wolves put us back on schedule.
Exactly. That looked like a very confident game from Wolves. I mean, for example, round 7... Mowgli was just dancing around in piano. He should have been long dead, dancing around in piano in the open as a Wamai, but still a really good performance. We're talking about P4 going 14-3. Shinka as well with that clutch stat. He probably shouldn't have even gotten in the first place. Also going 8-5, and look at that. 100% cost for both these players. That just speaks how influential they've been in this game.
Yeah, I think Ollie said it. They really are the complete outfit. He said it during the cast, and I think, you know, there's not really much going wrong with this team at all. Oh, Rise went 3-4. Cool. Like, do you know what I mean? And we know, and I know for an absolute fact, Rise's value doesn't come from his in-game performance anyway. Like, this team, they've achieved that objective. They've got themselves to the major. That is what they wanted. You know, I spoke to their coaching staff after Berlin, obviously very upset with their loss after, you know, losing out to Exeter in the quarterfinals. And they said, we'll be back. We'll get to the next major. That's no problem for us. Our big test, it will come in the November major. Wherever it is, when we get there, they're there. And I look forward to seeing how they do.
That was 191 for P4 as EPS. That is...
Was it? Can we pull back the MVP graphic? I know the
or
interview's ready.
my eyes are lying to me, but I'm pretty sure I saw 191 for the MVP.
Holy hell. That is the highest EPS we've ever had. Is it? It has to be.
I've seen 200 at one point, but this is really close. But 200 was, I think, during Challenger League. So, is that... Still, it's...
We're going to have to ask production to confirm this to us, but it is the highest EPS this season.
Not
Good eye!
Not just the stage, but the season. Oi, whoa, okay. But...
This season.
Wow.
This season. Good eye, Anne. Very well spotted.
Wow.
Get a 10 out of 10 from the optometrist.
Yeah, I've got LASIK surgery done like a half a year ago, so I'm happy it's...
Money well spent.
That's a return on investment right there.
That is very much it. Well, I'll be back to you two in just a moment. Let's have a chat with Wolves. Hello, Mr. Reis. Risol, how are you doing? Good evening.
Hello, my friend.
Congratulations.
I'm doing great, obviously. Thank you. I hope you're doing great as well.
I mean...
As much as I do, at least.
Honestly, two old dudes talking about, still making it in these days. Come on. Rise. Wolves are qualified.
And we're working it.
See, exactly. 6 Jönköping major, okay? Already set for it here in the Wolves. And BDS also are joining in. The two French teams are back
French
on top.
domination.
Dude, this is like old school stuff happening here.
It really is. I mean, I'm not even sure it already happened before, right? Like both of the French teams qualifying for the major, or in the very, very old time then.
Yeah, like we're talking incredibly old because there was then the Penta era, which kind of knocked down everybody else. You know how it was.
And we had Millennium and Vitality back in the days.
Exactly.
Yeah,
then Vitality always failed to qualify, and Millennium.
I can feel the vibes.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's how it worked. But that's what happened. True. Now today you had a quick game against TT9. Get to see Café Dostoevsky. Was this the plan? Do you believe you won it in the band phase?
Honestly, I think we would have won the ban phase anyways. Like, not to brag or anything, I just think we have a more powerful ban map than TT9 has. I think the only map we couldn't really get along on the ban phase because everybody was like, nah, I mean, I cannot decide between this map or this map just because we're both strong on, like, we think we are better on both of these maps against TT9. So it shows that we were pretty much confident on the ban phase, and ending up on Cafe is just like, I mean, it could have been Charlie, it could have been Bank, it would have been the same for us.
I mean, that confidence translated into 5 attacking rounds, which is not common at all in Café Dostoevsky. What do you think that was the case in terms of actual strategy in the server?
Honestly, I just think we are improving a lot on Cafe lately. We've learned a lot to play around the mirror. And I think lots of teams are struggling with it, actually. And we are pretty smart to play around it, sometimes dodge it, sometimes play against it. It really depends. Like, we couldn't really show everything we had in store for you guys because there is only 6 rounds in a side, right? But no, I mean, overall, I think we just feel confident with the mirror pick, sorry, and playing against it. Sometimes it makes the opponent safe having mirrors to sit behind it, but it's actually a strength for us. So yeah.
Fair enough. And I want to ask you a question. I asked this to Alems and to Playday earlier on, and they're saying, in terms of which other teams do they see qualifying to the major, they said Wolves pretty much done and dusted. I mean, they had full trust of the 2 French teams making it through, but there's 4 teams fighting for 2 spots for the last Playday. So Rogue, MNM, Navi, and Heroic. Who do you think are the other 2 that join you?
Honestly, I am pretty sure Rogue is going to make it. I mean, I don't really see them not qualifying for the major since they are the last major winner, right? And they're playing a great siege. It's actually very good very cool to see. They just need to work on their issues, right? Everybody has that. And I'm a bit surprised about Herrick's results of today. So earlier today, I would have said Herrick 100%. But after that, not so sure anymore. So I risk it and say Rogue MNM.
Okay. Well, just so you know, FYI, Rogue are playing Heroic, so they can play Gatekeepers there, and MNM are playing BDS. It's a tough game for MNM, but also Navi are playing you in the next Playday. So everybody has tough opponents against them that will definitely be playing at their best for it. So, Rise, how do you see that Navi game going next Playday?
Honestly, if we play with the same amount of confidence we had today and the Playdays before, we're about to crush them.
Fair enough.
I'm saying it. Like, I'm done doing the good guy in UL. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's okay. I can deal with it. If we get 7-0, I'll just take the memes. It's fine.
Fair enough.
I'm old enough for that.
Fair enough. At this point, you can just say it and take it on the chin afterwards when no matter what happens. So, Rise, thank you very much for joining us. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there now that you're qualified for the major?
Well, sure. I mean, one thing is sure. It seems like even though it's the last stage of the year, it really feels like it's only the beginning because we have so much to play for, so many tournaments to play for. The major, UL finals, and now the 16th edition as well. So, I mean, thank you guys for this great year that we had with you, the pack. I mean, we are going to do everything that we like. We are just like playing our best to prove you to make you proud to be part of the pack, basically, right? So thank you for the support. Thank you for everything you guys give us every day. It's truly heartwarming for us, and we love you guys. That's it.
Thank you very much, Rise. There it is. Wolves qualified for the Jönköping Major in November. A month from now, we'll be halfway through the major. I can't believe it. Time really does fly. Anyways, Rise, thank you very much. Hope to see you next week for all the fans. Make sure Wolves versus Navi, that'll be next Playday. Catch it right here. That game could be a decider for Navi, depending on what happens earlier on in the day. Till then, take care, Rise. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. And there it is, a victory for Wolves. Rise, as always, humble in the victory. And let me tell you, they've had a lot of victories in this stage. They had one overtime loss and one regulation loss. Both were close games. So Wolves playing their best probably we've ever seen.
Yeah, since Playday 4, they've been winning. So that's a very long win streak to keep up. And, well, I mean, that last Playday, they could just add that to the list, right?
Easy game.
It's not just that, though. Like, you know what I said about the year? If you look at when this organisation picked them up, Charlotte, they got grouped in Charlotte, fine. But they went to the Charlotte Major as a bonus, as a team that was LFO, the whole stage, all the turmoil. Stage 2, they go to Berlin, quarterfinals. Stage 3, they qualify so easily for the Sweden Major or the Jönköping Major, however we're going to say it. And I would expect them to do even better than they've previously done. I would expect them to go beyond quarterfinals now. And like you said, it's just started. There's a Major. There's EUL finals that they're confirmed for. There's SI that they're confirmed for. This squad really excites me, and they're going to be playing in all of the big competitions coming up, representing Europe.
And more importantly, France is back on top. I'm obligated contractually with the French government to say that to everybody out there. That is a joke, but it really isn't. There you go. The French are back on top. Yes?
Think twice if you are in problems, in serious trouble, because you have to say that. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, we do have a Belgian that's playing, just to make it very clear, right? Egelmees also, Dutchman. That's up behind BDS. So that's awesome, right? We got some flexibility. And have a Canadian, French-Canadian, but a Canadian nonetheless, in Helby, in the coaching staff of Wolves. So decent bit of variety in there. All French speakers except for Egelmees. I'm sure, I hope he doesn't really feel too lonely when everybody's together. That'd be sad. Yeah. We love Egelmees.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be sad if you don't understand when people are speaking French. I feel like that's the same vibe whenever you're in the playroom back with us and like Easy and I, for example, start speaking Dutch to each other. You're like,
but they're used to
English.
it. We don't understand their English.
No, I struggle sometimes. But
Come on.
I came in to check how a clip recording was doing, and Anne was doing the clip with Easy on the game file, and they're just Dutch. No idea. Could have been
They're
recording
just
anything.
Not a
Dutch.
single word.
They're just speaking Dutch, not a single word. Don't know. I could not name you one single Dutch word.
None.
None.
Teleurgesteld is one. Definitely
Yeah. Very disappointed right now.
Stroopwafel?
Not bad.
That's because every time that I fly through Amsterdam Airport, I pick them up. Yeah. Nah.
Stroop.
Stroop.
Stroop is more Danish.
Free
say it
packs for
that way.
12 euros in the airport. Happy days.
You're getting scammed.
Yeah, I know.
3 packs for 12 euros.
I'll take it to Brabant to tell you what happens there.
I've got a
Oy,
1 hour
oy, oy.
layover. I can't just nip out to Amsterdam and go and get some in a supermarket.
Not with that attitude, you're not. Anyways, let's recap our day because many things. We're already in the post show, by the way, just for those that are watching at home. There it is. Here's what happened. 5 games, inconclusive. Still 2 spots are left open in EU League. At the top, Navi taking out Outsiders. 8-7 Secret versus Rogue, denying Rogue the qualification to the major. 7-4 MNM versus Heroic in our match of the day. Heroic denied the major on the day. MNM still in the fight. Navi still in the fight. 8-7. They're BDS versus G2. They needed both to hit overtime for G2 to qualify to Six Invitational 2023. Well, they did it. And now BDS are also qualified to the major as the first team out. And just after, Wolves roll over TT9, showing that the pack, they roll together. And Bears usually live in, groups of 1 to 2 maximum. Usually the mother and the cubs, if anything, after. You'll have to correct me on that. But Bears are very cute. However, apparently they were not good enough to play Siege today against Wolf. That is a segue that you will have to deal with like every single week. Emmy. Let's take you home, Grandad.
Talk about the old times.
Moving on from our schedule to the rankings, you'll see it all the way at the top. 2 teams already qualified, and which could put them in green here, but it's 19 points for Wolves, 18 for BDS. Both are through to Jönköping. However, the fight continues with position 3 and 4. Rogue, MNM, Navi, and Heroic are fighting with 2 points difference between them. 2 of them at 13, 2 at 15. Of course, as you see, Outsiders knocked out of the fight. We failed to mention that earlier, but we are just putting all the information out there for you. Fresh is very happy on the side. 10 points for G2, 6 for Secret, and none for TT9 so far in our league. However, no relegations, so there's at least that shadow that you don't have to worry about looming over you. There it is. That was the rankings. Hello, our friends.
Hello.
How are you? I mean, Nexar, Troika?
Good. Think about Bears.
I mean, Bears are great.
Wolves.
One cub.
We got
1 cub, 2
1 cub.
2, 3 cub, 4.
Who do you think could win in the fight, a wolf or a bear?
What kind of bear?
Big one.
Yeah. Whoa, that's a big one. There's a new kind of bear that global warming's causing. It's like a polar bear combined with a grizzly, and it's called like a.
Grizzly.
Yeah.
Grizzly bear.
Well, yeah, it's called like a growler bear. Apparently, it's really bad. Yeah, the other name for it is a pizzly bear.
Oh.
But like.
Wait, you know, I really like this. How is it? The Fat Bear Week? Is it called?
Yeah.
Oh, it's my favorite.
National Fat Bear Championships.
Yes.
There was a drama in it. I won't get too deep.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is it like chess drama over the past 2 weeks?
No. Oh, I hope you wouldn't have to investigate that. That'd be really hard on a bear.
If you know, you know. We're just going to put there for all the chess drama aficionados out there that will know what we're talking about.
Sorry.
See, even Fresh knows about it. That's all you need to know. Anyways, here's a Sprabuni graphic to kind of pull our attention.
This is so random.
There it is. Wolves and BDS qualified for the major. Wolves also qualified for Six Invitational. BDS are pretty much also set there. Rogue at 100 for SI, but 67%. Same for MNM just behind at 66 to qualify to major. Pretty much things all set here for SI. G2 all the way down at, I guess, position 8 at this point. But they did get the point needed. They'll qualify to Invitational. If you don't believe it, I'll tell you why. Or I'll tell it to you again. I don't know how to speak English anymore. If you can't believe it, it's okay. I understand, because G2 already made it to 2 events this year. I'll correct myself. Thank you very much.
Why are you looking at me?
Very judgmental, Emmy.
Yeah, I'm just laughing.
Those eyes.
Are you thanking yourself?
Who are you thanking?
I'm thanking you. Both of you. For being such wonderful people.
Not those two, apparently. Just us.
Well, I
No,
thank
because
them.
Emmy already shared how she feels about me earlier.
Damn.
See, I told you.
There's the EU League drama coming out here. That's all you need to
Made me
know.
really sad.
I'm so sorry.
No.
Maybe a Reddit post later.
I hope you didn't hear that.
I'm already
from
writing
me.
the tweet longer, honestly. Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
My alt.
writing it, Yep.
Which is fresh R success. I'll write that.
Fresh on desk.
No, there's a dash.
At
Fresh
fresh
dash our success.
So if you see a thread.
I'll write a thread.
Yeah, do.
I'll start some drought. No problem.
Anything for 10 likes.
Spice things up.
Anything, yeah.
We want to spice things up.
Doki definitely ran into a lot of bullets today, didn't he?
Controversial.
Not at all. Have you watched that game?
No, it was awful. Please don't.
You're casting it.
I was going to say, you definitely cast it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Why
saying.
did you ask if I watched it? You know, I cast it like that.
I mean,
No, it was
sometimes
with demo.
But I
Demo
think
was
people watched
Demo
it.
literally cast the
Demo
whole
was
game
like
this.
that.
Demo was like that. I had to, balance out his fanboyism, so I wasn't just watching one team.
It can be difficult to
Say
do.
that, Demo. Demo's already gone. He's off.
He literally left, yeah.
He's not here to defend himself.
If we keep doing this, is Easy going to come back round and shout us again?
Probably.
It's just nice to see him.
Do you think we keep going until he does?
Yes. Both him and Ante.
He's going to smash through.
Maybe we need
this.
both of them this time.
But also
He's got a
Bruno, 'cause
Kool-Aid
he's got
man.
a flight to catch.
Yeah.
Bruno has
Oh,
a
yeah.
flight to catch.
Yeah.
Bruno, where are you flying?
Silence,
I think he's already coming round to tell us to leave.
probably.
Yeah, anyways. Moving on. What is our next Playday and what does it look like? There you go. Here it is. It's 5 matches, as always. 10 teams. Secret versus TT9. MNM versus BDS. Heroic versus Rogues. Our match of the day. That can be all determining, all powerful. Make sure you're tuning for that. Wolves versus Navi. And finally, Outsiders versus G2. Probably the least consequential game you'll watch this entire year. But that's pretty much all I have for you. Probably going to be full of memes. Who's casting that? Do we already know?
Me.
Tim and Dez,
Ow.
I believe.
Can we do like a...
What's wrong with them? They've been gone like a week. Jeez. Speak your heart, Milos. And you're no longer the mean one.
Yay!
What do you mean? Everybody's been roasting Derry for the
Tim.
past 2 weeks.
Yeah, but we like
Wow.
Tim.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think anyone's
Yeah, we
roasted
loved
anyone.
him. He's missing 20% of his vision, Milos. You can't come for him like that. He can't see you in certain places.
You got to be careful.
I think I get the card for this one as the optometrist. Feels of vision and all of that. It's a, can I use the card?
For what? To
God.
attack him? I know where to attack him. He's got a handy box on his stream.
Somebody actually thought he was cheating.
Yeah, it was
They
great.
came to each other like, are you cheating? You've got boxes on your screen. And he's like, no, I just can't see that area.
Goodness me.
Oh, man. Well, there it is. We are past midnight, which is all you need to know when it comes to our show.
Milos will turn back into a man
Hello?
from a werewolf.
I thought it was a bear.
I don't know.
You're confusing me.
Happy Halloween.
And I want to mention that for just a second because we have APAC North on Wednesday,
Yeah.
right? But I believe Halloween is October 31st.
I believe it
Every
is. Usually.
Every year,
Yeah, believe it or not, yeah.
Historically.
historically.
Yeah.
So that's this Sunday. But we're not on Sunday.
No, it's
No, it's
That would be
I
really
was about to say.
Monday.
It's
Is
Monday.
it Monday?
Yeah, it's a
God
Monday.
damn it.
Monday.
Well, that's even more convenient because all I'm going to say is tune in on Monday.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know. Anyways, thank you all for being here today on the cast. Tune in on Monday. I swear to God, if you're not here, Emmy will be mad.
Why are you throwing me into this?
No,
Well,
Emmy's the mean
You're
one.
into it.
You're mad.
Now you're the mean one. There you go. On that
Yeah.
bombshell. We'll see you on Monday. We love you. Good night.
Bye.
Singled out.
See ya.
one, but won't pick the second. Secret with the advantage. Disable that diffuser another.